With a mission to deliver fiscally responsible, highly dependable services to the citizens of our community and the region. With integrity and professionalism, this is the City of Albany Commission Meeting with Mayor Bo Duro, John Howard, Ward 1, Mayor Pro Tem Matt Fuller, Ward 2, BJ Fletcher, Ward 3, Chad Warbington, Ward 4, Bob Langstaff, Ward 5, Demetrius Young, Ward 6, with Interim City Manager Stephen Carter, City Clerk Sonia Tolbert, and City Attorney Nathan Davis. This is the City of Albany Commission Meeting.
Good morning, and welcome to the May 18th, 2021 work session of the Albany City Commission. Could we begin, Ms. Tolbert, by calling the roll?
Yes, Ward 1.
Here.
Ward 2.
Here.
Ward 3.
Here.
Ward 4.
Ward 4's here.
Ward 5.
Here.
Ward 6. Mayor. Oh, okay. And Mayor.
The mayor is present, and we have two citizens signed up to speak today. The first is Ms. Helena Wester. Ms. Wester wants to speak on housing. Ms. Wester, are you with us?
It's not on.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Ms. Wester, you have the floor, and we allocate 5 minutes for you to speak.
Yes, sir. I have been this apartment for ever since December, and when we got here, the manager Stephanie told us that she was going to do this and do that to the apartment, which she never did.
Okay, where are you living?
And Treeside Apartment,
Where is Creekside Apartments?
2315 West Gordon Avenue.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
And it's a lot of stuff need to be did to the apartment, which they never done. First, the refrigerator went out, and our food got spoiled, and they never fixed it. So my husband had to go and buy another refrigerator. That's the first incident. The second incident, found out my husband had to take dialysis. So we went to step again. And we had two doctor statements saying that he cannot go up and down the stairs. And she didn't move on that. She promised that she gonna move us 2 or 3 times. The third time, it was raining real hard. The roof came in and hit me on my shoulder. The maintenance man came up, took the piece that fell off the roof, and he went back down and never came back up. It's leaks all in the ceiling where where it was raining. So I reckon when it had got weak up there, it fell down. Just 2 nights ago, it's leaking somewhere again in the other room. It got my grandbaby clothes all wet. We had to hang them out. It didn't mildew, thank God, but we had to hang them all out again. But we have been asking her and asking them to fix stuff. They'll come up, and then they'll go back down, and we never see them again.
Does that conclude your comments, Ms. Wester?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Commissioner Howard?
Sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So, in addressing your concern and issue and looking at the water meters, that you're saying the property manager just is not responding in due time to rectify some of these deficient?
They're not doing anything. It's just, you come and tell them, and then she get aggressive with you because you done told her that something needs to be done. and then she'll go back and forth with you when you go and tell her something needs to be done. There's never nothing done here. And we paid $671. I didn't pay nothing but half the rent this month because I'm not gonna keep doing that. We ain't getting everything right in this apartment. Being honest, I'm not gonna lie to you. We pay for half the rent. Sure,
Ms. Weston, let me ask you a question for your benefit of it. It appeared not only at your apartments, that is a problem throughout the whole city with landlords are not listening to the tenants or rectifying some of those problems. So let me make a suggestion to you. Whenever you talk with someone about these repairs and what need to be done, for your safety and for your concern, just keep a paper trail, because we got to find some kind of way from code enforcement to go into these units and inspect these units.
Well, I have pictures. And I have doctor notes stating that my husband couldn't come up and down the stairs. And when the thing fell on me, I got a doctor. When that ceiling fell on me, I got a doctor from there.
Okay, and what I can say, I'm just sorry that for the inconvenience, but I think we need to go another step further, is that when the mayor come back around again, I'm going to ask him for a legal opinion to do something about these structures that is throughout the whole city and the county, and the owners of these apartments are not doing what they should do for the protection of the welfare and the safety and the health issues that exist in these apartments. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for coming in, letting us know that there are problems at your apartments and throughout the city. Thank you very kindly.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem,
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher,
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington.
Yeah, Ms. Hester, certainly I'm grieved to see the conditions of your apartment. One question I had was, what does it look like in terms of you possibly moving or going somewhere else to rent an apartment?
Ms. Wester, you still with us?
You're muted, Mr. Weston.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Okay, we're trying to find something right now. We're really trying, but I have to be careful on finding stuff now because my husband, he takes dialysis. So I really have to look for stuff that's downstairs, and we have to find out he has other health issues now. So between that, I'm trying to find out where can we go. The money, that's the issue, one big issue also, because you paying the money here, kind of set us back a lot. But we trying to move. We really trying to move.
Okay, I would just encourage you, if you could, to begin to look somewhere else. I mean, certainly the city can only do so much with private entities and with code enforcement, and we certainly are going to be aggressive as possible. But one of the best ways to get someone's attention is for them to have lost rent and for the word to get out that these are not good units and for folks not to move here in the first place. So certainly, I hate that you're kind of caught in the middle, but I'd certainly begin to look somewhere else as best you can, and maybe if you can find a first floor unit, like you said, would be great to go do something else. That's it, Mayor. Thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Ms. Wester. And I echo sentiments of those who are empathizing with you in your situation. And just to kind of just make some points clear that you are the tenant, that I referenced maybe a couple of meetings ago that had the ceiling fall on them during that last bad storm?
Yes.
Okay. And, had you, made any, request of code enforcement with the city?
No, I was waiting for this meeting.
Okay, all right. And, had you made any requests directly to the apartment complex?
Yes, I have, and the hole is still in my wall. Still in the ceiling.
Okay. And we're talking about how many weeks ago that was?
2 weeks.
2 weeks ago, you still have a hole in that wall,
Still the
is
hole.
it leaking
Still the hole right
still?
in the ceiling. Yes, there it is.
Okay. So, I'm wondering, I guess, in terms of, code enforcement, I know we got and I'm talking to staff here. I know we got an email saying that we were looking into these things. Can we get an update on, where we are with that? Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Commissioner, we will.
Hello?
Is that all, Commissioner Young?
No, I didn't catch I didn't catch the answer from the city manager.
Okay.
I answered in the affirmative, sir. Yes, we will take a look at that and give you a report on, as to where we stand with that. We'll also make sure that any complaints that we have on that, we'll give you an update.
Okay, all right. Okay, I thought we had been working on that since we got that last email and would have an answer by now. But, this is, highly unacceptable, and, you know, I know the easy answer is to say, oh, just go find some other place to live, but that is currently not, a viable option for a lot of people here, in our city. We actually do have a rental shortage, I am told, on finding quality, apartments to be able to move in, or, there may be a situation where there's a or a rental that is out, you know, of their price range. And for anything that's being rented, there should be, you know, a basic standard that people are able to live under. You know, we need to, as a board, as a city staff included, be able to, you know, enforce and apply a basic standard. What Ms. Wester and others at Creekside are experiencing is not the standard we should expect for our citizens to be living under, and we need to look at some form, whether that be a tenant's bill of rights or a basic minimum standard that we can hold landlords accountable to. We have an issue on a number of fronts that we talk about, you know, slum landlords who are causing us issues with different, you know, effects on our city, whether that be, you know, trash pickup from landlords, illegally dumping after somebody's evicted, and situations like this where tenants are forced to live under, you know, almost, you know, third world conditions within a home that they're paying for. And just to simply say, oh, go find some other place to live, you know, and I know we're working on these things. We have to, you know, understand all the aspects of that and understand the situations of these citizens who we should be really trying to help and holding the tenants to the fire. The last question I have is, have we still, or anybody with the city staff been able to make contact with SMP? This is the corporation that owns that particular rental establishment, and you know, I'm talking about past the apartment manager, because I know we had at one point some issues in terms of collecting their fees as far as I think Albany Utilities. So it seems that we have some type of disconnect between even getting to these corporations.
Yes, Mr. Carter, if you can answer that.
That particular firm is not one that we had trouble with. The one that we had trouble with was K-Stamps. I do have an email that Marshall Norman sent to the commission on the 4th of May about issues at Treeside Apartments. And I'll resend that to everyone so that you can have that updated, and I'll reach back out to Marshall Norman and see if we have an update from that. But there was a response from the last time that we talked about this concerning Treeside Apartments.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's the one I was referring to. So I was wondering if we had something past that.
Not at this time, but we'll get an update.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wester?
Yes.
We I hate to see that an apartment has this problem and the property manager won't correct it. But one thing I can say, I mean, I would make this recommendation for anyone who's a tenant in the city or anywhere for that matter. First, we need to go to code enforcement, and we can do that at the same time we report whatever the problems are to the property manager. But one thing that's important, if we have photographs and written documentation of any communication you have with the property manager, that will resolve the situation where the property manager says, no, I wasn't notified of this till June, or it never been mentioned to me, or I don't have any recollection, or they must have spoken to someone else that's no longer working here. So, I mean, if you have that, what was referred to earlier as the paper trail, that will confirm the dates that the problem was communicated to the property manager. As I said, I mean, there's an old saying, ink dries and memory fades, and that can substantiate the dates and the content of the communication. I know most people think that just reporting it's sufficient, but if you're living in a complex where the staff has been unresponsive, that's just a prudent course to take. But again, it appears that code enforcement has been investigating this situation, and hopefully we'll have you a response. Additionally, I would hope that the owners of Treeside, now that this has been publicized, would be a little more attentive to their property. But with that.
Yes, sir.
And Commissioner Howard, you wanted Ms. Davis to give us a opinion on this?
Yes, Mr. Davis, let me ask you a question. Since this is private property that these landlords have, and the tenants are citizens of the city and the county, is it possible that these issues and concerns have been reported in the last 2 or 3 years? Can code enforcement go into these apartments? I know it's private property, because what you got with these landlords, and I'm going to put in for reference these slumlords, is that they really don't have the tenants at heart. And I will go a step further, that a lot of these individuals are in here on Section 8 of Grafton, but the pictures that have been shown and what is on the laptop now is that these outside water things that have been flagged, but it's unfit and it's unhumane. Can the code enforcement go into these apartments? I'm not saying do a check of all of them, but some of these deficient have been reported. Because what we are seeing is that a lot of these individuals that are in these apartments, they are low and moderate income individuals and not knowing the rights that what they can do. So if this commissioner and along with the mayor, we decide that we want to go and visit some of these apartments, would we be prohibited from going in, looking at some of these efficient? Because as the mayor said, the only way this problem is going to be corrected is that it received local attention and from the news media and from the Herald and the other agencies that it's not fair to the tenants because some may be petrified or concerned or scared because of the landlord may put them out. But we need to find a way that as of today and moving forward with code enforcement to go in and see firsthand sight of these issues that exist in these units.
Yes, sir. With the tenant's permission, you could enter the apartments and take photos or do whatever you felt was appropriate. And if the areas are open outside, that's amenable to whatever Mr. Norman and them want to do, take photos of that or whatever. And I'll look through my old files. I sent out a proposed housing code ordinance back when I believe Mr. Barry was interim city manager and never got any response back. I'll see if I can find that document and send it out also. It sets forth objective requirements for all types of housing.
Okay. And Mr. Mayor, just to follow what the city attorney said, and by you being an attorney, I guess that what we encounter as elected officials that we don't see the surface of it because a lot of stuff's behind the scenes. But I think that with the tenant's approval, that wherever these exist in a certain ward, this commissioner need to go and just do a on-site visit and to realize that the conditions that these individuals are living in is not accepted by the city and it should not be accepted by the landlord, because as one colleague said, that what we're looking at is we have individuals that are living in conditions that appear to be worse than living in some third world country. So we need to certainly let these individuals know that we will not tolerate, and it's behind time that we need to do something ASAP. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. The next speaker is Ms. April Andrews, and Ms. Andrews wants to speak on code enforcement.
Yes, good morning to everyone. Really what I wanted to do was expound a little bit about not only what Commissioner Young said, but also what Ms. Helena. I live at Treetop Park Apartments as well. And just like Ms. Helena said, even though some of us have the ability or the strength to be able to come forward and to go to code enforcement and let them know when things go on, there is a disconnect completely. Because I get answers that are different. I get emails that are never sent, or when they do pop up, it's not something they make contact with. It was really strange. Like the only time we made contact was when I wasn't here, and I did speak to them, and all they did was tell me to file if I had any more complaints. Now at the time, the complaints that I did have, they did fix them, but it took them a month or two to fix. We had flooding toilets and tubs that were spilling over our sewage and onto our floors. And I have a mother who's handicapped in this house. She cannot have mandated recorders coming through here and live and see us living in that kind of condition. So even though they did take care of them, it was the time in which it was done in. And simply being told to leave is not an option for us. It's not because of financial situations. We're perfectly capable of paying rent. It's just that, first of all, we were led over here in these false pretenses. And secondly, my mother's handicapped. It is very difficult to place people handicap-wise as far as living arrangement is concerned. Every place that is open to handicap are full up because people simply just don't leave. So unfortunately, unless I buy a home or, you know, by some miracle, my mama gets up and walks, and I can do that, which she has multiple sclerosis and has not walked for the past 12 years. You know, I'm stuck where I am until I can find some place that will accept my entire family and not just portions of it. And as Ms. Helena stated earlier, our management simply just does not want to respond to us. When we reach out, like, since I was the initial person who came in saying something to the media, and I'm treated horribly. Anytime I have a complaint, the last complaint was we had bees coming through the wall, the vents. And I was told that somebody was coming, they never showed up, so I had to seek out help from a friend who owns a beehive in Ashburn. He told me bees don't like cold, so I've had to I have to lower my temperature in my home in order for the bees to not enter into it. But here's the thing, it raises the utility bill at this point. So as where I was paying about $150, $200 on utility bill, my utility bill is almost $350 now, because I have to keep the house at between 72 and 75 to keep bees out of my apartment. Like I said, I don't know what can happen or what has to be done. Is not to say that they have not done things, but it just takes them entirely too long, and they blame us for wanting to say something. They have the neighbors around here acting funny with us, and they don't alert us when things happen in this neighborhood. Like a couple of nights ago, my daughter comes into my room and tells me that someone got shot over in the apartment adjacent to us, the building adjacent to us, and no one says anything. People have died and been murdered here, and no one says anything. We have to learn from it from the news or by hearsay by neighbors, and that to me is something that is very disconcerting. Living someplace like this, like I said before, not all of us in these apartments have problem with paying the rent, because I don't. But my issue is only that if I'm paying $771 to be here, regardless if it's $451 or $1,000 to be here, and I pay my rent on time, I ought to be able to be comfortable in my home. I can't do that. I can't rest here. And a lot of tenants have those same issues, and a lot of them are just simply afraid because of how they react. Because after I've said what I've said and gone out and been public about this, they're very reluctant to come to me when I need something. I have to go to corporate. I have to go there first in order for me to get anyone to get any contact. And Stephanie does not have any contact with me whatsoever. And that's fine, but we can't have that kind of hostility, especially because my mother is handicapped in this apartment, and I will not lose my mother due to the failings of the management of this property.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Commissioner Howard, any questions for Ms. Andrews?
Thank you, Ms. Andrews, for being tenacious and taking a bold step and let this commission and other elected officials know that there are problems at this apartment complex. And as I say, we going to ask the city attorney again that he said he will give us some legal advice on what we can do. But thank you for being bold and courageous coming and letting us know that it's a problem and it's in the hands of this commission is to use legal avenues to rectify these problems and continue to have these, I want to say, not all of them, slumlords taking advantage of individuals that we may not see an issue is concerned with them. But thank you once again for coming forward.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Well, really, I mean, I guess this is more of a comment to the mayor and Mr. Davis, and I'd like for Ms. Andrews to hear this because I've got multiple properties throughout my ward that is just going through the same thing that you're going through. And several weeks ago, I found out that there was an action that that could be taken against the property itself, it was called an in-realm action. I didn't know about it, I had never heard about it, I automatically got on the phone with Mr. Davis, and he educated me on it. The mayor called me about a couple of properties, and then when I explained to him, that we were code enforcement was working on these, it seems like it is a faster way to get some of these problems resolved, because I know the few properties that Norman is helping me with, when he puts this citation out and lets these people know we're going against property, it helps. And maybe, Mayor, we need to really look into this process. You know, you and I shared a conversation on some properties, and I was amazed at the knowledge that Norman had about this process, and Nathan knew about it. So Ms. Andrews, maybe we could look at it. It's called in-realm action, and it is something that gets the courts involved. And I have no problem with all of these. I think if we can get the judges to just drive right on over there with us and do a show and tell, and maybe that will help us when we get to the court. A lot of the times, Ms. Andrews, the court gives them 30 days, 60 days, 90 days to get this issue resolved, and you don't want to live with this mess for 30 seconds, much less those 30 days. So I do think that instead of every meeting and just continually talk about doing the same thing, sending out a citation and not following up, showcase these problems, showcase these problems, because I have watched it work with my own eyes when Norman and Nathan get together and do this. So maybe this is something we could do to help these relations. Thank you. I'm so sorry that you or anyone has to live in these conditions. And I, as you're not in my ward, but you're in Albany, I hope that you or any of your family are going to miss both of y'all. And I will be getting off the phone and talking to Norman and Mr. Davis when the meeting's over with. Chad, you might really want to ask about the in-room action, because I didn't know we had that in the arsenal, and it seems to be moving things quite along. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Warmington,
Yeah, nothing further.
Commissioner Langstaff, Commissioner Young.
Yes, good morning, Ms. Andrews. The other thing that I think we need to specifically put some light on is, the hostility that you mentioned towards tenants who are making these complaints. I forwarded a letter that had been placed on the apartment doors of tenants shortly after you came and testified before the commission. And what it did was basically threaten you and other tenants for coming forward with complaints, threatening you with eviction for simply complaining about your situation. Can you expound on that letter and what you were able to, find out in terms of who exactly sent the letter?
Yes, what happened was Stephanie came around and stuck these letters on our door to basically inform us that any kind of public display of any kind of egregious, any kind of complaints that we have against Treeside Apartments was in fact not only in their it's actually in their leasing. When I initially signed the lease, to be honest with you, no one thinks, because again, this is my first time renting. So when I went to sign the lease, no one thinks that they're going to be placed in a situation, especially because no one was ever told. Who would, in good conscience, rent in a place where someone tells you that the roofs are going to cave in on you, that you're going to have flooding in your hallways, that bees are going to come through your
Ms. Andrews, we lost audio we cannot hear you in the room, and we are about to investigate that issue.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, so basically, they were just stating that within the lease that there was we were not to complain, and if we were, then we were liable to be evicted due to it, and that there would be some immediate changes happening soon, and that the management had done everything they could to attain us and things of that nature. What this letter basically states is that if I have any complaints about what's going on in my apartment, if I go to the media or any outside source other than them, then I'm at fault, and I could be in breach of my leasing agreement, and I could be placed out. Now, my thing is that I went through, before it got to this place, I went through all of the normal steps a person would go through, because again, Stephanie, the property manager here, gave us this warm face. She knows a couple of my relatives, I assume that she understood from where at least I come from and what I'm accustomed to doing. But she gave all of this assurance, and then nothing came about. Then at the last of it, this was sometime this is the first week in January, leading out of December, we spent 2.5 weeks here without the ability to be able to flush a toilet or take a bath. And there was raw sewage pouring out of the thing. I had it with her and her lies about what she said she was going to do. So I chose to do something different. And when I did, then it got met with this. So I don't appreciate being threatened when I'm paying my rent, even through the pandemic, even through losing jobs, even through my mother being ill. I still managed to come up with those $771. In some cases, I paid more than that. I paid $800 sometimes. Sometimes I paid $900 just to make sure that we would always have a roof over our heads. And if I'm going to the extent of making sure that I held my end up, then I should be able to live in a place where if something is going wrong, that someone should fix it. Instead of being told something and not having it done. I've had to go to extreme measures with corporate in order to get it done, almost to be annoying. So I can kind of understand why Steph is annoyed with me. But what she doesn't understand is that if this was her, would she allow someone else to treat her in this manner? And therein lies the problem, because there is no compassion, there is no levity when it comes to another person and their being, especially because this is her job. I do not care that she's had to come out of her pocket to pay for things. These are things that she tells us. I do not care that she's lost out on jobs because I said something. I don't understand why she didn't think I wasn't gonna say anything. Again, she knows from what tree this fruit fell. So so for my thing of this is that the property management here needs to just take some responsibility for what corporate is doing. At the very least, push corporate to do something about these units. Because even though I complain, there are units out here that are much worse than Miss Helena's than mine. Even my unit isn't as bad as Miss Helena's. And I have been in some of those units, and it would break your heart completely. And to my knowledge, if there's Section 8 and Bradford here, there's a standard that these apartments have to be held to in order for them to pay, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I think you're right. But I appreciate that testimony because I think it highlights that, we really need to, as a commission, be really concerned about this, especially when a management company takes this kind of action against a citizen after they come and try to get some remedy, in the last place they know how, and that's with this board. We simply cannot tolerate that in our city, with residents being, threatened immediately after they come to us for help. And it basically kind of shows us that there are probably a lot more tenants at Creekside who are suffering in silence because they do not want to say anything for fear of being evicted. Again, we're in a pandemic. People have been, in the house for months. People have been sheltering in place, and dealing with that situation. So it's not a thing where everybody, just kind of free to get up and move and let's just go find another place to stay. Right now, the whole country, the whole world is still trying to get back to normal. So, but we still have a standard. We still have a minimum, minimum expectations that our citizens live in a decent environment, and this is not it. Creekside is not making the mark, and we need to do some, take some bold steps to rectify this situation. That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Andrews.
First, obviously, code enforcement, the city has an obligation to assure that property owners comply with local ordinances and any state and applicable regulations. But Ms. Andrews, the topic you want to speak on code enforcement. Can I ask you specifically, what are your complaints with what the city code enforcement department did or did not do?
My complaints are simply that, first of all, code enforcement's timing was off. Like, they didn't show up for at least another month ahead after I had actually made the complaint. And I do understand that right now, because I do have friends that actually work in code enforcement currently, and I do understand that they're very short-staffed right now. So I understand that, especially during that time period, they were extremely, they had a lot of stuff going on, several people with COVID, they had all kinds of things going on, so I do understand that. I'm empathetic to that plight, but it just took them too long, and then when they finally did show up, I was actually at work at the time, and my younger brother handed me the phone, and they basically said, there really isn't anything we can do. The problem that you initially set forth is fixed, but there were two other issues. We have a gunshot wound, there's a bullet hole that has been there since we came here. And one of the windows in my younger brother's room has a shattered, a window in his room that is allowing moisture in, that's creating mold. My younger brother does have asthma, and they didn't take care of that whatsoever. That's a part of the complaint, the initial complaint. They said it wasn't in there, and I know that's not true because there is an email stating that was a part of the complaint. I actually sent pictures of the broken window and the shattered window and the bullet hole in the windows, the spaces in between the doors, all of the holes in all of the closets, like big enough for an animal to be able to get through. Those types of things, and nothing was done about that. And I let it go simply because of the fact that at least that, I thought that, it just took them so long. What it is discouraging. Who would go to code enforcement for any kind of help if it takes them months to get back to you? And then when they do finally come, they come during the time when, one, it wasn't scheduled, no one told anyone about when they were coming, and when they come, they don't address the other issues that were here. The main issue I had was the sewage and the water. But those windows, it affects our utility situation. And that wasn't a problem with us before until we come here. This apartment is literally leaking utilities. And that is something that, even though I can afford to do something, I don't want to have to pay something I don't need to. I have a mother here that has MS, that has things that she needs, and it takes away from what I can do for her and my family. So that really is, my issue with code enforcement. It takes them entirely too long, and they don't address all the issues.
Okay. Mr. Carter, can we get the work orders or whatever the file is on this particular property so we can see how long it took code enforcement to respond to Ms. Andrews' complaint? And also, it seems to be that she's saying that she pointed out a bullet hole that had been there since she moved into the apartment, and staff advised her that there was nothing we could do, which I would think that'd be an issue that needed to be addressed. So can we just get that information from the city side?
Absolutely. We're doing an audit on that property and anything that we know about it, and we'll provide that information to the entire board. Okay.
Well, if we need to do a better job, we need to do a better job. And Commissioner Young, you want to say something?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Also in that light too, I know the folks over at Code Enforcement have been pulled in, a number of different directions, but I think we need to really kind of follow up with what we were doing in terms of the reorganization of Code Enforcement. I don't know if those things have been concluded with Mr. name just went right out of my mind. With the final report from Mr. Tutu, and during the retreat, but I really just feel like we need to try to get very quickly to some point where situations with the reorganization of code enforcement have been finalized, so we can move forward and feel, at least me, I want to feel better that they are in a position to handle these types of things effectively. I know we don't have a lead yet or head of the organization yet, but we really need to be trying to put more energy into that. That's it.
Okay, and the other thing, Mr. Davis, I know this isn't the city's concern, but it is disconcerting. I would think there's some federal statute, and I know there's a difference between threatening retaliation and actually retaliating, but I saw this notice that was posted on possibly Ms. Andrews' door and the other tenants. I would question whether or not a landlord could prohibit a tenant from making a public complaint, but clearly the threat of eviction in the event that a tenant complains about what's a perceived code violation, I would, could we just get, and I understand this is not, but so that the commission has a better understanding of what the tenant's rights are in this regard. Could we get something like that, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Andrews.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is a request for an easement from Verizon Wireless to install a transformer at 1312 Blaylock Street. Mr. Davis.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. This is, you remember in Senate Bill 66 in 2019, the legislature set up regulations for a new entity called Small Cell. There's a pole that has one of these small devices. In working with Lee Daniel out at engineering, they are going to put in, they being Verizon, going to put in one of these small cell poles with a device on top for a 5-foot easement so they can, in layman's terms, get to the area where they want to put the pole in. So that's what it boils down to.
Okay.
They'll pay a fee, not paying a fee for this easement, but they'll pay a fee as set by that Senate Bill 66 for placing the small cell device. So I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's not a large amount of money. But anyway, they have to pay that fee under state law. Thank you.
Commissioner Howard, any questions?
No question.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. I guess, Nathan, is there any time frame on this easement, or is it indefinite?
It'd be a perpetual easement. Thanks for asking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No question.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
No question.
My only question, why don't they pay some fee for the easement, Mr. Davis?
Well, if you want to charge for the 5-foot easement, that we could change it and ask them to pay a certain amount. It's just, this is how I got the information. I'm not trying to lay it off on engineering. This is how I got the information. And
Well, I mean, I just see it as a precedent. If the next company wants to say, well, you didn't charge a fee here, and I understand, as you said, those franchise fees aren't a whole lot of money, but we need to understand we could be making a policy here. If we have engineering find out what other cities are doing in this regard.
I'll get hold of Mr. Daniel and ask him to do that. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is Windstream is seeking to install fiber optic cable on right-of-way on North Washington and North Westover Boulevard, 1,295 feet. Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir, this one does carry a fee under state law of 94 cents a foot, and they will provide insurance protection. And during the first year, even though they haven't laid the fiber for a whole year, they'll have to pay a lump sum for the first year of what it would be. And we have these, a lot of them go down Westover Road and in that area. And so this one, as you see, goes over, I think, to the Civic Center. Thank you.
Any questions for the city attorney, Mr. Howard?
No question.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No question.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
Yeah, well, this, well, and this may, the city attorney may not know this, but if any staff know it, will this kind of offer or lead to Windstream offering services in Albany?
I think the city manager is familiar with that part of it. Thank you.
That is to provide service to another company called Mobilite. They're an agreement with Mobilite to provide services inside the arena for the Civic Center for events, and one of their customers is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, I think T-Mobile is the first company that has signed up with them, and Windstream is providing the connection between T-Mobile and the Civic Center. That portion of fiber is only for that connection. It's not to provide services around or even into the Civic Center for anything other than providing that service.
Oh, okay. Well, why are we providing internet connectivity? This is inside the Civic Center?
Yes.
How come the city is not providing its own services to its, basically its own venue?
We do provide services for all of the administrative and portions of the Civic Center. This connection is only to provide service for T-Mobile and the Mobilite contract that has already been established with the Civic Center. That's so that when there's an event going on and people are in there, they can use their cell service with T-Mobile and have access to a better cell coverage. That's all that provides.
Okay, cell phone service, not internet.
No, sir.
Okay, all right. That's it.
So, Mr. Carter, Windstream is going to provide the cable, but not the service?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Davis, it's 96 cents a foot. That's some state regulation?
Yes, sir, that's a state law.
Okay. So that's...
I think it's 94 cents. I believe it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I say also that's
Mr. Mayor.
That's inside the city limits. If you're outside the city limits, I think it's like 5 or 6 cents. But it's a drastic difference between those two.
Yeah, if you're in a rural area versus a municipal.
So it's significantly less in the rural areas?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Young?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, a follow-up question for the city manager. Are we offering, I guess, paid services, like you said, for events at the Civic Center, paid internet services, or is that still pretty much open to the public?
I'm not quite sure. Do we offer free Wi-Fi service inside the Civic Center? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, or paid.
Well, we provide service to the Civic Center. Spectrum is the one that actually controls whether or not they're going to offer it for free inside the Civic Center. I know that inside, if you're on the city network, you can go inside there and use our network for free because it's advertised in that building. But as far as public Wi-Fi, I'm not sure that that's available.
Okay, all right. But Spectrum control, you said the management company for the Civic Center controls that?
Yes, it's Spectrum.
Okay. And are they paying us for our services?
Yes, sir. We provide internet services, again, just like, you know, we provide to all the rest of the city buildings, and there is a fee that is collected as a result of providing that service.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next two items are alcohol license applications. The first is for Broken Heart Bakery, and Dr. Pratt wants to speak on the alcohol licenses. Do you want to speak now, Dr. Pratt, or afterwards? Okay. Good morning, Ms. Norman.
We have the Broken Heart Bakery LLC, doing business as the Broken Heart Bakery at 230 West Broad Avenue, has submitted an application for beer and wine consumption. The applicant is Brittany Ray at 905 6th Avenue in Albany, Georgia 31701. This type of business is a bakery/event. The planning department identified this location zone in C2 on the Collector Street and in Ward 3. The distance requirements: the nearest school is Albany State University at 504 College Drive, and the nearest church is First Presbyterian, 220 North Jackson Street. The establishment was previously licensed as the Harvest Moon in 2013. That was the last alcoholic establishment there. Since then, there was Our Daily Bread from 2014 to 2016, and Charlotte's Former Wear at 2019. The police department has no open investigations at this location. Police calls for service over the past 12 months. There were 8 false alarms with 2 miscellaneous calls. The applicant placed an article in the Albany Herald at least 10 days prior to this meeting as notification to the general public that the application would be considered for approval. The applicant and the location meets criteria for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Any questions? Ms. Howard?
No question at this time.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Mr. Fletcher?
No questions.
Mr. Warburton?
No questions.
Mr. Langstaff?
No questions.
Ms. Young?
Yes, sir. Real quick, is Mr. Gaskins on the line by any chance?
Yes, sir.
A question to Ms. Gaskins. Will this, I guess, aid in I guess, downtown development since this is downtown?
Good morning, Commissioner Young. Absolutely, it will aid in the development of the downtown. If you remember, prior to COVID, the City Commission actually approved for a downtown entertainment district ordinance, and this certainly complies with the ordinance that was actually presented and approved a few years ago.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Gaskins. Okay. The next item is a request for an alcohol license for West Avenue Brunch Bar and Grill, which is located at 2820 Meredith Drive. Ms. Norman.
Yes, sir. West Avenue Brunch Bar and Grill LLC is doing business as West Avenue Brunch Bar and Grill at 2820 Meredith Drive in Suites 2 and 3. They have submitted an application for liquor, beer, and wine consumption. The applicant is Charlie Hand Jr. at 1204 Lily Pond Road here in Albany. The type of business is a restaurant. The planning department identified this location as zoning C2C on a local street, on City Street, and in Ward 5. The distance requirement was from Deerfield, which is the closest school, at 2500 Nottingham Way. The closest church was Free Will Baptist at 420 North Washington Road. The establishment was previously licensed as Lemongrass from 2012 to 2015 and Cole Sports Bar from 2016 to 2020. The police department has no open investigation at this location. Police calls over the past 12 months, there was 1 false alarm, 7 building checks, and 10 miscellaneous. The applicant placed an article in an Albany Herald at least 10 days prior to this meeting. as notification to the general public that the application will be considered for approval. The applicant and the location meets criteria for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Any questions? Commissioner Howard?
No question.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Langstaff? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Commissioner Young?
Yes, Mr. Norman, you said this is the former Cove Bar and Grill?
Yes, sir.
Did the Cove close? Was it one of the businesses that went down during COVID?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is new owners, new people, or is this the same owner?
No, sir, this is new owners.
Okay, all right. That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Next two applications are seeking a transfer. The first is R&M Grocery at 707 West Highland Avenue. Mr. Norman?
Yes, sir. R&M Grocery at 707 West Highland Avenue has submitted an application for transfer of beer and wine package. The applicant is Sharisa Kumar Patel at 804 North Washington Street, Sylvester, Georgia. The local agent is Lenora Davis at 922 Lippert Drive at Apartment D. This type of business is a convenience store. The planning department identified this location as zone C3 on a local street and in Ward 3. There is no distance requirements. However, the nearest school is Monroe Comprehensive High School at 900 Lippert Drive, and the nearest church is New Vision Ministries at 716 West Highland Avenue. This establishment was previously licensed as R&M Grocery from 2010 all the way to 2021. The police department has no open investigations at this location. The police calls over the past 12 months was 1 internauto, 3 persons crimes, 1 property crime, 22 building checks, and 22 miscellaneous. The applicant placed an article in the Albany Herald at least 10 days prior to this meeting as notification to the general public that this application would be considered for approval. The applicant and the location meets the criteria for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Any questions? Commissioner Howard?
No question.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. Mr. Norman, do you know what the hours are for this grocery store?
No, sir, not off the top of my head.
Okay. I'm concerned because this is a high crime area. This is the, just a few, maybe less than a block down from where the murder happened a couple of weeks ago that the district attorney is calling a hate crime. But there's a lot of traffic between there and I don't know what the name of the motel that's down the street. That's over on the right on the same side. I'm just concerned that if there's traffic that's going, kind of up and down Highland, it's from this store or not, and whether or not that's creating a problem in that area. But it's always, kind of been a high crime area. So I just, when you report the crime statistics, you reported crimes in the general vicinity or just the ones that are reported from that location?
Well, this location is one of the locations that's actually open, so therefore it's considered as a landmark. So I would say most of the problems that's there does not stem exactly from the location itself by having an alcohol license, but from the general community.
Okay. Right. And Also, the other alcohol establishments that are in this area, I think there's a liquor store on the corner of Davis and I think that's Davis and Oglethorpe, and then there's a bar that kind of sits on Oglethorpe as well. That's, you know, basically a block away, right down from the Crystals. And I guess the point I'm getting at, you know, is, you know, the whole part of this alcohol density question. And we did create one of those maps for this as well. I'm trying to find it here. Page 28. Did we get I guess a mapping? I don't see wait a minute. I don't see the mapping for this one. Okay, I do see it. I do see it. Yeah, and this one is showing a little bit better where, you know, the number of alcohol licenses that we have in that area, and I'm looking at if the dots are showing the current alcohol licenses. We have one. Sorry about that. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 alcohol licenses within, I guess that's 1, 2, 3 blocks of each other, and that's also a high crime area. And the other reason I'm bringing this up is that I am, with the help of city staff, looking at, you know, some possible policy changes based on alcohol density and the research that shows where we have a number of alcohol outlets within a confined space. It does lead to more crime and more issues for the neighborhood. It increases youth violence. It also increases, you know, domestic violence within those areas, and that's definitely, you know, a problematic area within those blocks between, I think that's South Madison. I can't see the other one from this map, but South Madison down to those motels and things. So that's one thing I do want to look at in the future. But that's all I have for that. Thank you, Mr. Norman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The next application is also a transfer at Oasis Food Mart, S&P 2020 LLC, doing business as Oasis Food Mart, 1608 West Broad Avenue. Mr. Norman.
Yes, sir. S&P 2020 LLC, doing business as Oasis Food Mart at 1608 West Broad Avenue, has submitted an application for a transfer of beer and wine package. The applicant is MD Cesar Hassan at 3394 Buford Highway Northeast in Brookhaven, Georgia. The local agent is Monique Brown at 1409 West Highland Avenue here in Albany. This type of business is a convenience store. The planning department identified this location as a zone in C2 on a collector street and in Ward 3. There's no distance requirements. The nearest school is Magnolia Elementary School at 1700 Sanford Avenue, and the nearest church is New Destiny Church at 205 South Magnolia. The establishment was previously licensed as Sunrise Grocery since 2011 all the way to the current date. The police has no open investigations at this location. The police calls for service for over the past 12 months were 1 motor vehicle theft, 1 disorderly conduct, 33 building checks, and 20 miscellaneous. The applicant placed an article in the Albany Herald at least 10 days prior to this meeting as notification to the general public that the application will be considered for approval. the applicant and the location meet the criteria for approval.
Commissioner Howard?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. Based on the individuals that with these transfer new application is coming aboard, what would happen, or what is there any other type of mechanism that we can use that the person has to be a resident of the city of Albany, Georgia, or the county of Albany, Georgia, and when these licenses are issued, what would happen if, when this business open up, the person that was supervisor be in charge, if he or she leave the business, would the license be transferred to another person, what?
Yes, sir. What happens is we monitor the local agents on establishments like this. And once we determine that the local agent has left, we allow the person so many days in order to obtain another local agent at that location. And normally they usually obtain one within 15 to 20 days.
Okay, so your office does monitor these individuals that
Yes, sir.
if there's a transfer or they decide to leave the city or whatever, right?
Yes, sir. They have to maintain a local agent by law.
Oh, okay, then thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Question.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
No question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Norman.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Pratt, you wanted to speak? You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Commissioner Fletcher, can you hear me? She said she had trouble hearing me before.
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Perfect, thank you so much. So this morning, I'm just trying to follow up on kind of what Commissioner Young mentioned and asking you all to be a little proactive and innovative when thinking about alcohol license. About 1.5 years ago, I wrote this commission a letter talking about some of the innovative ideas that we've seen around the nation to deal with the infection or the harm that alcohol institutions do to communities, given that they do have shown to increase violent crime rates, particularly against children, particularly in the home, and all of these kind of things. So I'm asking you to be proactive, though you've dragged your feet for about 1 year now. Hopefully, with these ideas, along with some thoughtful motivation, we can get some changes done. The first thing is community partnership agreements. We've seen agreements with institutions and the community that invest back in the community. That's one thing that we can do to demonstrate how we can build strong communities, even with people that like to drink wine and alcohol. Two, Commissioner Young has already mentioned this, but density standards, not just of the alcohol institutions themselves, but in relation to population density, in addition to the diversity of those communities. You have to consider all of those levels in order to see how those alcohol institutions may impact these communities. Also, there are other recommendations, including training for bar staff. So training, city-funded training, or even funding that comes from when people apply for these alcohol licenses, to train bar staff and people that are at the door for de-escalation, de-escalating conflicts, and having that being a part of the mandates for alcohol licenses. And then, those three things. Oh, and finally, conflict management. So training staff and bar staff in conflict management to help reduce the violence, because it's not just people drinking alcohol that just produce violence just in some random situation. It often is born of how alcohol, of course, it impacts the body, it impacts the mind, and leads to people being more violent because of conflicts. So investing in those mechanisms can allow for the mediation effect of diminishing the negative impacts of these alcohol locations. But you all have to do something about it. You can't continue to kick the can down the road on these issues as you've done, particularly when it comes to these licenses. For several years now, people have brought to your attention the issue of these liquor licenses, particularly in communities that have higher rates of violence. So I'm asking you today, consider these options: community partnership agreements, density standards, both population and the number of places, training for staff, conflict management, and other additional rules that actually come from the research. A lot of the times we see you all make decisions that aren't research-based. Again, I talk about the saggy pants ordinance all the time. But I'll ask that you all use the research to make logical decisions when it comes to protecting our city. If you're concerned about property values, as we saw you all defend property values when we had a rehab center that would help people in the community come into our community, be concerned with property values here, with this, when it hurts the poorest of us. So I'm asking you to consider these things as it concerns alcohol license, put a moratorium up until you can do this, so you can center and put on the forefront the work and the need in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pratt. Any questions, Mr. Howard?
Thanks for your observation, thanks for your research, and thanks for coming to the commission as always and sharing your ideas and visionary for what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I hope it's applied.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Thank you, Dr. Pratt. I do know that you are passionate about this and you have reasons behind your request, and we'll talk later, but thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you for reading and listening. Hopefully we can move after this year.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Warbington.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. Appreciate your continued input on these items. Thank you.
Commissioner Langstaff.
No questions.
Commissioner Young.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Pratt, for those comments. And to many of the points you made, I was able to sit down with city staff, including Attorney Davis, city manager, and we'll be getting with Marshall Norman to ways we can, as well as Mr. Forgy on the Planning Commission. As you stated, those innovative ways basically have to come down to city planning and policies. There are things like what they call overlays. While we have a general alcohol policy, there are certain things that we can place in policy for a specific area. As we have downtown, you have downtown a specific area that where you're able to walk out of the bars with your drink or purchase drinks to go out of a bar. And we can use those same type of mechanisms to limit these alcohol establishments within a confined space, because we as you know, we have all types of research that shows that alcohol outlet density leads to crime and leads to deterioration of the neighborhood. So there are actually, I'm trying to locate my notes, but there are actually like 3 things that we can do. That's overlays. Also, we can look at, the proximity. If you notice many times when Marshall Norman comes with a consideration for an alcohol license, I'm asking about their proximity to residential structures, and that's something that's not specifically in our policy and in our code, and I think that does provide us some leverage in terms of limiting things, as you said, like the deterioration of a property value when placing the alcohol licenses near people's property. So we'll be talking more. Hopefully this, if Mr. Warbington would place this on the agenda for our public safety committee, because I would definitely like to explore that. So thank you so much for your comments and your research.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I just want to say, this is not to frame alcohol outlets as necessarily criminal, but to understand the relationship with community. That's what it's about, building community, thinking critically about how we can make strong communities while not criminalizing individuals or institutions, but bridging the gap. So hopefully we can do the work, and I'm glad to see that some progress is being made, and we can make that change happen.
Thank you, Dr. Pratt. We now have a presentation from Barry Dunn, which, good morning, Mr. Wenzel.
Morning, Mr. Mayor.
Will you be going through the slideshow? Or is, Chief? Okay, go ahead.
Morning, Mayor, Commissioners. This is the abbreviated version of the assessment, and I'll turn it over to Mitch Wanzetto with Barry and Dunn, and we'll be able to answer your questions. So you can go ahead and start, Mitch.
Very good. Thanks, Chief, and good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm going to, for the sake of bandwidth, I'm going to go off video here, and I'll have the Chief advance through the slides for me as we continue. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So, as the Chief mentioned and as the Mayor indicated, this is the report on the operations assessment that Barry Dunn conducted of the police department. And obviously, I spoke with many of you individually, and everyone knows that this spanned several months and took some time to pull together. Again, my name is Mitch Weinfeld. I'm a senior consultant with Barry Dunn, and my background is in municipal policing. I spent 27 years doing that, 17 years as a police chief in 3 different agencies. And for about the past 6 years, I've been conducting these types of studies in agencies across the country. I want to just say that this is, I'm going to try to go through this relatively quickly. Hopefully, folks have had an opportunity to look at the report and to look at the slide deck. I'm certainly open to any questions. It's a little bit challenging in the middle of the proposal or the presentation, but certainly if someone has a question and can jump in, I'm happy to take them along the way. Before I really get any further, I want to just mention that our experience with the police department was tremendous. We had great cooperation from the chief and all of his staff. And as I mentioned in the report, when we do these studies, really the objective is to identify things that could be improved upon. And that what that tends to do is to create a fairly lengthy list of items that the department could do differently. And for those that look at the report or look at the results and you see that there's 50 recommendations or 50 odd recommendations, it would be easy to conclude that, gee, our department's got all these problems. And really that's not the case. In fact, there are many things that we noted about the police department that were really tremendous and great examples of best practices within the industry. So I just want to set that stage in advance as we go forward, and also commend the chief and his vision and desire to be proactive in continually improving the police agency, in any way he can. This is conducting a study of this nature is a courageous endeavor. You're inviting outsiders to come in and look under the hood and look at the smallest details of your organization, and frankly, to be critical at some level. So again, commend him for that. So from an agenda perspective, we're going to talk a little bit about the methodology for patrol. We'll talk about some of the details of assessing staffing there. We'll do the same thing for investigations. And then there's a couple of other pieces we'll cover. And then ultimately, I'm going to dig into some key recommendations, and then certainly we'll do questions. I want to say, of course, this is a very abridged version. My apologies to any of you who took the time to read the 300 some odd page document. There is an executive summary also, but really much of the detail and research and background to support the recommendations is contained in the full document. So if you do have detailed questions about those things, it would probably behoove you to reference back to the document. But again, as we go forward, if there's questions along the way, I'll certainly take those. Chief, can you go to the next slide?
Mr. Weisel.
Yes.
Excuse me. What I would propose to do, if a commissioner has a question, could they address the chair? Is that agreeable with everyone? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir, that's agreeable.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes, sir, that's fine.
Commissioner Warmington,
Yes.
Commissioner Langstaff. Commissioner Langstaff. Commissioner Young.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what was the question?
Well, I would ask that anyone that has a question during the presentation to address the chair.
Oh, yeah, the round robin, yeah, that's fine. Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wise?
And, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and pardon me for perhaps interfering with your process there. Certainly, whichever mechanism you want to use in terms of asking a question is fine with us.
It's just kind of difficult managing the meeting. We have the presenter is virtual and half the commissioners are attending remotely, so. But go ahead. Yes, sir.
I completely understand, and so again, I'm going to go rather quickly through these things, and certainly, I'll take questions at the end as well, but in the interest of time, I just want to really kind of gloss over a bunch of the pieces. One of the first things that we did in assessing your patrol staffing levels is to gather significant data. The chief can attest to this. It's a lot of information. It takes quite some time to gather. We also did a hard analysis of your computer-aided dispatch and records management system data. There were numerous worksheets and various other information that we requested from the department in order to assess patrol staffing. We spent a considerable amount of time analyzing that data, and really, frankly, the duration of these projects is oftentimes associated more with the analysis than it is with the collecting the initial data. I did want to mention our workload model, which is outlined within the document, and this really is the gold standard across the industry. This model suggests 30% of time of officers, patrol officers, should be spent actually addressing calls. That means from the time that dispatch called them to the time they go to the call, talk to all the people there, and finish the call. That's all that first 30%. The next 30% involves all the administrative tasks that they do. That includes following up, writing reports, placing evidence into the evidence lockers, etc. Anything administrative, organizationally within the department. And that includes even, internal training and any variety of things. The last 30% relates to an allocated time to conduct officer-initiated activity, including community policing and community activities. You'll note there's 10% left. That really is a buffer that can be shifted and applied to any of the first three areas, but really it's intended to be unencumbered time that's available for officers to conduct officer-initiated activity and community activity. So in a certain sense, this would really be kind of a 30-30-40 model. I will say, and I'll probably address this along the way, but the first 30%, the encumbered time, the call for service time, is relatively easy to calculate. The second 30% is much more difficult because a lot of that time isn't recorded anywhere. But we do know anecdotally and based on the research that we've done that those two numbers tend to mirror each other. So if the first number is 35%, typically the second number is 35%. And as you can imagine, that begins to diminish the available time for officers to do things proactively. I will tell you that the condition in Albany, particularly due to staffing shortages, is relatively dire compared to other places we've looked at. In other words, there is a substantial amount of time that officers are engaging in that first category, which works against various officer-initiated activities and community policing pieces. So we'll dig into that a little bit later, but I just want to kind of lay out that model in advance. Chief, next slide, please. One of the things that we do is evaluate officers' time. We normally think of an annual work year as being 2,080 hours. In Albany, based on the way the patrol schedule is constructed, it's actually about 2,184 hours. But none of us really has that amount of time to dedicate toward specific activities, and in this case, patrol activities. And what you see in this table are all the various hours that are removed from that total because of other responsibilities. So vacation, sick time, administrative leave, FMLA training, et cetera. And what you see at the bottom of this table is that the actual amount of hours an Albany patrol officer has at their disposal after removing the things in this table is 1,791 hours. That's in the light blue, and you'll see to the right of that, there are some comparative hours from other studies that we've conducted, and that light green total is 1,686 hours. Interestingly, everything in that far right column associated with the light green number is related to police agencies that have a 2,080-hour schedule. And I'll talk about this a little bit later, but if we were to simply adjust the Albany available hours from 2,184 down to 2,080, you would see that their numbers are almost identical to a number of prior studies that we've conducted. Next slide, Chief. So this, and by the way, I forgot to mention this, but for those of you that are kind of purists as it comes to PowerPoint, I'm violating every PowerPoint rule in terms of numbers and amount of data on a slide, just to get things in here. But I wanted to call your attention to this slide. What this represents is all of the data that we collected from your computer-aided dispatcher or CAD records. That initial data set had 160,000 lines of activity, about 90,000 incidents, with roughly 76,000 hours of effort. There's a couple of very important pieces to this puzzle. When we talk about obligated workload, or that first 30% I mentioned, we're talking about calls for service that come from the community, or in some instances, things that officers find on their own, like, for example, coming across a motor vehicle crash or coming across a crime in progress. The theory is that if they had not identified those things independently, they likely would have been called to them by someone else. What you see in this chart at the top in the light blue is that for the APD, approximately 46,000 hours were dedicated to community-initiated calls for service. The next number in the light green is the officer-initiated activity. And while that's an important metric, we don't look at that number in terms of how it relates to staffing. And I'll show you some graphics on this later, but particularly we're interested in the 46,000 at the top. The other condition that we have within the police department is something we call supplanting. And this occurs in a lot of police agencies, but certainly normally police departments have patrol officers assigned to answer calls. When they get overly busy, some other people will sometimes answer calls. That might be a detective, or it might be a sergeant, or it might be someone from another specialty assignment. Usually that amount of supplemental assistance or supplanting is fairly nominal. It's a fairly small percentage. In Albany, because of staffing shortages in patrol, there is a substantial amount of supplanting. And because of that, some of the workload is embedded or buried within other categories like community safety officers and the sergeant patrol and so forth. So as you look at this table, the first section lists patrol, the next section lists supplemental patrol, and many of those 5,800 hours really would have been dedicated call for service time for patrol officers had they had the capacity to manage them. And as we'll talk about a little bit later, they're simply overwhelmed by capacity at this point, and that's one of the reasons that there's a high level of supplanting. Next slide, Chief. This is an indication of the amount of activity that's originated through the community and the amount that's originated through the officers. And I will show you, this varies from organization to organization, but we typically see a greater balance. In this case, about 76% of the volume of patrol staff is being generated by community calls for service. Obviously, that leaves only about 24% of the volume that's officer initiated. And again, normally we see a greater balance here. Usually there is a higher level of community initiated versus officer initiated, but in this case, the numbers are fairly disparate. Next slide, please, Chief. This is just an example for you to kind of look at What you see in this chart, the light green bar is an example of a more typical distribution of officer-initiated activity, and this is as a percentage of overall volume that they do on a daily basis. And you can see that the green bar tends to increase really from about 8 p.m. through around 2 or 3 a.m., and it kind of balances out in the middle of the day. This is a very typical distribution in most police agencies, and the reason that occurs is more often than not, organizations have less call for service volume at night, and so they tend to do more proactive activity. For Albany, you can see that the blue bars are almost consistent across the calendar, again, or across the hours of the day. Again, these are really relatively low comparatively with other projects that we've conducted. And I think it's important to point out here that there's no indication that there's a lack of interest in conducting officer activities, officer-initiated activities. Frankly, the reason that these numbers, based on our observations and our outcomes, is that because the call volumes are so high, the officers struggle to find time to engage in officer-initiated activities. And one of the critical points of this is, due to that limitation, that also limits their ability to engage the community in non-enforcement activities, community policing, community contacts, and so forth. And that's really an important piece of the puzzle. Next slide. This is just a brief kind of overview of the top activities, that community-initiated activities that the police department, that patrol engages in. You'll see that 5 of the top 10 are technically criminal activities, which represent about 40% of the overall volume, the criminal activities. The top 10 total represent about 56% of all the volume. So that's a pretty substantial piece. The top 10 that you see there really comprise the lion's share of activity. When you add motor vehicle crashes to that, the number goes up, even higher. But this is, again, a brief representation of the type of activity the police department's engaging in on a consistent basis. Next slide, Chief. This is just one of the things we look at is what's your call for service volume across the month, or across the day, or across the hours. And the reason we look at that is to assess whether we need to make adjustments based on whether the work schedule or distribution of personnel needs to be adjusted based on call volumes across the month. In this case, you can see that there are some slight variations. The red bar represents service calls, and the green bar, or light green bar, represents criminal incidents. You can see that all 4 of these bars do have some nominal spikes and dips, but the variations aren't substantial enough to say we should have more patrol staff working in June, for example, versus January. Next slide, Chief. Similarly, we looked at day of the week. You can see that the highest volume in this category, this is annual volume again, is on Fridays, with the lowest volume on Sundays. Again, we calculated these. The variance between Friday and Sunday comes out to about 5 calls per day, and that would not be substantial enough for us to say that we ought to increase staffing on Fridays and decrease staffing on Sundays. That's really the crux of this slide. Next slide, Chief. This one is important, and I will tell you that what you see in this, the light green bar represents the officer-initiated activity, and the blue bar represents the community-initiated activity. I've probably done about 25 of these studies across the country, and the call volume in Albany is the first time I've seen this phenomena, and that is that your peak call volume starts at about 8 in the morning, and it really doesn't decrease until about 10 p.m. Most organizations, in fact, every organization I've looked at, the peak volume doesn't start to occur until around 2 or 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and it starts to taper off around 8 or 9 o'clock. What you see here is a sustained high volume from 10 a.m. really to 9 p.m., and that is unusual. Although the police department does have some variations in their work schedule to try to adjust to that, But they're simply not able to manage the volume across the hours in the way that it's being distributed. I'll show you a graphic shortly on that. But essentially, the work schedule could be constructed better to adjust to overall call for service volume. I will add the caveat to that to say that in order to do that, the department needs to have appropriate staffing numbers, and again, that's a different discussion I'll cover in a bit, but that has been an ongoing challenge. Next slide, Chief. Again, there are a ton of numbers here, and I'll try to briefly explain this. This slide is color-coded in 12-hour shifts. The police department uses a 12.5-hour shift with a half-hour break. We've broken it into 12-hour blocks. So the pink version shows that the day shift manages about 56% of the volume, and the night shift manages about 44% of the volume. That really, it seems to be a pretty common and typical distribution, except that when we look at that, if you look at the far right side of the slide where it says largest volume, from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., there is 63.34% of your volume. So from a staffing perspective, it's important for the police department to adjust their work schedule so that there are an appropriate number of staff to manage that sustained peak during that 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. window. It's also important to understand that even though if we look at the volume overnight, again on the far right side of the slide, we have a graphic number that shows the volume from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Only about 20% of the volume occurs during that window. And by the way, that's very common across police agencies. It wouldn't be prudent or practical for us to schedule only 20% of our staff at that time. First of all, we need to make sure that we have all of the wards covered and the patrol districts covered, but also, of course, at night, that's when we have a lot of the more dangerous calls for service occurring. So the bottom line is there are a lot of details to how a patrol schedule is constructed, and we've made some recommendations to make some adjustments to that. But again, it does start really with appropriate staffing on the front end. Next slide, Chief. This is another very important graphic, and it shows the leave that's taken by patrol. The light green bar is sick leave, which is fairly flat. But if we look at the blue bar, you can see that there is a huge peak in leave that's taken in May, and then really starting from November through January, and a huge dip down in February. The reason this is important is that most police departments construct their schedule with the hours flat across the calendar year without recognizing or realizing that there's going to be these kind of peaks and valleys. And what that ends up doing is forcing either a shortage in personnel or a high volume use of overtime to manage minimum staffing levels. So there are ways to overcome that, and we do outline some of those within the report, but they relate to engaging different scheduling models. Next slide, Chief. Again, this slide has a lot of data on it, and I'm not going to try to cover all of it, but let me just say that we start out at the top with the patrol hours that are recorded in CAD, and then we remove some not call for service data, information that clearly doesn't relate to calls, but that was embedded within that data. And then we added officer-observed criminal incidents and officer-observed motor vehicle crashes. In these various models, what you see in Model 2, what we've done is we've added the supplanting data, and we've calculated the total staffing demand based on a 2,184-hour schedule. And based on those numbers, the staffing in patrol should be approximately 110 officers in order to manage the workload volume. What you see, if you look toward the bottom in bold, there's a number that says 33.08%. That's the obligated workload. And if you recall that first 30% number I mentioned, right now, based on a staffing of 100 officers, your volume, your workload volume for call for service from the community is 33.08%. If you slide over 2 columns to the right, you see the volume based on your actual staffing in patrol. At the time of this study, you had approximately 52 officers working in patrol. That creates a 63.62% encumbered time element. And obviously, with that number, if they spent an equal amount of time conducting administrative functions, they're beyond their capacity on a daily basis. It's very evident that there's a substantial staff shortage and that really needs to be remedied in a variety of ways. And we've offered some different solutions to that. The 110 is really an optimal level at this point, but there's other considerations that drive that number even higher when we start thinking about the amount of time officers have available to handle calls and backup needs and so forth. So really on this slide, really the key metric is understanding that right now our assessment is we need at least 110 officers in patrol, and recognizing that currently the obligated workload percentage for patrol is about 63%, which is extremely high. Next slide, Chief. This slide just shows the distribution of call volume between the districts. The blue bars really are the call service volume from the community. These are very similar, but you can see that, for example, the central and west districts have about 7,000 to 8,000 more calls for service than the east district, but they're effectively staffed similarly, really frankly due to limitations on staffing. Again, this would be a consideration in developing an adjusted patrol schedule when staffing levels can be adjusted to the appropriate number. Next slide, Chief. This slide outlines what we call a shift relief factor, and obviously because police departments operate on a 24-hour cycle, we need to think about how many people are needed in order to staff the police department. And we do that by calculating how long does it take, or how many people does it take to staff one shift per day, 365 days a year. Based on available hours for the officers, it takes about 2.6 patrol staff to handle one shift. So if we have one shift that's in the morning, a 12-hour shift, it's going to take us 2.6 officers to cover that shift consistently across the calendar. As we look at the number of daily shifts that are expected or required, we can see that right now, based on the police department's self-stated minimum shifts, which is 47, there should be 122 officers to staff that. Based on our calculations, the number of daily shifts required is 52, which would require 135 officers. And the blue bar shows what they currently have, which is the daily number of shifts of 23, which is about 60 officers that are managing that. I want to take a brief second and go back to the orange bar, and you might be scratching your head saying, gee, I thought you said we needed 110, why do we need 135 in this slide? Reality is, based on your numbers and based on all of the analysis, you likely currently need 135. However, based on adjustments that we're suggesting in switching some sworn roles to non-sworn roles and adding additional non-sworn personnel, our belief is that number, that 135 number, is going to decrease substantially. As you increase and achieve a staffing level of 110 and you add non-sworn staff, you would probably want to reevaluate total volumes and workload distributions to recalculate these numbers and see where you are. It's our assessment that based on the adjustments that we're recommending, the number is probably closer to 110. If you could immediately staff all those positions, the volume would probably be satisfied at that number. Next slide. And this is just another calculation that shows the current patrol staffing and the amount of minutes it takes officers to manage each call for service. And again, based on the light green bar, what your available time is right now, there should be 41 shifts per day. But again, based on our numbers and adding supplanting numbers, we come out to 52. And again, these relate back to the prior slide where we showed the total number. The 52 correlates to 135 officers needed to manage the overall volume. So that wraps up the patrol piece. I'll come back to recommendations on on the specific recommendations for patrol. And I can certainly answer questions now, or I can wait till the end. Mr. Mayor, what's your preference?
Whatever the commission would,
Let him go through the whole.
okay. Mayor Pro Tem, is that agreeable?
Yes, sir, I'm good for waiting until the end of the presentation.
Commissioner Fletcher?
I'm good with it.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Young?
That's fine.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Weiser, if, we'll try to make notes and ask our questions at the conclusion of your presentation.
Very well. Next slide, Chief. So similar to patrol, we conducted analysis of your investigations area. We looked at your caseloads. We looked at personnel data, again, leave data like we did with patrol. We conducted various interviews, did observations, and also used the survey. It's important to note that although there really is a pretty consistent workload-based model for patrol, for analyzing patrol, investigations is a little more nebulous and more difficult to pin down. We have done I had a lot of experience in this area and have done a substantial analysis for your organization, but it is a little bit harder to calculate just because there are not finite standards throughout the industry on investigations, caseloads, and so forth. Next slide, Chief. So similar to patrol, we calculated the amount of time that investigators do not engage or don't have time available. And what you'll see here is that their available time is calculated at 1,948 hours. And that number is substantially higher than the 1,677-hour average that we have had in other studies. Based on our inquiry and talking to the police department about this, we identified this anomaly as coming from the fact that investigators are able to cash out a large portion of their holiday hours and their vacation hours. So where those are oftentimes calculated as time off for staff, in your case, for your organization, most of that time is, not most, a large portion of that time is paid out in cash. So even if you look at this slide, the average annual hours in other studies we've had is 165 for vacation, and for Albany it's 60. And holiday time is 56 for others, and for you guys it's about 20. So that's really where we, as far as we can tell, where the major adjustment is. Also, your training hours are only reflected as 42. In all likelihood, if those hours were recorded and calculated more carefully, they're probably higher than that, and the average in other studies is actually 90. But this number, like the patrol number, is important because we do know that 1948 removes about 132 hours of available time for investigators to conduct investigations work. Next slide, Chief. This slide has a lot of numbers on it as well. It's important to understand how cases are referred to investigations. All felony cases circulate through the Investigations Bureau. So what you see in the light blue bar are the total number of cases that came through investigation or were referred for review to investigation. The light green bar represents the number of cases that were actually assigned for investigative work. They were based on the data we were provided. All of those cases were active for at least 1 day within your computer system, indicating that some follow-up of some nature was conducted. These are the numbers, the light green numbers are the ones that we use to conduct calculations based on caseloads and workloads for investigators as we went forward. Next slide, Chief. So carrying these numbers forward, you can see that based on the green bars, you have, and I should mention that your Investigations Bureau is really broken into two major sections, property crimes and persons crimes. You can see that those are broken out here. Currently, there's 8 investigators assigned to property crimes and 11 assigned to persons crimes. And if you look at if we just do some simple math, and we look at the number of cases per investigator per month for property crimes is 18 and persons crimes is 6. I would mention to you that the range for this type of number of cases per month is typically about between 3.3 and 9.6. It's a pretty wide range again. As I said, there's not a great standard on this. Other piece of this that's important is the investigations division is currently operating about 25% short on personnel. So these numbers reflect the number of cases that each investigator would manage on average if investigations was fully staffed with 19 staff assigned, which they're not. Next slide, Chief. As with patrol, there are other administrative things that investigators do that detract from their time to conduct actual investigations work. This information that you see here includes not only prior study work that I've conducted, but also a national survey of about 1,000 investigators across the U.S., really the first survey of its type that I conducted, and it includes averages of how investigators spend their time on a daily basis. The 4 areas that are highlighted in blue, we assess as being non-investigative time, although there is likely some investigative effort occurring in each of those 4 categories. Most of the time that's allocated there is what we would consider non-productive or non-investigative time. When we take that amount of time for the investigations division in Albany, it represents about 28.5% of their time, or roughly 593 hours. So again, that 593 hours is another chunk of time that they do not spend consistently or on average conducting investigative cases. Next slide. So what you see in this slide is on the top we have the 1,948 hours, which again had the removed 132 hours of leave time. And now what we've done in table 6.8 is we've removed the additional 593 hours that related to non-productive or non-investigative effort. And what that shows then, as we break this down further, is an average hours available per month of 112.92. And when we start to break that down in terms of average hours available per case, you can see that there is roughly 6 hours for property crimes and roughly 20 hours for person crimes. Next slide, Chief. This slide shows an illustration of a comparison of the amount of hours that Albany investigators have available to them per case as compared to other study work that we've conducted. As you can see, these numbers are fairly disparate. Property crimes are, about a third of the other studies, and person crimes are more like about 20% of the other studies. What this effectively means to you is that the number of hours allocated per case for Albany investigators is comparatively low, and as it relates to the other study work that we've done. Next slide, Chief. So as we look at these numbers and we look at your investigations division, we calculated again, we looked at the number of investigators that you should have or that you should allocate and staff in order to manage these numbers. And our suggestion is to add 4 investigators to property crimes and 1 to persons crimes. And what that ultimately will do is adjust the average hours up to approximately 10 for property crimes and a little over 20 for person crimes. Again, it's still comparatively low, but it will definitely have a positive effect on the available time to conduct investigations. And I would suggest, as we have in the report, you probably would need to reevaluate investigation caseloads as you go forward and as staffing is brought up to appropriate levels. Next slide, Chief. Just a couple of recommendations for investigations. You have a case management dashboard within your record system that is used to manage caseloads, but we found that some investigators weren't using it for a variety of reasons. They weren't using it all the time, and that works against the ability of your supervisors to monitor investigative efforts and days open on cases and case volumes that are being carried. So certainly we recommend that all investigators use that consistently. There also is an important distinction that you need to make between case review and case activation. it's not clear to us how much effort occurred in some of the cases that were active. So when we looked at the numbers in terms of the amount of hours available per case, it's very possible that a substantial number of those cases only involved a half an hour of activity and the case was closed. It would be important for the police department to more clearly distinguish cases that are simply reviewed and closed versus those that are actually activated for active investigation, and then to track the amount of effort that's occurring on those cases to get a clearer picture of what the needed workload allocations should be going forward. We talked about revising, in the report, we talked about revising the initial case review process. Currently, as we said, all felony cases are being referred to investigations for review, and that doesn't necessarily need to occur. There could be some review conducted by even non-sworn staff and some initial contacts and outreach to crime victims that would free up investigator time and may in fact result in less need for them to evaluate or even review cases that come in for referral. Obviously, there's a need to prioritize staffing in investigations and to add staff in investigations. Again, as right now they're about 25%, operating about 25% short. Next, Chief. So that concludes the investigations update. I want to just go through a few highlights. First of all, we found this department to be very ethical and very committed to community service. At a time in our country and in our industry where there is substantial distrust of the police, we found the contrary to be true in Albany, and that's a credit to the chief and to your overall workforce. It's rather remarkable given the staffing challenges and the difficulty for patrol staff in engaging in direct community outreach, but nonetheless, strong community trust and really a fantastic situation. The department is really taken a proactive approach to striving to achieve best practices, and we noted many best practices in the report and have made many positive observations of the department. And of course, during the course of this project, we were in constant communication with Chief Bursley, and many of the recommendations that ultimately funneled into the report were addressed completely or in part during the course of the study. One other terrific observation is that your workforce is representative of the community based on the race and makeup of your community and the police agency. Frankly, it's the highest percentage that we've seen anywhere, and even in extensive research of other agencies around the country, your department stands out as a positive example of being very representative of the community. One of the substantial issues that needs to be addressed is staffing and attrition challenges, and I know that this was a discussion point early in the process, and we did find that this was an important piece. So let me go to the next slide and just talk a little bit about that. We tend to think about turnover as being a soft cost, but there is a substantial investment upfront in bringing people on board. What you have in this table is a representation of the number of staff that were hired over the past 5 years and the number that have left the agency. We used a baseline cost of $50,000 to hire an initial officer, and frankly, that's probably far lower than what it really is, but just as a benchmark, we use that number. And what we calculate is that the loss of staff for the police department has cost the city roughly $5 million over the past 5 years. And so when we think about how we correct attrition issues and we think about the cost of correcting those attrition issues, it's important for us to keep in perspective that there is a substantial cost to attrition. So the costs that we engage to prevent it are often substantially lower than what the actual costs are. Now, I want to add a caveat. You're not going to eliminate attrition, but even if you were to reduce your attrition to half of what it currently is, which likely would still be slightly higher than it should be, but even a 50% reduction would result in a substantial cost savings to the community. We provided some suggestions on possible ways that we can create incentives for retaining personnel. I've talked about those in the report, and recognize that some may take the posture that, well, gee, we don't do that for other staff, or we don't do this for, that's not consistent with X or Y. And we recognize that. I will say that each of these things that we've suggested are things that have been done in other organizations and in other communities. So they're not necessarily new, but they may be new to you from a consideration standpoint. Next slide, Chief. This outlines the staffing adjustments that we've suggested. Again, adding 5 investigators based on changing some of your staffing within patrol and their allocation. There would actually be a net 4 add to patrol. Their neighborhood resource officers, we're recommending converting those to non-sworn, and then adding 6 community safety officers. And you can see what the net additional hires equal for you, including sworn and non-sworn staffing. And so go to the next slide, Chief. And I'm just going to highlight a handful of key recommendations. Again, number 1, reduce attrition, develop a recruiting plan. The police department has hired a lot of people, but it's important to hire the right people for the police department that are going to stay, and again, to try to reduce attrition through perhaps some additional incentives. Adding staff to patrol investigations is of paramount importance at this point based on all the volumes that we've shown. We talked about reallocating staff and civilianizing certain roles. Most often those result in cost savings. As I mentioned, by expanding certain non-sworn roles, you should be able to reduce the overall workload for patrol. And again, that's that 135 patrol staff versus 110 patrol staff number. And there's good reason to believe that expanding your community safety officer program would have a positive effect on reducing workload, as would increasing the use of phone reporting and even online reporting. One of the things the department does not consistently do now is document all non-consensual law enforcement contacts. That is a best practice and something that should be occurring. We also have talked about the community co-production policing model. I'll talk about that in just a minute. But lastly, and I know this was an issue that we talked about at the front end of this project, and that is evaluating the Albany Authority Drug Unit and gang units for revision. There's detailed information within the report, but there's substantial information that suggests that revising these is in the best interest of the police department. There is currently a disparate portion of your personnel that are allocated to these 2 units collectively, and really the number is, higher than it needs to be. What the model looks like at the end is certainly open to a lot of variations, but your current allocation of personnel is really good. Next slide, Chief. Lastly, this is in the report. I'm not going to dwell on it. I know that the Chief and I spoke about this initially. One of the things that we believe is part and parcel to building, maintaining, and sustaining trust within communities is community collaboration. And the police department does have some mechanisms for outreach right now. There is a civilian review board and a training review board, and those are good first steps. The community co-production policing model, the real differentiator is a collaborative model that involves a greater level of influence by the community on the policing practices that affect it. There's a whole process to go through if the agency chooses to engage directly in a CCPP process. But the kind of the nuts and bolts are outlined here. There are a number of paths or different collaborative areas that you construct, and then it really involves consideration for how you set up the structure of those and what their involvements are and reporting responsibilities and so forth. So with that, On the next slide, we're at the question stage, and I'm happy to come back on camera and answer any questions that you have. We can certainly stop sharing if you like, and I'll answer any questions at this point.
Can we get Mr. Wazell on the screen? Commissioner Howard?
Good morning again. Let me ask you a question. When you, on page 15, when you talk about shift release factor calculation, and you mentioned like 135 officers, and you said like, did you mean that we are short that many, or not short that many, but that's what you would recommend?
No, what we're recommending, so let me clarify that. The 130, based on the shift relief factor, based on how long it currently takes staff to manage calls, if we calculate all that information, what it suggests is that you need 135 officers assigned to patrol, just to patrol, in order to manage the current workload volume. However, as we've said, we're suggesting other mechanisms to reduce workload for patrol, and including use of non-sworn staff. And so our recommendation is that you engage efforts to get staffing in patrol up to 110. You currently allocate 100. We think that number should be at least 110. I would also say that even if Chief Persley pulled out a miracle, it would take probably 2 to 3 years for you to achieve staffing of 110 in patrol and to fill other roles within the organization. And that's why at some point, it's not even important to think about a number greater than 110, because in 3 years, there should be an additional evaluation to see what the volume is, to help understand whether that number needs to be greater than 110 or not.
And a follow-up question, in your assessment, you mentioned that some of these consideration by incentive, like utility subsidized home purchase assistance, property tax reduction, education incentive, and longevity. What are we missing that, as all cities and counties are having a shortage of officers, that to think outside the box, what can we do to try to the retention of these officers?
Well, there's a lot of pieces to that question. Let me say that our assessment has been in other places where we've been. Your attrition level is substantially higher than other places. And there could be a variety of reasons for that, and we pointed some of those out within the report. In terms of there being a shortage of officers, this has been kind of in the media and thrown out as an issue across the country. Frankly, we don't necessarily agree with that assessment. I can tell you that we did a project with Little Rock Police Department a few years ago. They were facing huge issues with staffing, and based on our recommendations to them and changing their recruiting model, they were able, within a couple of years, to get their staffing up to where it needed to be. Part of the challenge is that most police departments across the country are using the same model for recruiting that they've been using for the past 20 or 30 years, and they need to adjust their practices to get the right people through the door. So what I would tell you is it's hard to identify specifically, but based on everything we've seen so far, part of the issue is pay, part of it is incentives for officers, part of it is other jobs that are of equal pay that folks can migrate to relatively easily, and certainly the environment, the law enforcement environment, presents a bit of a challenge as well. But again, it's our belief and our assessment that those things can be overcome through an intentional process that you guys put together.
And just the last question, you mentioned about evaluation of the Albany Drug Unit and the Gang Task Force for revision. Are you saying that to get the best bang for the buck, that these two should be you will recommend that they be consolidated because they sort of share partnership doing the same thing in certain areas. So when you say revision, do you mean that consolidation would be the ideal thing to get the best performance?
I think the answer to that is that right now you have a high number of personnel allocated to the 2 units, including a high number of supervisors allocated. And you also have a disparate number of staff allocated to the ADDU compared to your law enforcement partners. And so what we observed and what we indicated in the report is that the functions of these 2 units, they manage much of the same population. Now, the gang unit is really isolated to the city of Albany, where the ADDU expands throughout Dougherty County. So there is a bit of a different mission, but quite frankly, many people that are involved in gang activity are involved in drugs, and many people involved in drugs are involved in gang activity. So there's significant overlap, and in fact, you know, it's quite likely that the department has to regularly use a process of evaluating the people that are being investigated by each of these units to make sure that they're not investigating the same people. One outcome could be merging these units and creating a different set of goals and objectives that serve not only the city of Albany, but the greater Dougherty County area. Given the number of personnel that you have allocated and the number of personnel potentially available from your law enforcement partners, it may be that a merged unit is the best solution. But we don't want to paint you into a corner and say that's the only solution that there could be. But we definitely think there should be a sit down to reevaluate what you're trying to accomplish, what the mission of these units is, and then evaluate whether they're currently meeting those missions and how making adjustments might help the units actually improve making and hitting those objectives.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, when everyone have finished, and then since we got the chief stand up, I'll ask him a few questions after we go around the dais.
Okay. Sorry to keep you standing, Chief. You want to sit down or you?
I got my soft shoes on.
Okay, good news. Mayor Pro Tem, any questions for the presenter?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for your detailed report. And to follow up on one of Commissioner Howard's questions about the incentives, obviously, I know you mentioned, you know, it's different in different areas, but what have you, other than pay, what incentives have you seen work well in cities like Albany and other parts of the country?
Yeah, again, I think, you know, there are some places that use flexible work schedules, you know, or especially when people have had babies, or if someone's trying to go to school, they've used flexible work schedules to accommodate people attending classes. Some places have allowed officers to have workout time on duty. Some have allowed officers to conduct schoolwork on duty. So there are a variety of those kind of different things that you can offer. And again, some of the other incentives that we outlined, although they have a cost, they don't necessarily translate directly into pay. But whenever you're looking at pay schedules, one of the first things that people that are thinking about getting into a profession, one of the things they do is look around at who's being paid what for what jobs around them. And as I indicated in the report, you know, we did a couple of searches of the Albany area and found some kind of very similar entry-level positions with similar pay levels, which, again, if someone is contemplating getting into policing, you know, especially given today's climate, they may think, gee, I'd rather go work for FedEx, for example, than subject myself to some of the challenges in policing. So the other thing is, of course, you know, leave time is important. Training time is highly important. The new generation of worker is highly interested in training opportunities. And so to the extent that you can create a strong personnel development and training plan internally. That's helpful. Creating mentor relationships internally is helpful, and having those mentors work with and stay with and keep in contact with people literally from the time they're hired helps build a sense of ownership in the organization and belonging. The other thing is, as we've outlined in the report, bringing in non-sworn staff, using your community safety officer program as a feeder program to the officer program provides a couple of things. One, it gives you an opportunity to bring in personnel who you may not think are ready for a patrol position, but to help groom them and get them indoctrinated into the culture and the organization. It also allows you an opportunity to evaluate their performance over time and to see whether they're going to be a good fit as an officer. And it also creates a ready workforce of people that you can put into operational vacancies as they occur. And then at the same time, then it reduces the training time necessary to convert those positions from non-sworn community safety officers into full-time sworn positions. So I know I'm kind of all over the place, but there's just many, many different pieces here to the puzzle that and things that you can consider operationally.
Thank you. Well, you mentioned a housing program in the report. Have you seen that be successful? Whereas if an officer were to become a homeowner and through a program maybe that was tied in with the police department, that maybe that had some kind of buy-in and ownership, that maybe that helps with retention?
Well, certainly, anecdotally, people that live where they work are more inclined, they build relationships there and more inclined to stay there. And the chief and I have talked about this too. We find organizations that, there are many organizations that cast a wide net and hire people from different places around the state and other areas. And that is often a hit or miss proposition for organizations. People that are more tied to the community are more likely to stay there. So to the extent that you can hire locally, that should enhance the likelihood of people staying with your agency. If you have people that come from outside and you create incentives for them to live in the community and build relationships within the community, again, as they set their feet down and become embedded as community members, the likelihood is that they're going to be more inclined to stay. It's also, when you have a property, it's much more difficult to just pick up stakes and go move to the other side of the state or to another part of the country. So, not that you want to trap people, but frankly, again, we want people to be a part of the community. And I would add, anecdotally, that, when you become a part of the community, you're brushing up against, rubbing shoulders with people, even in your non-policing life, as you traverse the community, in a way that you're building positive relationships across the community as well. So, all of those things are reasons to encourage and provide incentives for folks to live in your community if they don't already.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Fletcher?
Well, I guess this is maybe a comment and then a question. Looking at all and a fantastic job on your evaluation, and basically it looked like everything that you come up with, we could have almost applied it with every career that's out here. But overall, when you're able to get out into the field and talk with people that are working with us, maybe talk to people that have left us, did you get a sense of how the morale is for this department here in Albany?
I appreciate that question. Let me just first say that due to the pandemic restrictions, we were not able to travel to your community incredibly. And I even tried to twist some arms. The chief knows I tried to coerce my bosses into let me come down there and meet with all of you in person to deliver this, but our company is still on restricted travel. I will say that we through a variety of mechanisms, engaged with community members and professional affiliates that deal with the police department and internally with the police department. And I will say, and I outlined this in the report, but frankly, the workload volume for patrol is substantial. And from an attrition standpoint, if you consider the fact that the patrol staff right now seems to be managing about double the work volume that they should.
Yeah.
That really, although we didn't hear this directly, we were surprised and shocked that the patrol staff didn't complain about this. In fact, I think it's our assessment, and, you know, it's an observation and an opinion, I would say, but it seems to us that the staffing has been an issue for so long that it has become the normal. And staff don't even contemplate what it would be like to have a full shift or a full cadre of staffing. And as a result of that, again, a little bit surprisingly, it didn't seem to be affecting their morale, at least not outwardly. And normally, if folks have morale challenges, when we do these studies, they usually tell us. So we noted that as a void, an interesting void, in that morale within the department is pretty good. And I would also say that the other factor to that is the people that are committed to the agency and happy with the agency of state. Those that haven't been have left. And so, again, to some extent, it might not be surprising that those that are still in the department have a positive outlook because they've stayed on purpose. But again, it was a little bit surprising not to hear more complaints about it, and really the morale was a factor we thought would be a bigger concern, and we just didn't see it.
Well, and I've been watching the community officers around here, and it looks like, and if you did put it up, I did catch it. I've got the report where I can go over it. You know, we have two different kind of calls, the 911 and then non-emergency. Is it possible to take these community patrol officers, the 911, as you call for them, and maybe give them a little bit of this workload? Because I do hear that, you know, DJ, I'm living about 50% patrolling and 50% writing up reports. So, is there, you know, and it's not really in a complaint way. I think it's a way of life that they've just become accustomed to. But I think that we could use, you know, I still think that there's tons of baby boomers out here that are not really getting into this retirement. I mean, I see them every day where they're like, I'm 62 years old, nobody's going to hire me. I'm going to challenge that, go up there and talk to the chief or go to such and such place because they have a work ethic that I mean, basically most of them have retired 30 years from somewhere. So, Chief, I would like to see, and Mayor, you know, really look into these community servers that we have and try to even something as simple as I think every one of us can make these calls. We're not even stopping at the stop sign on the avenue. You know, why can't we put these people in cars, or why can't they be more part of Red Speed? You know, maybe replace some of this with Red Speed. I went down with some time, evidently a little fast. Got your nice little letter yesterday, Chief, and I appreciate it because I can use it as an example. But I thought, gosh, you know, that can take pressure off of some of our costs that we're constantly saying, hey, can you come over and sit here, or can you sit there? You know, so I think we're all on the right track to realize it's a problem, and I appreciate every one of y'all and the commission for opening up and listening to this. So thank you.
Commissioner Warmington.
Yes, Mr. Weinzel, thank you for the report, and even the report we got written was very thorough. At the beginning of your presentation, you talked through a 30-30-30-10 model. Make sure I add up to 100 there. And so as you were kind of going through those charts, how far off do you think, based on all the graphs and charts, do you think we are from that 30-30, the addressing calls and the officer initiated? Do you think we're double or half of where we need to be, or what is the approximate number?
I mean, right now, based on the volume we calculate, it looks like about 63% of your patrol officers' time is spent either on their way to a call or on the call. So when you think about that 30-30-30-10 model, think of it this way: 63% is the first number, 63% is the second number, and the last two numbers are really zero. In other words, they're already at 125% capacity without doing any proactive activity. Now, obviously, they can't do more than 100%. They can't do more than 100% of the time. But the point is, as we look at those numbers, and again, we're using the planting numbers too. So, you know, you have other staff that are pitching in, and which again detracts from their report that they're trying to accomplish. So the bottom line is, to answer your question directly, right now the patrol staff is probably answering about double the volume of activity that they should be. And most of that relates to the fact that you have only about half the staff in patrol that you should have.
Okay. So obviously staffing would be a way to address that, but are there other tools or other inefficiencies you've seen with the way we're using technology or reports or other things that we could kind of affect that number positively outside of just more officers?
I mean, I'm happy to get into a lot of details here, but for example, you currently have a group of sworn officers that are answering phone reports. And frankly, you just don't need sworn officers to do that. Those positions could be non-sworn. Again, you could use community safety officers for that, rotate people in and out of that, and you can reallocate those 4 sworn positions. We found, you know, another issue relating to how the crime reporting was occurring and you know, address that in the report. But this is frankly less about inefficiency at this point and more about just sheer staffing volume and volume of workload. And the only other thing that I will say is that, and it's really impossible for us to assess, but the shortage of personnel in patrol, what that leads to typically is staff doing taking shortcuts and doing less work than they perhaps should on each call, because they know they have to get to another one and to another one and to another one. It's we didn't find evidence of poor quality, so I don't want to draw that conclusion. But the point is, these officers are so overburdened right now that they're literally running stop to stop to stop, and that just isn't, and it's not sustainable long term, and it's probably contributed, at least as far as we can tell. There were some anecdotes that suggest that contributed to some attrition as well.
So traffic enforcement, would that be officer-initiated duty?
Yes.
Okay. One reason I ask is I was reading some of the write-up. You definitely talk about in your write-up that our traffic unit certainly has declined, and I guess that goes to the ability to do officer-initiated. There was one acronym you used in here, DDACT.
DDACS.
DDACS. And so you mentioned that as a possible way to support more traffic patrol. What exactly is that?
Well, and just so you know, the chief is already working on this internally and has started working on this. But effectively, what we're saying is it stands for data-driven approach to crime and traffic safety. And what it means is that we evaluate our crime data, and based on crime, we allocate personnel from our traffic unit, for example, to those areas where we have higher rates of crime. What that results in is an increased presence of law enforcement acts as deterrent. Also, as officers conduct traffic stops, they find people with weapons or with warrants or other things. And so at the end of the day, what it really means is all about engaging what we call ILP, or intelligence-led policing, and data-driven policing strategies. And again, the chief has been working on this, and you do have an analyst internally. We're recommending another one. But the point is using the data that you have to more smartly deploy your resources. Now, that's all well and good, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but the first issue you have is you don't have enough resources to deploy them the way that you ought to in the first place. So that really is a critical step in the process. But as you start to build your resource pool and you have the right number of resources, then using a more strategic deployment rather than, and again, that could also relate to traffic crashes and fatalities and injury locations and those kind of things. So there's a whole cadre of different data that should be analyzed as a part of a DDAX approach.
Mm-hmm. So, so one symptom I hear, and the chief and I have talked about this a lot, is our citizens are actually wanting more traffic enforcement. They're asking for it, where typically you would think as a commissioner, you would say, why you got all these speed traps? Why you got this? But actually, it's the other way that it feels like, that citizens are wanting more, traffic enforcement, more of that. And I guess that really relates to, we just don't have time. We don't have the officers, and that category is kind of, there's just not enough time to do that category of work.
And furthermore, Commissioner, your traffic unit isn't even spending all their time clearing traffic. They're spending a bunch of their time answering calls because your patrol division is busy. So, it's all well and good to say, well, we got this traffic unit, we're going to put them on this task, but half the time they're busy answering calls too. So, and even though that's not their primary responsibility. So there is kind of a cascading effect occurring here, and it really starts with getting enough personnel and, working on the retention piece.
All right, then my last question goes to the end. You used an acronym CCPP, collaborative model. Kind of briefly, what does that stand for again, and what is that model?
It stands for Community Co-Production Policing. This is a model that I developed in conjunction. I've been using this across the country for a number of years, but we developed a more robust model on the heels of the Floyd incident. And effectively what this says, and I'll put this into employment perspective. As an employee, your employer is going to change policies or rules or the way that they treat you as a staff member. In all likelihood, you would like to have some input on that, right? Similarly, our communities are affected by the way we police them, the decisions that we make, that you make as a commission, the decision that the police chief and his staff make, what they're going to prioritize, how they're going to police, the types of contacts they're going to do, what they want to prioritize, if it's PDDU or gang unit or whatever. And there are a number of different categories in this, but essentially what this means is bringing the community in as a permanent collaborative partner in the decision-making processes for these high-level key policing decisions that affect how public safety is delivered within the community. So it's an intentional process that seeks to build relationships and collaboration in a way that creates ownership over the police department by the community and vice versa, and ultimately leads to, again, increased trust, and frankly, it addresses some of the equity and marginalization issues that have been kind of brought out by, across the country in discussions that are occurring. And since you opened the door, I'll walk through it. We are closely monitoring the reform initiatives occurring across the country, and quite frankly, these are the same initiatives that people have been talking about for 20 years and tried to put in for 20 years, and they don't get to the core of addressing trust issues and relationship and collaboration within communities. So while we disagree with those reforms, frankly, we don't think they're going to address some of the larger scope issues, particularly as it relates to disparate impact of marginalized populations.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Yeah, I guess I really have a question for the city manager. Mr. Carter, can you tell us, kind of give us a preview of what we should expect to see in the budget that addresses the hiring and retention issues that they outlined in this report?
Yes, sir. We have some things that's included in the budget. Now, the report came kind of late, so we haven't had a full complement of time to review everything that's in there and try to incorporate some adjustments. However, we do, as you'll see when I do my budget presentation today, we do have some things that we think will address some issues.
That's all I have, thank you.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. Did you have time to maybe look at the, I guess the intersection of, policing and its interaction with the judicial, part of our system? I know a number of our citizens, this is probably before the pandemic, had some concerns in terms of, I guess, maybe, investigations from maybe municipal court all the way up to, some of our higher courts. Those cases may, have some issues based on their interaction with the court system, evidence being presented, I guess, testimony with officers who were, testifying before the court. Was there any study on that?
Commissioner Young, I apologize. I probably should have included that in the presentation. And in fact, I recall, I believe it was the mayor that actually brought this up as a point at the early part of this project. We did speak to the district attorney on a couple of occasions, and I will say this: we looked at a number of the processes involving your investigations and how they move and how they route, and we made some recommendations within the report on making some revisions to that. Let me state that in whole, in summary, as we talked to the district attorney and we kind of evaluated some of the pieces that folks might be concerned about, there were some communication issues that emerged from that, but we really didn't identify any substantial issues that we needed, that really came to light and said, wow, this is really broken, or there's really a major problem here. But again, we did recommend some case routing, some point of contact, and some better communication between prosecutors and the police department. And it's our assessment, those things are, first of all, they're not unusual. They're also not gigantic fixes, and they really should improve those conditions. And, we also made some recommendations about how preliminary investigations are conducted by patrol, and some of those pieces may ultimately funnel into, if you do a better investigation on the front end, you get better outcomes on the back end too. So we did explore that. Again, really didn't find anything that was, substantial in terms of concern to us, but certainly did find some things that could be refined and will ultimately would benefit the community and the organizations.
Okay, and finally, we've done, I guess, kind of a real, well, I won't say a deep dive, but we've done a pretty exhaustive looking at the force multipliers. Did your report focus on that in this force multiplier technology that we're considering?
Are you talking about like ShotSpotter and that kind of thing?
Yeah, the ShotSpotter, the drones, those type of things that, have been presented to us as, possible stopgap measures for the, increasing the number of police on the ground.
Let me say that there's a lot of different thoughts and beliefs about some of those pieces, and you don't have them in place currently. They are still emerging technologies that some organizations have deployed. Some organizations have reported the success with things like ShotSpotter. Other organizations have not. But I would say that, take a step back, as you contemplate, let me say it a different way. One of the things that I have prided myself on as a practitioner and as a consultant is leveraging technology to mitigate staffing needs. And so as we improve the use and increase technology, there's definitely an ROI in terms of reducing workloads, whether that's administrative workloads, records workloads, patrol staff, and whatever that might be. For your organization, regardless of any of these force multipliers that you might be contemplating, 110 patrol staff is really a baseline. In all likelihood, if we came back 3 years from now and did this same study, we would probably find the numbers is perhaps even larger. So I will tell you that we did not specifically look at those pieces for your organization. I know that I've been in conversation with the chief, and I know that there's been discussions with the commission about those pieces. But our recommendations, as they sit currently, suggest I would not expect any of those ideas or quote force multipliers to reduce the recommendations that we've produced for you at this point.
Okay. And I just thought about one last question, Mr. Mayor. With the, as was mentioned before, with the decreased involvement in traffic, and I didn't hear kind of your conclusion, or maybe you didn't make one in terms of traffic patrol. What are we looking at in terms of, you know, if we were able to increase that particular force, just in traffic control in the neighborhood, could we, you know, see some change or see some benefit in the overall controlling of crime, residential crime, just from simply beefing up our traffic patrol?
Let me say that as we look at the hierarchy of a police department, the most critical operational workforce is patrol. After that, it's investigations, and after that is everything else. So we would not recommend increasing staffing to your traffic division until you had an appropriate level of personnel in patrol and investigation. And when I say traffic unit, really any of these specialty units. It's difficult sometimes for those people in those specialty units to hear this, but the reality is those units support the larger function of patrol and investigation and suppressing crime within the community and public safety. So it's our approach and our position that the most important functions are patrol and investigation. It's certainly possible that as you increase staffing to your traffic unit, that it will benefit you in a variety of ways. But given the shortage of staff within patrol and investigation, we would not be recommending supplementing another unit before you staff those at an appropriate level.
Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Your page 28 of the presentation, Mr. Wise, the high number of, in the last 5 years, I mean, I can tell you, I learned of this about the time representatives of the Chamber of Commerce wrote a letter to the city expressing concerns about the levels of violence in Albany, and basically intimating that the city's not doing enough to address the problem. You know, of course, I've always felt that you really can't responsibly address crime until you address the social and economic roots of crime. So it's always easy to blame a municipality or local government, but your findings were that our attrition levels are substantially higher than national averages.
Yes.
And I just know anecdotally, I would like to know how many of those 172 officers who completed, who became certified officers, went to work for other enforcements. law enforcement agencies. Do we have that, Chief?
We can go look at post records to see if any of those officers ended up in other
Yes.
agencies, but yes, sir, we can do the research.
Well, I mean, I know when we, well, I was elected in 2019, but some of the commission, the argument was we need to have, we don't need another force in Southwest Georgia paying officers more than we're paying. That was easy. But of course, as you know, it didn't correspond to increasing our staffing levels when we made that adjustment with pay, and that's only, as you pointed out, only one of the factors. Our officers being substantially overworked, I think is one factor in this high attrition rate. And obviously, to address that, you have recommended that we increase substantially the number of officers working in patrol.
And simultaneously supplementing your non-sworn staff. Keep in mind that the community safety officers that we're recommending, these are much easier to hire and can be hired more quickly. And so, you know, unfortunately, Mayor, I do think it's kind of a self-perpetuating cycle. The more you've had attrition, the more the workload goes up, which makes people feel, you know, more overworked. So it's a kind of a perpetual cycle that you need to climb out of. So you're right. Just increasing the pay in and of itself isn't necessarily the solution. As I said, there's many different variations and variables that you know dovetail into that.
No, I mean, I recognize that compensation is one factor, Mr. Vice. I'm not, you know, I'm not saying we were misdirected, but as you point out here, it's got to be a multifaceted approach. And then it gets kind of complicated because these are great recommendations about the term you use, civilianizing the force. I mean, I did not know until several months ago there was an individual that works for the police department who works in crime investigation that for years just has no interest in being a sworn officer, but is a very good investigator and apparently does a great job for the city and it's a very a good witness when called to testify. I can foresee, you know, these officers if being asked to move out of basically administrative positions back into the patrol unit. They've kind of feel like they've graduated to that rank, or they've already been there, done that, so to speak. But it is a very challenging situation, and once I started researching, you know, there's a lot of information out there and about this, about millennials and Generation X. Very few are interested in being police officers. And then you talk about that self-perpetuating cycle. Nowadays, they have these psychological profiles that, you know, is a screening tool on the front end, and that police departments having inadequate number of applicants, you sort of accept individuals who might not be the best candidates. And I'm sure that some of those officers are problematic, and a large number of them are those who don't stay in law enforcement for a long period of time. We just have to, I mean, reading the articles that it was explaining, and you talk about in the presentation, how officers have to mentor young officers. And in some of the literature, it says that law enforcement being sort of a quasi-military profession, traditionally officers had to pay their dues, you know, the first 2 or 3 years, and I guess this is just a component of reimagining policing. But the one point that's particularly concerning, it's my understanding in the next 3 to 7 years nationwide, you're going to have a large number of officers retiring, and the insufficient staffing level is just going to balloon all over the country. Is that correct?
Well, again, I'm much more of a positivist as it relates to that statistic. I know that there are plenty of gloom and doomers that are saying how bad that's going to be. I will say, internally, within the police department, you have a number of high-level command staff that are getting ready to retire in the next few years. And certainly for you, organizationally, this is an issue that you need to pay some attention to and think about personnel development and strategic succession planning. Mr. Mayor, I understand that each area is different and other people have different opinions. It's my belief that there are people that are interested in pursuing policing, but we need to find them in different ways. And there are things that right now the Albany Police Department and many police departments are not doing in that regard, and it is causing them to feel like there's no one that's interested. But again, our assessment is everywhere I go where I have encountered this, what I find is that they either have a minimal or no recruiting plan, they have no strategy, their websites aren't up to date, and they're using 20 to 30-year-old recruiting strategies that just don't meet today's standards. So there are a host of different things that you can do to increase recruiting. But to your point, I will say this. It's important for applicants to know what they're getting into. And I know the chief acknowledged some people got hired in Albany and they started realizing what the job looked like and they didn't want to do it anymore. So it's important for people to understand that on the front end. And again, there's a lot of strategies that can be engaged. My point is, I'm not sure that I agree it's as big of a calamity as many say. I think it has more to do about the approach and about identifying the right individuals than it does about whether there are people that are interested.
Well, I hope one positive result, many positive results coming out of the study, but one is that, we as a city adopt a recruitment and retention policy so that we can get to full staffing. I see some of these other cities, they have the goal of 5 years. I do know, I was on a conference call recently, the mayor of Columbus and the mayor of Macon both said that there are over 100 officers short in those cities. So it's not, but just the thing about the recommendation of reassigning officers, I see another situation, and we'll have to work through this. One proposal was some cities award officers who've been on the job for 5 years a bonus. I know some cities, we're talking about $5,000. And then you get into it and you implement it and you say, well, what about the officers who've been on there, who've been working for us 4 years now? If you're going to offer that to new recruits, what does that say to the officers who've been working for 4 years? So there are difficulties with incentives that are not, I guess, across the board.
I agree, and I'll just say this. In my career, I've watched many communities get rid of longevity pay, and I understand that you don't have a contract system, but in many states, police officers have an actual contract, and within the contracts, there are steps that include longevity. I'm sure there are variances to this, but I would suggest that policing is one of a handful of professions in which the value of the police officer continues to grow throughout their career in the experience that they have and that they accumulate makes them a better officer with every call, everything that they do. And most organizations have caps, whether they have step caps on their salaries, that whether they're at 5 years or 8 years or whatever they might be. And after that, the officer gets paid the same, whether they have 8 years or 18 or 28 years. And the reality is, and for anybody that's been in this business, the value of a veteran officer is typically greater, not always, but typically greater than newer officers. And so creating longevity programs that consistently recognize step intervals at whether that's 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20, however you want to set it up, Those are important statements to the officers about how the community values their continued presence.
Chief, can I ask you, are the officers with ADDU and the Gang Task Force, are they considered investigators or in the patrol division?
The ADDU, they're investigators. The gang unit is within the patrol bureau. So they do handle gang investigations and also support uniform on whatever special details are needed.
Okay. There's one thing, I was disappointed that there weren't specific recommendations about the drug unit and the Gang Task Force. I know in your report you talk about some of the efforts are duplicated, and I hear probably more complaints than compliments because that's just human nature, but that there's some overlap and even rivalry between what the drug unit and the Gang Task Force is doing, and I know some of that is by its nature, the drug unit is a combined of the county, the sheriff's department, and the city. But as you said, it's simple enough. A lot of gang members are selling drugs, and a lot of folks that are, it's an overlap, and I just think it's somewhat inefficient. You pointed out that there are a high number of personnel, particularly supervisors, working in these two units. And what recommendation would you have? I know this is a political situation because the drug unit is with the county commission and the sheriff's department, whereas the Gang Task Force is a city unit. But I mean, I just think this is an area where we can increase efficiency and also reassign experienced officers where they're needed most. What recommendations would you have for going forward there?
Well, you know, and we laid this out in the report, but let me say this. Both of these organizations were created a long time ago. And, you know, the first thing that should happen is a intentional reflection on what it is you're trying to accomplish with either or both of these units. That's the beginning point. At that point, the next question is, how do we accomplish this? Can we do it as one group? Are there other organizations that want to contribute more personnel? When you look at the supervision, you're contributing 2/3 of the personnel, but you have a rotating supervisor position, which is a little bit inconsistent with the way we see the structure of these units in other places. You know, from a standpoint of what makes sense, I have to say that, you know, again, we tried to, part of our objective is to leave you room to do what's going to best serve you and your community. But I will say, you know, based on my overall assessment, it seems like having the two units, particularly with the number of personnel and the number of supervisors, it is absorbing a large portion of personnel for your organization, and likely could be done with a single unit with a reimagined focus and a better structure.
Okay.
Sponsored by Tough Truckin'.
Thank you.
Take pride.
Personally, did you want to make a presentation or you just going to answer questions?
I'm here for questions, sir. Well, I would like to say one thing. I want to thank Mitch and Fred Fletcher, who were the project managers, the primary points of contact for Berry and Dunn. As I stated before, and I have stated this since as I've taught in the new chief school, that every chief needs to have an assessment done of their organization by an outside entity, so that you have someone who looks up under the hood and tell you what you need to stop doing, start doing, or either keep doing. So this is a good experience for us, and with this helps us lay out a roadmap of moving forward in the future. So,
thank you, Chief. Any questions for the Chief? Mr. Howard.
Chief, you have not had a chance to dissect this with your executive team yet, have you?
Yes, sir. When I sent you all the report, I sent it to my staff over 2 weeks ago. Well, really, it's probably been about 3 weeks now. And each, within the bureaus, we've been going through individually, looking at our bureaus and the chapters and looking at the recommendations and making ideas. One of the things mentioned even along the way in the process where the assessors found some things that we could start doing, we implemented that. So yes, sir, we've been working on this since we've had during and since we've had the final report.
Okay, and just a follow-up from this organization that did this assessment of the police department. Since it's a local police department and the drug squad and the gang task force, is it possible that since we have just only one university in Albany now, that several departments at Albany State could have done this same assessment?
I don't know, sir. This was the recommendation, one of the things the mayor wanted done, and we sent it out to the RFP. That would have been a decision that the board would have had to make in the direction that we wanted to go.
Mr. Mayor, not to be a little agitated, but I think that, you know, things of this nature, and I'm confident it's not because I'm a graduate from Albany State University that there are departments that could have done this same report if just given some type of metric that they would, you know, need to be used. And since a lot of these needs assessment could have been done by grad students of the political science, the criminal justice department, and the Master of Administration as an assignment to connect on some of this observation. But anyway,
well,
Chief,
Commissioner, I would like to offer this. You remember the Safe City Coalition?
Mm-hmm.
That was done in conjunction with Albany State
Okay.
and several entities. So we've had a plan.
Okay.
But that plan was looking at on the department on the outside, what can we do in the community? What does the community want? This here was going to industry standards and looking on the inside and what the department needs to do. So when you take an organization that has, and all of the vendors, these were, you can't tell how a police department needs to be by having people who haven't done that. I needed to know from the inside. I'm not knocking anything, what you're saying, but the tasking came, look inside the organizational assessment of the department. Where I see academia help the most is how can the police department better interact with the community as a whole, and which was part of the Safe City Coalition from that plan. I have talked with, as you know, we've mentioned about with the crime lab purpose, having a crime lab with Albany State. I fully believe they have the best forensic science program in the country. Why don't we feed off of that? Dr. Ochi has partnered with us. So there is room for it, but this tasking here was simply, we need to look up under the hood of the department, and when you're talking about industry standards, this is why we went the way we went. Not taking it out, but just going off the tasking that I was given.
okay, and in reference of what they mentioned about the beats and times of exhaustion from some of these beats, at our next meeting, could you give us a list of, or either a map of the beats, how many beats we got in the city from east, west, north, and south?
Yes, sir. It hadn't changed, but I will provide it again. It's still hasn't changed in the 6 years I've been the chief.
In the 6 years you've been the chief, well, since we are changing, do you think that sometime with the population shift and individuals ingress and egress in different areas, that sometimes the beats may need to be tweaked a little?
That depends on cost of service. That's how we base our how we try to base our allocation. Basing our allocation based off of population, just population numbers. that can probably change something, but if it's the will of the board, you want us to relook at how we have just mapped the beats, we can do that.
Okay, and the reason why I'm asking that is that well, you say you will get that into end of the you will give us that data sheet again, right?
Yes, sir. The map of the beats in the city. Yes, sir.
Okay then. Okay. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No question for the chief. Just chief, thank you for your cooperation throughout the report. Thank you for your good attitude.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Just follow back on, Commissioner Fuller. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for always trying to better this community. Have a great day.
Yes, ma'am. You too.
Mr. Warburton?
Yeah, Chief, thanks for this report. And so one question I've got, budget is one of our next agenda items somewhere in the morning or the afternoon. So the CSO non-sworn levels, have you changed that, increased the number of non-sworn that is kind of recommended? Is that part of the budget?
All CSOs are non-sworn. Since I brought that program here, they have been. With one of the change to the budgets, Ms. Subadan authorized two additional positions that we converted to CSOs. Knowing that this report was, one of the recommendations in this report, that will probably be come next budget year, there will be another request that we do up the allocated number of CSOs, and maybe I take some positions and reflag them as community safety officers.
Okay, so for this current year, it's just the two that you had already?
Yes.
Okay. And so in the recruiting world, do you find recruiting and hiring of CSOs more challenging or less challenging than hiring for non-sworn, or is it an equal challenge?
No, it's easier to hire community safety officers it's easier to hire and train than it is to hire and train police officers.
Okay.
And they go through the same process. The only difference is once I get a CSO hired, that's a 3-week training process, whereas you hire a police officer, that's 13 weeks they have to spend in the academy. So I'm able to get more I'm able to get a quicker return on my investment with CSOs, and we take them through a field training program, and once they are out solo, they can do everything that a sworn officer can do, short of where they can't arrest people or write citations.
Okay, all right. And then my last question, I guess I hadn't heard this addressed in this study, but in our county or community, we really have 5 agents, I guess 5, sheriff, county, city, and then Albany State, and then Doherty County School Police. So you got 5 agencies.
No, more than that.
Law enforcement. Well, I guess, yeah, but in general. So what part does that play? Is that typical? Is having that many agencies or the joint groups? I mean, or is this, I guess what we're focused on here is just solely siloed on the city part of all those?
Just the City of Albany Police Department.
Okay.
You will see in other, what's considered a metropolitan area, you can see various law enforcement entities that serve this one geographical area.
So do you see a lot of duplicate crossover of services between all those agencies?
Not a lot of crossover, but I see a lot of collaborations. For example, we do a lot of work with the county police. If they're, depending on what area of crime is happening within the city, it can also be happening in the county. So we work together with everyone, but as far as a crossover, duplication, school police, they have their territory they handle, and we back them up or support them when they're needed, and the same thing with the other law enforcement agencies.
Okay. All right. That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Chief, for that. And to Commissioner Howard's point and the point that the Chief made, I was a part of the research over at Albany State University where we did go out into the community, into low-income housing areas to do interviews with the residents about their views on the police. So we do have that, but I think Chief was probably, I'm sorry, not Chief, but Commissioner Howard was probably speaking more toward, I guess, opportunities. And I do understand what you're saying, Chief, in terms of having industry people or people who have worked in law enforcement to take a look at best practices and what you're doing. But I think in general, we do need to, allow those opportunities where we can, not just in law enforcement, but anytime we're doing these studies, since we do a number of them, to give those opportunities to our agencies like Albany State, who do have a wealth of knowledge and experts to seek the answers that we're seeking from companies like Barry and Dunn. So just wanted to say that, and thank you, Chief, for always being accessible to the community. We have a number of organizations that are doing criminal justice work and just trying to make policing better in our community, and you've always been open. So just thank you for that.
You're welcome, sir.
Chief, I just want to commend you for what you do, but also the police department. As I said, when we started this process, I thought there'd be some opposition, but as you pointed out since then, you encourage your colleagues throughout the state to do this same thing. And but to the point of Albany State, I mean, I think this went out through a RFP process, and I don't know if there was a bid or not, but I mean, this was not something we people at Barry Dunn or relatives of mine or anything. So they were selected not by myself, but by a committee, and I think they've done an excellent job. My only, one issue I have with them is the report is so long and detailed, but I guess that's a happy problem. The one thing, I mean, I'm sort of interested in, Chief, I was sort of putting the numbers down, and if we picked up some officers, let me see, from administration, from the, I think we need to reorganize and consolidate the drug unit and the gang task force. I'm not getting any direction, but I think it's something we need to look at seriously. But from administration, the gang task force, where's the other? There were like 15 officers. I was sworn officers I thought that might be available for other positions.
So we talked about the like my neighborhood resource officers; those are sworn.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a duty that they've been transitioned to uniform patrol, and the CSOs, we want to expand them. The crime prevention team, I'm down to one officer. Well, I'm down to two, but I want to get I will train my CSOs to be crime prevention officers. So now I can take those two officers and reallocate them somewhere else. On my front desk, I had 3 officers, one whose last day is this Friday. They're going into another occupation. But the other 2, as soon as we get CSOs trained up as we're rotating them through the front desk, then those 2 officers will be allocated to either patrol or investigations. Elsewhere in the department, when you talk about administrators, the only places I have sworn, in my Office of Professional Standards, that's 2. In my recruiting unit, that's 2. In my training unit, I have 2. And the only other, unless you want my captains, myself and my deputy chief, the assistant chief, We'll pick a alarm call here and there, but outside of that, we're really looking at everyone who can be reallocated to either patrol or investigations and bring more civilian personnel inside
Yes.
the department.
My reading of the summary of the report, like I said, I didn't read the report, is that this term civilianized basically means to use as many non-sworn officers in positions as is possible to efficiently run the organization. Would that be an accurate assessment? And
Yes, sir. It would.
but do you anticipate some pushback if some more experienced officers would have to be reassigned?
No, because when you look at my officers, the experienced officers, right now they're either all my captains. You look at my lieutenants and below, they're either assigned to investigations or patrol, that part. So if that I may move so from time to time, when we do move someone from patrol to investigations, I try to put an experienced officer from investigation back on patrol. May not like really answering calls, but at least that's somebody who can help lead and guide the younger officers in the department. So everyone understands, in my almost 28 years, we have been short, but we understand that when time comes for you to move and go to another area, you accept it and you go forward. Some may say, nah, I've enjoyed my time here and I'll leave. But those who enjoy what they do and they're committed, they'll make the change.
Well, the one thing, obviously, it's a much different situation, and even with what they call civilianizing, or, I mean, using non-sworn officers in technology and all these administrative positions, it's not going to address the real deficiency of the department being understaffed. And I mean, that's one thing I think the next step, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to generate a recruitment and retention policy. Isn't that a recommendation we have here?
Were you asking me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, one of the key steps on the front end for you is to develop a recruiting strategy and a recruiting plan and a retention plan.
Yeah,
And that really is central to helping you move forward with full staffing.
Yes, I mean, I don't think it's fair to ask the chief to generate that policy. I mean, if we wanted to put that out, certainly the folks at Albany State could help us with that. If you know, that's the, as I see, as I understand, I had didn't realize the depth of the assessment which could be accomplished by an outside firm, but now I see that. Yes, and I appreciate what they've done, but I want the commission and the community to understand that the next step is to basically generate and adopt a plan to how we're going to address this issue of chronic insufficient staffing.
And Mayor, I've already reached out to someone in academia
Okay.
Who teaches at Albany State to help start with developing this plan. But again, and here's the one thing that I'm glad Mitch did. We can't, people not knocking our doors to come. We have to go find them. And the biggest thing to help us is, what does corporate America do to go find talent? Well, we need to take some of those things on also. And that's where academia can help, because they do the research. I'm not,
right.
Yeah. And they can help with the research and help point us in the right direction.
I mean, Captain Taylor from the Sheriff's Office that came in here. Sir?
Captain Thomas.
Thomas, you came in from I made that mistake before. It was here 2 weeks ago. I mean, the idea, if you have a police recreation league and the interaction with youth particularly in neighborhoods where you have high poverty rates. And that is a possible recruitment tool that needs to be investigated. I know that the sheriff's departments throughout the country use the experience of being a jailer as an opportunity for younger employees to consider going and being certified. And I guess the CSO program could be the same thing, but
yes,
we could look at that. Could I ask that you provide for the commission, maybe in 5-year increments, the number of sworn officers we have, and a graph of how many officers have been with us 1 to 5 years, how many have been 6 to 10, how many 11 to 15, and so forth, so
yes,
we
sir.
can actually understand where the kind of spread of our staff is.
Yes, sir. Will do.
I appreciate that, Chief. Thank you,
Yes,
Ms. Winston.
Thank
Does
you.
anybody else have any questions? I guess since this is a Commissioner Howard,
No further question.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Nothing further?
Commissioner Fletcher,
No questions?
Commissioner Warmington,
Nothing further.
Commissioner Langstaff,
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young.
No further questions.
We want to thank the staff at Barry Dunn, Ms. Winston, for your presentation. And Chief, thank you as always.
Yes, sir, Mayor.
Dr. Pratt has signed up. He wants to speak to the organizational assessment.
Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak again. This report was very interesting to read and to digest, and I appreciate the resources for doing it. It really brings some good insight to our police department. And we do have police officers in our department at Albany State that could assist with kind of bridging this gap. But I want to say that police are not a solution to crime. It's a reaction to crime. That doesn't diminish the crime-solving role or the work of our chief and what he's done. As he says himself, we need the community, and we need to have chiefs working together to evaluate the efficacy of our department to be a part of the comprehensive solutions to dealing with not just policing, but with crime. When all you have, though, is a hammer, everything that you'll see will be a nail. Everybody has heard that quote before. So we have to think beyond policing. For years, we've heard about the shortages, and the solutions have been we need better recruitment, higher pay, and more benefits. We've also seen that the multi-million-dollar cost of attrition. First, as has been stated by leadership, our officers do receive some competitive benefits in the state and some of the best. We know, ironically, that morale is pretty fine. And yet, we still have a hard time keeping people around. The solution, though, should not be throwing more money at the problem by inflating an already high staffing budget, but instead rethinking how we consider public safety in the first place. A few suggestions. 1, change the Albany Police Department to the Albany Public Safety. This expands the vision of what safety is while shifting focus from control to protection and safety and much more. This allows for us to reckon with policing as an identity, which can be dangerous. Instead, we can see safety personnel as professionals that support community building. This also allows us to design a department based on Albany and not on some antiquated model established in 1891, really in 1837, but some antiquated model that we see in other cities and historically. The APD was developed as slave patrols historically. The APD was developed in a racist context to maintain a system of power and was not a collaboratively developed enterprise. We have an opportunity to change that by developing the Albany Public Safety Department. 2, develop more specialized response teams that are dedicated to supporting service activities and motor vehicle-related activities. For example, police should not be responsible for certain type of accidents where a professional mechanic or healthcare professional could suffice, along with firefighters per the individual needs. This may also allow for more dedicated emergency violence response teams and allow us to hire the right people. 3, change ordinances around petty crimes, including marijuana and saggy pants, among others. Consider shifting ideologies on how we approach property crimes and even more disorderly conduct, given the rates and the findings from Barry Dunn. 4, Develop more specialized units that are not police that focus on families and family needs, since family violence had one of the highest rates of occurrences. Police don't necessarily heal families, they respond. We must be more tactical. As mentioned months ago, we need specialists like social workers and others to focus on the community needs. I mentioned this a couple months ago to this commission and in my letter. 5, better utilize crime data, not simply for increased patrol, but also to better identify where the social needs exist. I had the data analyst for the police department in my actual research class, and while he was smart and was useful, we knew that he needed additional support. So we can use data to help us understand how we can invest in programming, not just a single program, but programming that is comprehensive rather than just staffing, which again takes up a significant proportion of our budget. 6, incentives. Yes, people need to be supported for their work. I want to be clear. But again, we're looking at symptoms and people are running away from the city after working with APD. The incentives could, though, be used to help people move, as Commissioner Warburton earlier pointed out. We can use those incentives to deal with community issues that we know relate directly to crime. So in sum, policing is not a solution to crime. Policing is a reaction to the perception of crime, which can be important. That said, we have an opportunity right now, given this evaluation, given the interest, given my many presentations before this board, to be innovative and develop something radically new that will serve the community and make it actually safer, not using an antiquated model from 1891. There are many more ideas to tease out. I've proposed the Justice Propulsion Center. I think Commissioner Warburton has a copy of that proposition. But there are many more ideas that we can tease out. And to close.
Thank you.
To close, we recently experienced a hate crime, which is in part due to perception. We have to deal with perception as a key component of dealing with crime. Thank you.
Questions for Dr. Pratt? Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Dr. Pratt, for your insight.
Absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No question.
Commissioner Warmington.
Nothing further.
Commissioner Langstaff.
No question.
Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Dr. Pratt. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
before we move to the next one, can we take just like a little 5 minutes break?
Okay, is that okay? Mayor Pro Tem, take a 5-minute recess?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yes, fine.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Okay.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could we resume at 12:07? Is it 12:02? Is 5 minutes enough?
12:10.
Yes. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Where's my? approval of the fiscal year 21-22 action plan.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Community and Economic Development is appearing before the Commission today to share our fiscal year 22 action plan. Community and Economic Development updates its annual action plan yearly and in accordance with programs and services described in the 5-year consolidated plan. A public hearing was virtually held on April 12th to receive input on the proposed plan, with the public comment period ending on May 13th. The department will seek approval of the fiscal year annual action plan for submittal to HUD at the May 25th regular meeting, and I am subject to your questions at this time.
Okay. Any questions, Ms. Brown? Ms. Howard?
No question at this time, Ms.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No question.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Young? Okay. Ms. Brown, for clarification, community development block grants, the city will be getting $1,595,000.
The actual allocation, Mayor, is $869,133, but ironically, just sitting here during this commission meeting, I just received an email from our Atlanta field office rep advising us that there was an incorrect allocation, so we'll be getting an additional $12,400. So that
Okay.
$869,133 will go up to
$880.
$881,940.
Okay, and the difference is then you have program income.
Yes, sir.
Would you
Correct.
tell us what that is, please?
The $726,114 is comprised of program income that is the result of the 1994 and 1998 floods primarily. There were loans that was issued out to the communities to help bring their homes back. So these are primarily consumer loans and some small business loans. Also comprised of that is $336,114. That is the Section 108 payment being made by Hilton Garden Inn. So that's what offsets the Section 108 payment that you see also as an expense under CDBG in the amount of $362,669.
Okay, and how much longer will Hilton Garden be making that payment? Do you
4
know?
more years, Mayor, 4 more years.
4 more years.
Yes, sir. It was a 20-year loan.
And then the home allocation is $496,000?
Yes, sir, and that's $496,697, and that stays the same.
Yes, ma'am. And then you have program income from home program?
From the same source, right.
Okay. The same source being?
Loans from the, given out to the community to restore their homes as a result of the floods of 1994 and 1998.
And that income documents that the borrowers are repaying?
Oh, yes, sir.
The
Yes,
loans?
sir. Mhm.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
If you'll stay with us.
Yes, sir.
The next item on the agenda is seeking approval of the draft 2021 through 2025 consolidated plan.
Community and Economic Development is also appearing before the Commission today to share our draft of the 2021-2025 Consolidated Plan and the analysis of impediments to fair housing. Per HUD regulations and the city's Citizen Participation Plan, the Consolidated Plan is updated every 5 years. It is the guiding document in determining to what extent activities will continue to be funded with CDBG and home funds. These identified priority community needs include housing, economic development, and community development. Along with the consolidated plan, the city is also required to review barriers to fair housing choice, covering public and private policies, practices, and procedures affecting housing choice in Albany through an analysis of impediments. Input was obtained from community stakeholders, nonprofit and governmental agencies, and housing providers through interviews and 3 virtual community meetings. In addition, a virtual public hearing was held on Monday, April 12th, and citizens were encouraged to provide comments on the proposed documents. The comment period ended on May 13th. The department will seek approval of the consolidated plan and the analysis of impediments to fair housing for submittal to HUD at the May 25th regular meeting. We also have contracted with Mosaic Community Planning to prepare and submit the consolidated plan and the analysis of impediments to HUD. I also have with me today Mr. Jeremy Gray of Mosaic Community Planning to present the results, and we will both be subject to your questions at the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Good morning, Mr. Gray.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for having me today. My name is Jeremy Gray. Excuse me.
You have the floor. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Gray.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jeremy Gray with Mosaic Community Planning. We're a urban planning firm. We're based in Atlanta. We've worked with the City of Albany's DCED for a number of years on various projects here and there. And so I'm pleased to present briefly to you today the consolidated plan and the analysis of impediments. You can go to the next slide, please. So Ms. Brown just presented the annual action plan, which is a more specific one-year plan for what the city plans to do with the grant funds it receives from the CDBG, Community Development Block Grant, and the HOME program. The consolidated plan is a larger, overarching 5-year plan that sets overall priorities, and the annual action plan that Ms. Brown just discussed with you is the first of 5 annual plans that will go underneath this new consolidated plan. There's also a document, this comes to you as well every year, called a CAPER, a Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report. So when we talk about setting goals in the consolidated plan and the annual action plan, the CAPER is the annual report on the back end as to how the money actually did get spent, what goals were achieved, and that sort of thing. So that's the accountability piece that goes with all of these planning documents. Next slide, please. We began work on this project back in the fall, and beginning in September through November, beginning to work with the community, interviewing stakeholders. Those would have been groups, both government and nonprofit groups, like Sowego Rising, United Way, Albany State, A Better Way Grocers, just to name a few. So talking with some of those community members about the needs that they identified in the community, also analyzing data that provided us some of that picture as well. And then by the spring, we were doing more community meetings. Those were all held virtually, of course. And also we drafted the plan in March. It went out for a 30-day public comment period in April and May. And then that brings us essentially to where we are today. That public hearing was held on April 12th. And now we are nearing the conclusion of the project. And after the City Commission adopts the plan, it will go to HUD. I'll share another note about that in a moment. Next slide, please. This, I just wanted to recap for you some of the engagement that went into the plan. And I think given the constraints around engaging with the community during a public health crisis, I think that we did a good job of incorporating lots of different viewpoints into the plan, particularly reaching points of view that are difficult in ordinary circumstances to bring to the table. So I mentioned some of those stakeholders that we interviewed. We held several different meetings and the public hearing. Sowego Rising was a great partner in helping host some of those meetings and inviting some of their constituents to join and participate in those as well. We held some focus groups, one with Albany Housing Authority residents, one with caseworkers from the Columbus organization, which works with people with developmental disabilities. We know that some of those groups, maybe more often than most, experience housing and fair housing needs and issues. And the Salvation Army helped us with a survey directly for people experiencing homelessness. We talked with caseworkers and that sort of group, but we wanted to hear from people who themselves are homeless. And so they helped us get 5 of their clients to participate in a survey so we could hear from their points of view. Next slide, please. So from all of that work emerged this list of consolidated plan priorities. These are intentionally, for the most part, pretty broad categories. And the reason for that is that these priorities need to stick for the next 5 years. So we can reasonably forecast what things the city might expect to spend its grant funds on this year, maybe next year, but we don't know what might come up in years 4 and 5. And we want the plan to be flexible enough that there's a home within the current consolidated plan for whatever else might come up in those future years. And so we constructed these priorities they do, I believe, identify the needs that the community raised with us, but they're also open enough that as things change in future years, it should be okay to add those into this plan without having to do a full plan amendment, which is a pretty onerous process. A couple of these priorities I'll point out do not have any projects identified for this first action plan year. That would be the infrastructure and public facility improvement and COVID-19 response. The city has received a good deal of federal funding through the Community Development Block Grant Program for COVID response. That money has already been programmed, but this is a priority that we're setting aside in case Congress were to allocate additional funding in the future. There's already a category in your plan to contain that money and govern how it's spent. Infrastructure and public facilities is something that the city didn't identify any projects in this first action plan year for, but I think it's quite reasonable that there might be projects in future years. And so again, there's a home in the plan for those. Next, please. There are 3 target areas within the city, and these have not changed from prior plans. We did do some updating to some of these plans. They have to be updated every 10 years at a minimum. And so since the last consolidated plan, the enterprise, which is downtown Albany, plan was updated. That was last year. And then East Albany was updated along with this consolidated plan. And so that will go to HUD along with the plans this year. These are areas where there are disproportionate needs, and so CDBG funds tend to be targeted to projects located in these target areas. We call them Neighborhood Revitalization Strategy areas, or NARS. And next slide, please. And then, as Ms. Brown mentioned, there's a second component of all of this work, too, which is a fair housing study. Every year when the city sends its annual action plan to HUD, there's a certification that gets signed saying that the city will affirmatively further fair housing. And so you see here what that means. It means that in addition to just fighting discrimination where that might occur, that the city goes beyond that, works to overcome patterns of segregation, works to build inclusive communities, works to take down barriers that restrict access to opportunity. And so with the Fair Housing Study, called an Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice, you might maybe call it an AI for short, it's kind of a self-study done for the city to look at how well it's doing toward this goal, and it sets some actions that the city can take to move closer to that ideal. Next, please. I think the key pieces that go into the analysis of impediments are these 4 bullets in the middle of the slide. We look at integration and segregation. We look at areas of poverty, particularly where there are concentrations of poverty that also overlap areas of minority populations. We look at access to opportunity. So based on where you live, what sorts of community opportunities and amenities do you have access to? And we looked at housing needs, particularly where those needs might be disproportionate based on someone's race or ethnicity. And then, as I mentioned, there's a set of housing priorities and goals that follows behind the analysis to give the city sort of a roadmap to follow. Next slide. And so these were the 5 impediments that we identified in our report. I'll touch on these briefly. The first is a low labor market engagement, and limited incomes restrict housing choice and access to opportunity among protected classes. I think There's a lot of common sense that goes into this one too. People whose incomes are lower, who are less likely to be employed, have fewer housing options because their financial resources to choose housing are more limited. So I think what we would look at there, or suggest the city look at there, opportunities to help people gain job skills, to close job gaps, recruiting higher paying jobs to Albany, that sort of thing, so that there are more opportunities for people to increase and gain income, thereby gaining housing choice. Number two, a continued need for neighborhood investment in central, east, and south Albany. Generally, those are those target areas that you saw on the map earlier. We know that that community needs in those areas are greater than in some other parts of the city. Those also happen to be communities that are disproportionately Black and African American. And some of those tracts, they're up to 97% Black, and so it means that people based on race or ethnicity might have different opportunities, different quality of life in their neighborhoods, which becomes a fair housing matter in that case. Number three, rental housing in poor condition disproportionately affects protected classes. I thought the commenters at the beginning of the council meeting did a good job of making a case for this impediment, and we do see rental housing quality issues across the city. The people that commented, and this is something that we heard in our research as well, but oftentimes those conditions disproportionately affect people based on race, ethnicity, and I think in some cases, the cases we heard today too, disability status. So people with certain health conditions might be more likely to face rental housing quality matters. Number four, discrimination in the housing market necessitates expanded fair housing education and enforcement. And this is based on some research we did into the numbers of housing discrimination complaints filed with HUD and with the state. Also, we did some review of lawsuits within that area. We also analyzed mortgage lending data, and that kind of paints a picture for us as well. Non-white households in Albany are less likely to apply for a mortgage. They are more likely to be denied for a mortgage than white families when they do apply. And that holds true even at any sort of income levels. So even at high incomes, Black borrowers are about twice as likely to be denied as white. And finally, housing options for people with disabilities are limited. Nearly 16% of Albany's population is disabled. That's a significant percentage and definitely a significant number of people who are experiencing housing challenges because of those disabilities. It's also one of the greatest cases of housing discrimination complaints. About 7 in 10 are on the basis of disability. So those were the impediments. And then on the next slide, moving ahead, wanted to show you what happens next. After the City Commission approves the documents, they are submitted to HUD. HUD then has to approve the plans, and then it issues the city the grant agreements so that the city can begin pulling down and using those funds in the community. These are plans for a program year that begins July 1. So these plans govern everything that the city might do with the funds beginning July 1 and thereafter. And that is the conclusion of my presentation. And as Ms. Brown mentioned, I'm happy to answer questions for any of you on the commission if you have them. Thank you.
Ms. Howard, any questions for Ms. Brown or Mr. Gray?
Ms. Brown, thanks for your input and thanks for Mr. Gray input. But I have one question, reading in the bottom of page 85 for the commission, where it says public and assistant housing. Can you elaborate a little more in detail? Said that Albany Housing Authority has approximately 1,117 traditional public housing units and 61 housing choices of voucher. But it also goes on to say that Albany Housing Authority is planning to convert all of its remaining public housing units to project-based Section 8. in the next coming year.
Mr. Gray, can you take that?
Can you answer that, Mr.
I
Gray?
can answer that. Sure, I can answer that. There's a program that HUD provides for public housing authorities called the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program. We call it RAD. Many housing authorities that have traditional public housing units are using that program. It's been around for maybe 8 or 10 years now, but in the city of Albany's case, I don't believe that Albany Housing Authority is proposing to eliminate any of those units. I think it's a way, it will bring in some private sources of investment so that they can make improvements to the properties that exist. The way that works behind the scenes is it converts them from a traditional public housing subsidy that comes directly from HUD to what's called a project-based Section 8. Typically, I think when we think of a Section 8 voucher, that's a voucher that goes with a person. They can take that voucher and use it at housing of their choice wherever that may be. This is different because the voucher is attached to a unit. And so those same units then would continue to receive federal subsidy through HUD. It's just a way to infuse additional private capital and allow the housing authority to borrow also from private entities so that they can finance capital improvements. The housing authority might have to give you more information specifically on their plans, but that's what I can tell you about the program and how it generally works.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Mr.
I don't know if that's correct, that all of the units, I thought it was just the properties over there close to Albany High. But we can get that information. Mr. Carter, can we, from the Albany Housing Authority? I mean, this presentation says they're converting all their units to, yes, sir. Okay, we can get that. Yes, sir.
We can get that information for you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington.
Yeah, so Ms. Brown and Mr. Gray, so at the beginning of our meeting, we had two real-world examples of help that's needed. So how can this plan help? Of course, those are the two that come and spoke to us. There's dozens that didn't come speak, but how could we coach them or help them or come see you, or how can we help them in their current situation?
Thank you so much for asking that question. And as a result of Mr. Gray's presentation, I was making notes on that when specifically it was item number 3 that was an impediment to fair housing choice, and it was talking about rental housing. Let's see, put my glasses on to see that. Rental housing in poor condition disproportionately affects the protected classes, and race is one of those protected classes. So when the two ladies were talking this morning, I thought about what can we do, and there is something that can be done. You're correct in the fact that when these are privately owned rental houses, there's very little or limited things that this board can do. But because of fair housing choice, we can have those two ladies reach out to our department and contact specifically Ms. Betty Jean Jackson Burton. We can't actually address the suspected discrimination, but we can put those two ladies on the right path to an organization that can help them. So they're not totally helpless. There's things that can happen.
Okay, so that's the takeaway, is them to reach out to your office.
For them to reach out to us, and we'll speak. Our housing counselor, Ms. Betty Jean Jackson Burton, is our assigned person to accept those fair housing issues, so she can help. And there's a process in place for us to take the initial information and then pass it on to those organizations that do deal with discrimination, such as what was reported to us today.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff. Commissioner Young.
Oh, thank you so much for your presentation, and I think it just highlights exactly how widespread this problem is in our community in terms of housing, and what we need to do to elevate this issue and actually put some money where our mouth is. We have a great staff in community economic development. They partner with a number of organizations to tackle this problem, but I will point out that, you know, we as a city or city board, which has been done in the past, have never put our own skin in the game when it comes to the you know, housing issues and actually funding community economic development, who's, you know, been really our only entity to work on this issue. A lot of times using a great portion of their budget to simply staff community economic development and not use those funds to go to the programs that could help with this issue as the gentleman has put out there. So I would just definitely like to have, you know, my colleagues, this board, consider, you know, in this upcoming budget year, fully funding the staff and operations for community economic development, and finding that money to fund them so that the HUD funds and the federal funds can go to tackle this problem that we now pointedly see that we have in this city. Thank you.
So, Ms. Brown, if a tenant who is disabled has problems with the landlord not addressing a complaint that impacts his or her disability, can call the Department of Community and Economic Development.
Yes, sir.
And speak with Ms. Betty Jean Jackson Burton.
Or DJ Burton is who we would, DJ.
Okay. And then I guess the organization or organizations that she's familiar with would know this issue about the retaliation, whether or not, you know, like I say, I just know generally when you exercise your rights under federal law, I mean, if somebody retaliates against you, that gives rise to a whole nother cause of action in here. Mr. Gray, did I hear you say that 16% of the city's population has some type of disability?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, that's our data.
What is encompassed in the definition of disability?
Yeah, so that comes from census definitions of disabling conditions, and there's a variety of those. It could definitely be, typically the most common type is the ambulatory disability, so someone who might use a cane or a walker or a wheelchair. But it includes also developmental and intellectual disabilities. It includes vision and hearing impairments as well. A few other types, self-care and some things like that, but those are less common.
So if somebody had respiratory disease or type 2 diabetes, that would not be within this definition of disability?
It probably would not. So it comes down to a census form, and so it kind of depends on how they would answer the question when they received their census, if they got the long form census and filled that out. But typically those types of disabilities would usually not be included.
And did your research indicate that, I get that right, approximately 75% of the complaints are logged by or on behalf of disabled citizens?
Yes, I think it was 7 in 10 were on the basis of disability. You can file a housing discrimination complaint on multiple bases. So it could be it's because it's because of my race, my religion, and my disability status. But in at least 7 in 10, I believe, disability was at least one of the statuses.
Okay, so it's not exclusive. I understand.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gray. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is a proposal to accept a grant from the state for $3,921,402 for the 8th Avenue Stormwater Improvement Project. Mr. Forgy.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. As the Mayor said, this is a request that the city accept a grant through the Department of Community Affairs. It's a Community Development Block Grant for disaster recovery for infrastructure specifically. The city received notice last month that it would be awarded $3,921,042 through this program. The funds are going to be used as part of the separation of the storm and sanitary sewer, the CSO project. Specifically, it's going to be used in the 8th Avenue Basin. There's 4 phases to that project, and this will be used on 2 of those 4 phases. The city will be matching it a little bit. A match is not required, but because of the way the grant's set up, the state will only allow us to spend a maximum on consultants' fees, and the engineer charges a percentage of the amount, so the amount we're paying the engineer is more than the grant will allow. And so we'll be leveraging the grant with about $223,000 towards this. So the total budget will be over $4 million.
Okay. Who is the engineer? Is this Mr. Threadcraft?
Threadcraft, yes, sir.
Okay. Questions? Commissioner Howard.
Good afternoon. You did say this $223,000 would be just like in-kind donation?
Some of it will be in-kind, some of it will be cash. The cash will be going towards the engineer, but in-kind will be staff services towards that. There will be a lot of staff time spent on this.
Okay. Did I get it wrong that said that, I thought this project, but you said it was in phase, I thought it probably was almost like pretty close to $7 million.
Well, I think that maybe the entire 8th Avenue Basin. All four phases, but this is just two phases of that project.
Excuse me, Commissioner Howard. Do you have that answer, Mr. Maples?
Yes, sir. The whole entire 8th Avenue Basin separation and storm drainage improvement is more like a $11.9 million project. This is just a portion of it.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Commissioner Howard.
Okay, that answers the question.
Okay. And just for clarification, part of the reason that we only applied for 2 of the phases is because to be eligible, it has to serve a low and moderate income area, and it has to be proven to serve households. So these 2 phases of the 4 did that better than the other 2 phases did. So these were the most competitive applications.
Okay, so you said it had to serve low and moderate income individuals, right?
A majority, yes. 51% has to be low to moderate income.
Okay. So if it's sewer going into the pipe, so we can make a determination that it does meet that criteria, right?
Right. These 2 phases go through census blocks that are over 51% low to moderate income. The other 2 phases, I believe, did not.
Okay. That's it, Mr.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No question.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No question.
Commissioner Warrington?
Yeah, Mr. Forgy, so at our retreat, was this money in the breakdown of financing that were we thinking this was coming back when we had our retreat, when the total sewer, stormwater, CSO upgrades?
I can't speak to that. I wasn't at the retreat, but
I don't think so.
We had applied for it prior to this, prior to the retreat. I'm not sure if it was in what you were looking at, though.
Okay. Do you know, Mr. Carter, was it in it?
I don't think that portion was. Bruce, do you know the answer to that? I don't think it was, because we weren't sure what was going to happen with it at that point.
When we presented the stormwater at the retreat, we did not include this funding. We presented the overall cost of $105 million, but at that time, we were not, assured that we would receive this funding, so it was not included in the overall funding aspect of the presentation.
Yeah, well, good. That speaks to my point. This is kind of new funding to go against the overall big elephant that we got to eat as a community. So this is great news. And then the other question is, where's the big check? Did you already put that in the bank, Mayor?
I took it to the bank. They wouldn't let me negotiate it. I guess it was just a prop.
It wouldn't fit through the teller line, through the to the vacuum tubes?
It was dishonored.
All right. That's it.
Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. Mr. Forgy, have we, I guess going back to the question I asked you probably, I don't know, this has been months ago, but have we had a meeting, I guess, with the flood committee at any point?
No, we have not recently.
And did this particular, did this particular, since this is part of, I guess, flood mitigation, did this project come to that board or out of discussions or had discussions with that board?
It would not need to. I mean, it certainly could be something discussed by the board, but they would have no oversight of it. This would be for localized flooding as opposed to the issues that the floodplain review board looks at are more the designated floodplains generally. I mean, they can be involved in any sort of flooding, but typically it's been for the designated floodplains.
Okay, all right. What I'm I guess kind of getting at is that, you know, while this program or this particular project is definitely worthy, I know we have still, you know, flood mitigation that needs to be done on the river on the south side of town because of our flood designation greatly prohibits us from doing any type of housing development. It prevents us from doing a lot of economic development. And I'm wondering where there is an opportunity to either go to, you know, our federal partners and say, you know, we want, you know, to pursue mitigating flood issues so that we can change our flood designation and see more development on the south side of town. And I don't know, you know, about how much we do. I know I've discussed with our former community economic development manager that there could be funds put toward, you know, things like burns and some of the other things that we see put in place. But just, I guess my question is, where do we kind of get the ball rolling? Would it be with that flood committee or this agency that pursues this funding for this particular project?
Well, it wouldn't be through this HUD funding, not at this point. There will be more money for infrastructure issues, but they would need to be directly related to the 2017 storms. So I don't think we could necessarily tie flooding there wasn't any flooding or any significant flooding from the 2017 storms. The Floodplain Review Committee could begin to discuss that, and we could have various staff people come in and talk about the history of the discussions on those subjects to help the community understand where we stand currently and how we could move forward. So that's probably a good suggestion, to get the Flood Review Committee together and invite various local experts on that to come in and speak to it.
Okay, sir, I'd definitely love to see that happen. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I guess, Mr. Carter, who we talked to about, I think it's been quite some time since is it the Floodplain Review Board?
Floodplain Review Board, yeah.
Since that board has met. Is that incorrect, Commissioner Young?
It hasn't met since I've been on the board.
Okay, well, that's not good. So, Mr. Carter, how do we go about convening a meeting of the board? And I certainly, even though this doesn't come within the charge of the board, its members need to be familiar with what's going on with the mitigation efforts, I think.
Well, one of the first things we need to do is identify how that board stood up and what the requirements for. So we got to kind of look at least for myself, kind of look at what it was, when it was supposed to meet in the members, and then we could make a determination how it's supposed to meet and address these issues.
Okay. If Commissioner Young's been in office 15 months and the board hadn't met, then like I say, we need to, let's look into that. Was that all, Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir.
You want to commend staff for submitting this application and securing these fundings. We appreciate the state for awarding this grant. One thing we need to continually be cognizant of, the roughly $20 million, I thought it was $22 million, and now Mr. Carter advises me it's more like $20 million we received from the rescue plan. I think we've made the decision to allocate all of that fund, all of those fundings to this project, separation project, but every grant we receive is going to reduce the amount of funding we're going to have to generate through SPLOST or rate increases. So this is very important. One thing I would like to see, Mr. Maples, could we have a breakdown of this $105 million project by project?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if that's been provided yet, but I would like to see it. I didn't know, Commissioner Howard, I didn't think the $4 million would cover the whole 8th Avenue, but I didn't know the difference was a full, $7 million more dollars. So it's a pretty substantial sum that is still out there. Let me ask, you said that the engineer's fee is a percentage of the project?
Yes,
What's the percentage?
I believe it is 6%.
So
And
it's,
that's allowed by the funder, DCA, but rather than it just being 6% of the total, they cap it. So if they gave us $10 million, it still would be capped. I think it's capped at $180,000.
okay.
But don't
So
quote me on that. They do cap it though, so we have to pay anything extra.
do you know what that figure is, Mr. Maples?
No, I don't have it in front of me, but I can find out for you, sir.
Okay,
we
so
can get you
it's 6% of the project up to a
Up to a total.
maximum
Yes,
fee.
that's right.
And do I understand that we're paying Mr. Threadcraft more than the maximum fee? Is that our contribution?
Yes, that is correct. I mean, we're paying him the percentage, but it's more than what is allowed through the grant. We're paying him the same percentage.
Okay, well, can we get the figure we're paying Mr. Threadcraft in addition to whatever the regulation, what the maximum fee would be?
I can get you that, no problem.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
can I ask Bruce a question?
yes, sir.
Bruce,
Yes, sir.
let me ask you a question. Since EPD said that we got to have what? Is it 2025? What percentage we got to have completed before 2025?
We gotta meet the permit requirements by June of 2025.
Okay, and can your office do a breakdown of what the project that is imperative we have completed before 2025? Because it's at this, Mr. Threadcraft, where the project will start in October of 2021 and will be completed in 2023. So with the other project, would they be pushing us to get it done before 2025?
Very tight schedule, yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, what do we do? Okay, we got to pay for it.
Well,
If I may answer your question and elaborate a little bit, we're going out with an RFQ. We presented and you approved the combination sewer separation and storm drainage improvement budget of $105 million. And so at this point, we're going out with an RFQ that would include all the projects that are required to meet the permit requirements. It will have one of the criteria that will be once we select a consultant to do this project, they're going to have to show that they have sufficient staffing to meet that permit requirement deadline. One of the first things that we'll require them to do is sit down with us and come up with a schedule and to meet that requirement. And so that'll be critical on them to make sure that they put sufficient personnel and staff into the project to meet those deadlines.
Okay, so this $20 million that we're receiving from the rescue plan, that will go in some of these other projects before 2025, right?
Yes, sir. I mean, what we're talking about is you got the 8th Avenue Basin, the 3rd Avenue Basin, the Booker Avenue Basin are several, that's not all the projects, but that's several of the projects that are going to be required to meet the separation and meet the permit requirements.
Okay, and the projects that are coming after this 8th Avenue Basin, you wouldn't have a projection cost, whatever cost, would you, when you do the RFQ?
It was in the Constantine report. They have a breakdown of all the costs, and we'll be glad to provide that for you per.
Okay, and a follow-up question, is it true or to confirm that the Constantine has been purchased by another large vendor?
That is a true statement, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions? Any further questions?
Yes, sir, just for clarification, are we getting we're getting 10 million, is that correct? And then after a year, it's looked into that we have spent it in the correct, ways that are outlined, and then we receive the additional 10? Is that how that funding goes?
That's correct. Mr. Carter confirms that. That's correct. They call it a tranche. Is that why first tranche and then the second has to come within 12 months?
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions. Thank
Commissioner
you.
Warburton?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Young? Well, Mr. Webers, I thought, I'm sorry, Commissioner Young?
No, I'm saying no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Webers, so what you're saying is we're hiring a consultant to manage all of these projects?
To design and manage all the projects to make sure we meet the deadline, yes, sir.
I thought that's what Mr. Threadcraft was doing.
Mr. Threadcraft has been engaged to do the first phase, which is the 8th Avenue Basin phases 1 and 4, which is the part of the CDBG money that we just received.
Okay. But I thought we were I thought Mr. Threadcraft was sort of like the project manager over this whole first phase.
He could be if the city commission decides to engage him as the project manager, yes, sir.
Okay, well, no, I mean, I thought we could use various contractors to work simultaneously. I didn't know this was going to be sequenced.
Sure. I mean, you can. I mean, it can all be. It needs to run together because it all has to be tied together. But the grant, the time frame for putting the grant together was so expedited to put it together. Mr. Threadcraft and his firm was engaged to help us put the grant together in a timely manner. And so at this point, he's only authorized to proceed on with the 8th Avenue phases 1 and 4 project. When we go out with the RFQ, there's nothing to prohibit Mr. Threadcraft from submitting an RFQ to us for his review and approval for the remaining projects. So.
Well, I mean, we're relying on staff to get this job done by June 2025. And, if we got a consultant and we say we can't make them get to work, they're not adequately staffed, or they can't get steel, or they can't get concrete, whatever the problem is, I mean, we need to be more in the driver's seat than relying on, but what you're, as I understand, you're telling me you're going out for bid and you expect to have a consultant who's going to assume responsibility for the whole project. Is that right?
We will hire a consultant consultant that will be working under city staff. City staff is ultimately responsible for the project. EPD, there's no way EPD is gonna let us, sideswipe or hand off our responsibility. But once we hire a consultant, it will be city staff's responsibility to push the consultant who's supposed to have enough staff available to meet the deadline.
Okay, so we don't have a sequence of the work yet, but you can give us a project-by-project breakdown of the projected cost of each component?
Yes,
All right.
that's correct.
We look forward to getting that. Thank you, Mr. Forgy.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Maples. The next item on the agenda is a proposal to enter into a contract with LRA to construct a general aviation terminal at the airport. Ms. Field, Ms. Hamilton, good morning.
Good afternoon, sir. The item before you is to consider contracting with LRA Constructors to build the general aviation terminal and the corporate hangar complex development for an estimated expenditure of $15,337,336.37. The bid was advertised in the Herald on local channel 16, the Georgia Procurement Registry, and we directly solicited at least 10 firms, and then we also had a separate video conference targeting small and disadvantaged bidders to participate. The bid opening was on April 13th, and unfortunately we only had 2 bidders, but 2 is better than just 1. So we had those 2 bidders, and LRA has been found to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. They have exceeded the DBE goal of 12.51% for Schedule A and 12.56% for Schedule B, with a submitted goal of 33.29% for Schedule A and 20.31% for Schedule B. At this point, we are recommending approval to move forward with LRA to construct both of those projects.
Okay. Mr. Hamilton, do you have anything to say?
No, sir. I'm just here for questions.
And could you explain for our benefit and for the public what the role of Holt Consulting Company was in this?
Holt Consulting is they designed this project. They're the airport consulting firm been there for the last 8 years, I believe.
Okay. Are they going to be involved during the construction phase?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we do have a representative from Holt on the Zoom meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Any questions, Commissioner Howard?
I do see where they say LRA did meet above the threshold of DBE. When this project, have they identified the DBE as of yet?
Yes, sir. I believe it's, I don't have your package there, but it should be in there. But I have Holt on there. They can name them out for you. I don't have them listed here with me.
Okay, and they can give us a list of those DBEs, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I get through, Mr. Mayor.
Can you provide that for us, Mr. Lowry?
Yes, sir. Mr. Christopher, Holt Consulting. The DBEs that were submitted by LRA were Artesian Contracting Company, Willie D. Pierce, LT Supply, and American Materials. And they use these same contractors for Schedule A and Schedule B, and the breakdowns are in the submitted bid.
And they're all local DBEs, right?
Yes, sir, they're all in Georgia.
That's it, Mr. Mayor. I'll come back for another.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No question.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No question.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yes, so the 12.5% goal, how was that come up with, or how was that determined as the goal?
Well, we use, through Holt, Ken Wheaton and Associates. They do a, I don't want to speak for them, but they do what they call a market study to where they go out and use some type of methodology, and I can get them to provide more information on that. But it has to be approved by FAA, their methodology of determining, depending on the available funds for the project and the market to do the work, so to speak.
Okay, so that number doesn't come down from the FAA. We present a number to them for them to approve.
Right, FAA does not set the percentage.
Excuse me, Commissioner Warren, would you like one of the gentlemen from Holt to explain?
Well, yeah, maybe after Mr. Hamilton.
Okay,
If they
all right.
want to chime in after him, yeah.
Yeah. We have Jacob Redwine. Jacob worked closely with Wheaton and Associates. He could probably elaborate a little bit more than I can.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Redwine, go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. This is Jake Redwine with Hope Consulting, and Mr. Hamilton's correct. We do use Ken Wheaton Associates to do our DVE reporting for Albany, and basically they go in and use previous data, so projects from those DVEs, and they also use the database, which the certified database for Georgia is through the Georgia DOT. So in order to be accepted as a DVE, you got to be on that list, and so they combine that. They look at the surrounding areas, so look at your community and the surrounding counties to come up with a list, and then they'll go through a process of looking what type of work it is and stuff like that to come up with that. So based off of FAA regulations.
Okay, so what are some example of other projects y'all been a part of? Has that been 20%, 10%? Does it kind of fall in a certain range across the country or across other projects you've worked on?
The ones in Albany are typically depending on the type of project. Some of them, there's no, there may not be any DVEs that participate in that type of project, so they may be low. It just depends on the type of project, but it's generally, I would say for Albany, it's in that 12 to 16%, give or take, is the range. And then in nearby communities, it's actually probably just slightly lower. Tipton, it's a little lower. Valdosta, it's a little bit lower, but it depends on the type of project, typically.
Okay, so the 12.5 is actually a little higher than the communities around us. And you would say, and you would say LRA pretty much way surpassed that goal by almost doubling it with their bids.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And just to give you an example, in your county, you have, I just looked it up while we were on the phone today, you have 8 DVEs in your county that are certified by the Georgia DOT. And I did a search for your county and surrounding counties that touch you, and there's 9 total. So the majority of the ones that are eligible to bid on this in your area is inside of your county. And to answer the previous gentleman's question, 2 of those 4 DVEs that's on this project are in Albany.
All right. My next question is maybe for you, Mr. Hamilton, is the breakdown of funding. So you got the CARES Act, federal state grants, SPLOST 7, T-SPLOST. What are the rough buckets of numbers for those?
Okay, so we have the T-SPLOST is, I believe, 3.5, and SPLOST is 1 million. GDOT, as of yesterday, indicated they will be participating with about $391,000. Then we have FAA entitlements, like 1.1 million. And then we have the rest in the CARES Act dollars. I'm trying to figure that number out right now. The CARES Act funding will be used primarily for the storage hangars. And we're doing it that way primarily because the hangars are considered revenue generating. So the entitlements, FAA entitlements, and GDOT will not participate on anything that's revenue generating.
So certainly the lion's share is the CARES Act.
CARES Act,
If
yes,
I
sir.
did some quick math, it's around 9 to 10
Yes.
million of the 15 is through the CARES Act.
Right.
Okay. All right, that's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Young?
No question.
Ms. Carter, if we could, just in the future, when we had the funding source, can we break it down so we have a understanding? I thought the CARES Act, I mean, I was stunned when we got this money under the CARES Act for the general aviation terminal, because I didn't think that was very high on our priority list. I understand folks in economic development see there's an advantage, and I guess if it could generate revenue for the airport. I do know that the terminal out there has probably outlived its useful life. We don't have many people that own airplanes. I have friends that say that the terminal here in Albany is certainly not one of the better terminals in the state. So we have the funding. It's earmarked for a purpose, and I think we need to obviously be appreciative we have the funds and use them as best we can. I do have one question. Ms. Fields says you solicited 10 contractors?
That's direct solicitation. So we advertise on the web, and we advertise at Georgia Procurement Registry, and we put it in the paper, and then we directly send emails to contractors that we know that perform this type of work.
Well, I mean, maybe I'm reading too much of the same thing. I'm just concerned about construction cost and even the availability of large construction firms in the coming months. And I think the commission needs to be cognizant of that. When we've got projects on the board, we need to put some shovels in the ground, I think. And is that what you're finding?
Oh yeah, there's lots of competition out there right now for contractors to do work, and unfortunately for us, there's a lot of work for them. So we don't get as much participation when there's that much work out there.
Okay. I spoke with Mr. Benedict that's doing the project at the Old Gordon Hotel, and I sent a letter to the commission. I think that's one of the items today. They are anxious to proceed with the next first stage of construction, I think, because of one issue being the concerns about rising cost of material and labor. So, but thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Thank you, Ms. Fields, Mr. Redwine, Mr. Lowry. Thank you all for being with us. Or do you have another question? I'm sorry, Commissioner. Did you? Okay. Thank you all. Thank you. Have a good day. The next item on the agenda, Mr. Carter and Mr. Brown. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I thought you were speaking to what I have, Mr. Wright, is both of them. I explained that to the clerk. One was for the ground terminal and the second one was for the budget. Okay, Mr. Wright. Well, what I have is both Public Administration Finance P92-98. Okay. And under there, I have the undergirding information about the budget. Okay. All right, Mr. Wright. Okay. We will hear from Mr. Wright on, now this is the General Aviation Terminal, right?
Right.
Sir?
Right.
Okay.
First of all, the whole idea of a ground terminal, we need to be clear. This is for people who have their own private jet or airplane. It would be far cheaper for us to give each one, the 40 or so that have that, $20,000. They could go to Lowe's or Home Depot and buy a shed. Because the people that we are building this terminal for, we are building Eagles of America, a palace, and they take $5 million out here every year and take it to Moultrie. The people who run it, Mr. Matthews from Eagles of America, I'm not telling you what to say, I worked out there, so I know. He pays us about $12,000 a year. we're gonna give him a $15 million palace. 1/3 of the money is coming from SPLOST funds, and that's poor African Americans who are paying that, contributing 1/3 of the amount of funding and getting zero back. The people who constructed this DBE goal, Hope, LPA, Mr. Hamilton, the KW, they all screwed up. They did it wrong. The process is.
Point of order, Mayor.
Let me finish.
I would like to request the speaker not make derogatory terms about our staff, please.
I think it's fair, Mr. Wright.
Well, let me tell you what happened. Around May I'm talking about May of this year, an email came out. On what I'm trying to get you to understand is you cannot do a market study on the fly. The goal was established incorrectly. Anytime you have a major change in your plan, you have to do a new market study. And then when you hire the consultant is not the one who actually does the hiring, it should be the City of Albany. But you have to give everyone an equal opportunity. We do this kind of work and I was never contacted. I told Mr. Hamilton at that time that you cannot hire a consultant on the fly and not give people an equal opportunity who could do the work. Our company does that kind of work. We do the market study. We do the DBE goal setting. If you look in your paper that you have, beginning on page 6, it outlines what you have to have. Now, if you were to put a lie detector or a polygraph and ask each one of them, did these things happen? It's in boldface what you have to do. Beginning on page 6, the city does not have an approved DBE plan. The plan and having a DBE LO, you have to have that. The City of Albany does not have a DBLO for the airport. The City of Albany does not have a DBLO for the TIP money. The City of Albany does not have a DBLO for the transit system. There are 3 people who are integral in being advocates for making sure that the sufficient number of DBEs are contacted. Our company was not contacted. I talked with every black electrician in the city. He said, no one sent the email that Ms. Fields said he sent out. No one contacted them. 25% of the work is electrical. And yet no one contacted them. And that's why it happened. The goal methodology means you have to look at 75 to 80% of where you spent the money. When you do that, you have to get all of the DBEs who are identified in there. Now, why was William left out and I'm in the company who alphabetically would be first on the Georgia DOT registry? Because it's advertised. No one contacted us. No one contacted us from Tech and said, can you do this work? We could have established a goal. The people with KWA are in LA and Chicago, and then I think it's South Carolina and Raleigh. They got officers. Now, how in the world can you contact them 1,000 miles away and then we are right here, maybe 1,000 feet away? And you think it's fair? And then for us, 80% African American or black, paying 80% of the SPLOST tax, and you're going to tell us 12% is fair, and we make up 80%? Who you think paying the SPLOST tax at 1/3 of this budget? I mean, you start out upside down, and then you say, well, do not do this. Look at page 7. Look at page 8. It explains these are things that, this is not the whole list, Mayor, but these are just minimum things have to be done. None of that was done. Now, you think you're right?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Any questions for Mr. Wright? Commissioner Howard.
Mr. Wright, in your first comment, you said that you were not contacted, that you could do this, you're certified to do this expertise, right? Work.
Right. Been certified for nearly 20 years. More importantly, 20 years we've been doing this kind of work. Traveled all over the country doing this, right down the street, and then they are too busy to even contact, you're gonna contact somebody in Chicago to do a market study, and William is right here and can do it in the same time. But no, they never contacted, and it was intentional, we know that. But the goal, what I'm saying, the goal was set wrong. You cannot set that goal. There's a clause in the DBE language, 49 CFR 26, that requires you have to look at what the goal would be if all this racism and discrimination was not systemic in the system. You have to make adjustments for that. They did not do that. They did not do an adjustment for the poverty, the lack of opportunity, the lack of going to the bank and get money. That's what but for means. You can't, what I'm saying is you cannot just throw something together and have hope or somebody else say, oh, this is a good plan. That's the fox guarding the hen house. What do you think Holt is going to say? That is bad? No, they're not going to do that. But never contacted a Framtech. Advertised, if you go to Georgia DOT registry, we're the first out of 10,000. No one called. And you cannot just send an email. You have to do about 10 or 12 things to show you made GFE, good faith effort. LRA has the same obligation. They did not do that. You cannot just send an email, you got to put it in the minority-focused media, meaning Southwest Georgia. And they didn't do that. And then saying it's a good plan. Look at 6 through 9. Those are minimum things, and it's in boldface that you must do this anytime you get over $250,000 of the federal government. That's how we stopped the construction of the bus terminal the first time. And we're working on it now to show you were wrong on that. But the long and short of it, no, they did not call us. They did not send an email. And we are right down the street. KWA is in LA and Chicago, and you're too busy to come down the street. That's not discrimination. The 1964 Civil Rights Act made these kind of things illegal because it's obviously done and that there is an economic cost to it. Because see, the money that we're deprived of is a cost for you, as the people already said. They should have called us. They didn't have to call. I mean, I come down here all the time. They didn't have to call. They could have stopped me going out of the door. But I'm an expert at these things. So I look at page 6 through 12. It explains everything you have to do. They did not do any of that is the point we're trying to get you to see. And I do training for this thing all over the country. So I know how it's supposed to be done. All of it in boldface and this underscore. Goal setting methodology. You cannot do the things that Holt is saying, that is asserted to you, is fundamentally flawed and it is wrong. Now we're going to find out if it's legal because we told you that we were going to ask the new SCC, the Secretary of Transportation, is Pete Buttigieg. He was former mayor up there in Indiana. We sent him all of the information already because I got tired of you telling us to get lost. So we'll find out who's right, but you cannot discriminate against people and then think it's okay and think you're going to get away with it. I mean, I'm down here too much.
Any further questions? Mr. Howard.
Mr. Wright, you did say that this was not advertised in a local Southwest Georgia.
Right. It has to go. It has to go to more than the conventional media, which means the language that the FTA, the FAA, and the FHWA say has to be minority focused. So you have to use the Southwest Georgia in this area. You cannot say we use the Herald. You cannot say we use Channel 16 because that's not minority focused. It has to be focused. It is clear. Now you violate the law and it's there in your face. This is not what we put together. This is what we train with from the FAA, from the FTA and the FHWA. You have to do these things. Anytime, Mayor, a recipient receives $250,000 or more, you have to do this. You have to do it. Now, it's in there. And it wasn't done.
Any further questions, Commissioner Hall?
That's it, Mr. Mayor. I would just close on to say that what Mr. Wright has said, and I see the need, and my colleagues should see the need, that we certainly need to move forward with establish a DBE office in the city of Albany, Georgia, due to the fact that in the coming years, we will, as long as we are a city, we're going to continue to receive money because we're an entitlement city from the federal government. So we certainly need to have a local office to go through these contracts that we're signing and participating in. And that's all I can say. We certainly need that office to be expedited as soon as possible.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing further.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Well, Mr. Wright, and I really don't know this, so I'm being serious about this. Is it a requirement for them to call you or contact you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that one of the requirements?
If there is a DBE who can do the work, it is a requirement. If you look at the, well, I know you did not have it, but between page 6 and 12, it explains that one of the things you have to have is public process. Subsequent to that, you have to have a meeting with the general contractors, have to meet, the recipient, which would be the city, has to have a meeting, and you have to discuss what the contract is, and then you put together a bidders list. If you look on that handout you have, that bidders list, the reason you have the bidders list to find out what those companies are capable of doing. So that's how you develop your DBE goal, by looking at what is out there, the availability, what can they do, and then it's a sort of a collage of things that are outlined there on that page that you must do. This is not something that's helter-skelter, or you can throw it up in the air. You have to follow this methodology. That's why it's underlined for you to understand. You absolutely must do this. This does not mean it's all. But yes, you have to do it.
Okay, and Mr. Holt, now he used, I believe you used the name Ken Wheaton, and he's a DBE. So is that, should he have reached out to Moore, or was he in compliance when he reached out to Ken?
No, man, what happened, the people out there, Holt Consulting, Mr. Hamilton, whomever, hired KWA on the fly, meaning they just called and did not follow the 1964 Civil Rights Act. See, what you have to do is, I don't care how well you like going fishing with them or going to church with them, you have to have equal opportunity. And the opportunity is not equal when you always use the same firm. And then even at that, you got to look and see if anyone else is capable and take their figures. You cannot just call KWA or NWA or IWA because you like them. You have to give others who are in that classification the opportunity. That's what the 1964 Civil Rights Act was written, because African American and black people and low income individuals prior to 1964, that's the way they was treated. So the law attempted to correct that, but now it is 56 years old and we're still doing the same crazy thing, pretending we didn't understand that it was there. When the 1964 Civil Rights Act was filed, that's what it requires. They didn't call, they didn't follow the law. That's the point. And it is wrong fundamentally, and it's wrong legally.
Well, Mr. Mayor, since he got through under the bus, could I get Mr. Holt to respond to this? If he's still on the line, if he's still with us, probably.
Yes, ma'am, I'm still here. This is Jacob Redmond.
Would you
Well,
respond to that, what you're doing?
You know, we go through a selection process.
Excuse me, Mr. Redwine. What I will do is, can we come back to the folks from Holt after we get, let's let everybody ask Mr. Wright the questions they have, and then we'll allow you to ask questions of these gentlemen. Is that okay?
Yeah, no,
I think
sir.
Mr.
Yes, sir, that'd be just fine.
I think Mr. Hamilton wants to speak too. Is that right? No, okay. All right. Anything else, Commissioner Fletcher?
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am?
No, No, I'm okay to wait. Thank you.
Okay, good news. Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, Mr. Wright, I always enjoy and appreciate conversation, and appreciate pushback, and appreciate different points of view. Only thing I would challenge is it's kind of tough to have those when you use language like screwed up and intentionally deflated and inferring a polygraph test that folks are lying. So I would just challenge you in the future, you know, bring your ideas, let's talk about it, but let's not get personal about staff. And we've got a great staff at the City of Albany. The folks, they spent numerous hours on this, and we may disagree, they may disagree, you and them may disagree, but let's not go down the path of getting personal, because then that would make staff not want to do business with you, because it becomes very personal at that point. So that would be my only ask of you, Mr. Wright. And I do appreciate you coming, appreciate all you gave us your. I've already read through it, appreciate what you do, but I'd say let's just kind of take it easy on staff going forward.
Well,
that's it, Mayor. That's all I got.
One of the things, though, if I may respond to that, the staff has to follow the law. Now, you have what is there before you. You can interpret it any way you want, but that boldface and underline is clear. You cannot do the things that your staff has done. Well, let's say this. And I understand what you're saying, but it will be decided by other parties because we've already filed a claim. Now, if the white lady up there, former Secretary Chow, supported what we sent them a package, just like we just sent the incoming president a package on the same thing. We will see. But fundamentally, when you look at it, whether the staff appreciates, likes, or disagrees with William or anyone else, they still have to follow the law. And they did not follow the law and give an equal opportunity. That's what equal opportunity is about.
Commissioner Langstaff. Commissioner Young.
Yes, sir. What we have here is exactly what, I had talked about in previous commissions, and I think that is, as Commissioner Howard alluded to, is that there are some things that we're going to have a dedicated staff person focus on. There are obviously requirements in this federal funding that comes down right now. I know what we agreed to in terms of this, the CSR, the CSM, the sewage project, but the money that we're pulling from has a specific condition that this money have a purpose for elevating disadvantaged communities. Now, I know we're going to use that for the sewer project, but that's a condition that came from the Biden administration. I've been on calls with Chamber of Commerce officials and different people like that who are taking this money and utilizing that to shore up these minority communities and disadvantaged communities with the situations that we have like we have at Treetide and different things like that. Now, we decided to go somewhere else to use that money, but if we don't have somebody focused in on it, then we get in trouble again, as Mr. Wright is saying, because it's federally funded money with specific designations, and then we come up with, different things we want to do. But if nobody, if Mr. Hamilton, he has a lot of duties. I got a whole bunch of stuff I need to have him look at in terms of the bus situation. But if we don't have somebody at the city side, I'm not disparaging any of the consultants or any of the people that are on the call or who are supposed to look at these things, and even LRA and their practices. But if those conditions are not being met and somebody calls them on it, we're going to have projects stop. We're going to have the money not going where it's supposed to go, and that's going, as Mr. Wright said, is going to be a violation of the law. And that in itself is a screw up. When we know better, when we can do better, when we can have somebody who's responsible for these things. So, let's call a spade and get the problem fixed and not get so sensitive about, when we keep having this problem over and over again. Because we can be upset with Mr. Wright right now, but we can also have a project like the bus station sitting, in tumbleweeds until we can get our act together. And that's all I have on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wright, you began with a quip about going to Lowe's and building a shed. I mean, you understand that these funds were allocated under the CARES Act, and we could take it or leave it, whether or not we thought that was the best use of $10 million. That the city had no control over that. You understand?
I understand that, but not it does not need to include the SPLOST funding because it's disproportional. And the problem with it is this, Mayor. When the company determined a goal, as you look at the first page there, the goal was messed up from the beginning. The goal should have been 50 or 6%. And then when you look at the 33% of the funding for this terminal, look at where it's coming. There's nothing but reverse Robin Hood. What I'm suggesting here is that the money could have been used in other purposes and should have been. It should have been used for other purposes, not to use this kind of money to build a palace for Eagle of America.
Well, I don't have a plane but myself, but you heard the consultant said there were 8 DBEs in Daugherty County that are certified with the DOT. Do you disagree with that?
Well,
is that correct or?
Well, Commissioner Warren said, do not say this and that about, so my grandfather used to tell me how to handle this. Only thing I'm saying is they messed up from the beginning, and it's the fox guard and the hen house. What the consultant should have done, if they had followed the law, the goal, and what I'm trying to get you to understand, the goal would have been higher anyway. The goal is too low, that's why I say it was deflated. When you do a study like this, you have to use the DBEs and all of those areas in the market study. Suppose it was in Atlanta. You come up with more than 12%. That's the point I'm trying to make. They didn't know what they were doing. Or they did it wrong, or it may have been intentional. I'm not sure which is the case. But when you do that market study, you look at what 75 to 80% of the money has been spent. And when I have the reports going all the way back to 1992, and those reports show the bulk of the money that comes here goes to Valdosta, Georgia, Fulton County, and Clayton County, and DeKalb County. For whatever reason that may be, it may be because what our people are doing. But when you do the market study, you have to use the DVEs from areas other than Albany. You have to look at the ones who's in that market. So if
you're not answering my question, Mr. Wright, but what's the market?
The market is where you spent the 75 to 80% of the money. It's not Albany or New York. Wherever the city of Albany spent 75 to 80% of its money, you have to look at DVEs there. That's the way it's done.
Geographically, what is the market?
The market that we're talking about has been DeKalb County, Fulton County, Valdosta, Lowndes County, Tift County. Okay. That's where the bulk of the money is gone. So you have to look at the DVEs there. Okay. So I know they did it wrong. Because they didn't look at those DVEs there to see, and I know there are more than 8 in the area, mayors, what you have to understand. You do not do this every day. I've done it for 30 years, so I know a little bit more about it than most people. That's the way the market study is done. And you take that data, come up with your goal, and you will come up with 50 or 60% because it's a new construction project, meaning you all of the building trades, not just people who can pour concrete, electric. You use all 16 divisions. And from them, that's how you fill out your classification. So I'm saying we need to look back at that and do it right, because when it gets to D.C., if they looked at any of the 57 pages we sent, they're going to know this wrong. Elaine Childs did not just turn this thing down with that bus terminal because Williams sent them some nonsense. we had the same kind of information that's before you that you did not do. So that's why the bus construction was stopped. And I told Mr. Hamilton, told all of you, I told Mayor Hubbard, stop telling us no and to get lost, because we know what we're talking about. And now you're going to be in the same ship.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I appreciate it. Commissioner Fletcher, did you want to ask Mr. Lowry a question?
Yes, sir. I mean, no, Mr. Hawkins, I just, there were several things said, and if he had something he wanted to add to it, I'd like to hear it. Thank you.
Okay. Can we put Mr. Lowry back on the screen if he's available?
I don't see him in the meeting, Mayor.
Sir?
He's not in the meeting. Jacob Redwine.
Oh, I thought, okay. Is Mr. Redwine available?
No. He's not in the meeting.
Oh, neither one of them in the meeting. Okay. Commissioner Fletcher, what question did you want answered?
Well, it was just a lot of accusations. Don't worry about it, Mayor, but I will tell you now, Mr. Wright, once again, he gets up here and he says the bus station project's been stopped. It's not been stopped. I mean, I don't mind, and I want to try to respect Mr. Wright as much as I want him to try to respect this commission. But the bus station project has not been stopped. And we just can't continue to let people get up there, Mayor, and say things and walk off, and next thing you know, that's what's out in the world, bus station project got stopped. No, Mr. Wright, to my knowledge, it's not been stopped. So no, I'm fine, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is,
Hold on, Mr. Mayor. Hold on, Mr. Mayor. If the bus station hasn't been stopped, can we get some clarification on that? Or get a answer to that?
yes, sir.
Whether or not the bus station project has been stopped, had been stopped?
Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, sir. Commissioner, the bus station project has not been stopped. We actually hadn't put the bid back out again because we only received one proposal. But I have no knowledge of the project being stopped for any complaint from Mr. Wright. We did have to provide some additional information to GDOT in terms of DBE information. We did that, and we put the project out for bid.
Okay, so when you pulled it from the bid, it was because of what? The first time?
I didn't hear your question, sir. I'm sorry.
When you pulled it back from the first bid, when it was out?
We only received one proposal. So we went back out. We thought it would be, in meeting with GDOT, thought it would be in our best interest to put it back out to see if we would receive any additional proposals.
Okay, so when we got the email from GDOT and they referenced that they didn't see anything wrong, do we have a similar communication with the federal transportation?
Since we are a sub-recipient, GDOT is the recipient of the funds, so FTA deal directly with GDOT.
Okay. All right. Well, we don't have to do it now since the time is so late, but I do need some clarification on that because that's the first time we even had, that discussion that there was not a stoppage of the bus station. I don't even think staff had, as far as I know, had actually made that declaration, even when Mr. Wright had said it multiple times.
Okay.
That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you. Ms. Fields, could you come down? Hold on, Ms. Hamilton. The standard process would have been to present the recommendation for the contractor for the bus station to the commission, correct?
We reviewed the proposals, the one proposal received. We ran it past GDOT. We had a meeting with GDOT, and the recommendation from there was to go back out. So
Okay.
once we get one that we can recommend, yes, we will be bringing it to the commission.
Okay, so basically GDOT said since you only have one bid, we need to redo this process to make sure this figure is competitive.
Basically, yeah, they wanted it to go back out because there are a lot of eyes on this project.
Okay.
So they wanted to go back out and see if we can get more participation.
Just for my edification, how many firms did you solicit for that project?
We went through the same channels, and we also used a list, the GDOT list of DBE, no, not GDOT, it's the government list, SAM, of DBE vendors, and we solicited those as well. I don't have the exact number with me.
Okay, all right. And you got one bid. How much was that project?
It was in the $10 million range.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. Field. Any questions? Commissioner Young?
Well, I just, from what Ms. Fields is saying, that does sound like a stoppage. If something went out to bid and GDOT saw an issue because there were quote-unquote eyes on the project, and we know who those eyes are, and people, didn't, or they thought that we didn't get enough participation for whatever reason, then that's a stoppage in the natural progression of the project. So, let's be clear about what happens here. If it goes out to bid, there's an expectation that we proceed with a bid. If we only have one, if we have five, but if somebody thought that there was not enough participation or something wasn't done, so we needed to go back to the drawing board and get more participation, then that's what the statement says, and the project is actually not moving forward. So, Mr. Wright didn't, I don't think in that estimation, Mr. Wright said anything wrong.
Okay.
So that's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, well, I just think what we've learned today, there's nothing sinister in the process. We just aren't having firms respond to bid proposals. Ms. Field?
If I may, the process of, if we only receive one bid or proposal, is we evaluate what we have. We contact the people that we had solicited, those that came to the pre-proposal or pre-bid, ask them why they did not bid, and if they have, an answer like they didn't have enough time, or maybe they forgot, and then we find out just how much more time do you need. This is the process that we go through on a daily basis.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Field. I want to apologize to my colleagues for unnecessarily extending the meeting, but I think this transit facility has been proposed for 20 years, and I think the public has a right to an explanation of what the status of the project is. But the next item on the agenda, Mr. Carter and Mr. Brown, update on the budget process.
Good afternoon, Board, Mayor. This is the first look at the proposed budget for 21, 22. This is the culmination of a lot of work that's gone on for quite a few months to bring this to your attention this afternoon, rather. And as we move forward, I'll try to be brief through this, give you a quick look at those things and insight as to what the staff were thinking as we went through this process. Then we'll provide that information to you. I'll ask if you have some detailed questions about specific things, and I guess in the interest of time, maybe we could just collect some emails and we'll get that information to you. Realize we have a couple of other opportunities to have a lengthy discussion about this. We're going to bring this to you 2 more times in June before we ask for an actual vote on this. Fiscal year 2021 has been a trying year. This time last year, we had no idea what the future of Albany would look like. Albany appeared to be in the epicenter of a virus that was spreading like wildfire. We lost family, we lost friends, we even lost co-workers. Everyone was predicting dire straits for our country as well as for our city. But what a difference a year has made. Yes, we had to tighten our belt, make some sacrifices, but here we are. Through perseverance and a strong, dedicated team of professionals, our 21-22 budget will show that we didn't just survive our previous year. We even, through challenging times, thrived. For the city of Albany, this budget represents a strong path forward, which is what we're going to use as our theme for the upcoming year, a strong path forward. The information gathered through different conversations, and particularly through the retreat, led us to a few items that was of major interest to our board and to our community. Code enforcement being one of those things. Following the untimely death of Chief Robert Carter, Marshal Norman has taken the lead and has already enhanced that process very much. He's enacted steps to move that group forward, and we're definitely waiting on a final determination about the department head, whether or not that's going to be continue to be required as a post-certification. You know, there are pros and cons for either direction of that. However, it does appear that that particular item has hindered our recruiting process. Recreation is a hot topic in our community, and it should be. Driscoll Park is already in the process of getting a much-needed makeover, and the vendor for that, for the complete recreation master plan has been selected. Once that process is complete and the commission has blessed the outcome and the initiatives, we stand ready to move forward with those initiatives. We're prepared to spend more than $4 million in recreation improvements this year. Public safety pay, particularly around the fire department. At the recent retreat, we had several scenarios discussed ranging from 1% to 2.5% with special incentives built in for the fire department. Unfortunately, there are several fire-related pay issues that's been on the table, and it appears that a blanket increase will not solve any of those. But as a result of that observation, one of the things we asked was, what did the department feel was the most pressing thing that we could address with what we had at hand? And the reply was to address the issue where subordinates are making are making more than those that are supervising them. So we took a look at this and we evaluated what this would look like, not just in the fire department, but across the city, because we quickly realized that this was an issue that affected more than just the fire department. It affected some other departments within the city. So what we're asking today, the budget that you'll be presented with as a proposal and to get your input on, is a 2.5% increase across the board, but that includes more than a $1 million increase for fire department personnel, because we did look at the subordinate supervisor relationship with pay and made some adjustments there so that we can make sure that we got that taken care of. But we tried to do that citywide, not just at the fire department. Some assumption for our current budget. We have sales tax revenue has been impacted. We're originally, as we were approaching the COVID year, estimated that about 1.4% or $1.4 million in decrease. However, as we've gone through this process, it appears that we're back to our pre-COVID anticipations for SPLOST dollars. We're also up in our local option sales tax dollars as well as our T-SPLOST dollars. Some of the expense drivers are the fire department increase. We talked about that being a $1 million increase in their personnel budget, with the exception of $110K, which went strictly for uniforms. The other $900K is directly pay related. We did talk about the across the board 2.5% increase. Also, addressing that supervisor subordinate pay inequity. That appears to be something that, as we start to look at that, that was something that was more prevalent around our entire city than just in the fire department. And we really thought that if we did something just in the fire department with that, that would quickly create a backlash in the rest of the departments. So we looked at trying to take care of that across the board and not just in the fire department. You know, this has been a kind of a rough year as far as hospitality is concerned. Naturally, our hotel motel taxes are down, but April showed signs of improvement. Matter of fact, April has been our best month in the hotel tax since November of 2019, and we're cautiously optimistic that that trend will continue. The total budget for this year we're proposing is right at $289 million. The overall budget is divided into four main parts. It's the general fund, special revenue funds, a utility fund, and the supplemented enterprise funds. The general fund makes up 22% of the overall budget, and it's where most of the non-revenue generating departments fall. The activities being paid for through that general fund constitutes the core administrative and operational tasks for the government, such as our fire department, our police department, HR, finance, information technology, all of those main departments that's required to keep the rest of the city running. All those things fall within that general fund area. Special revenue funds make up 16% of the overall budget, and those are things that we just talked about, like the SPLOST, T-SPLOST, grants, motel, hotel tax, just to name a few. By far the largest portion of our budget is our utility or our enterprise funds. That makes up 54% of the overall budget, and those are the funds that, those are the departments that charge fees and make revenue for the city. Those include solid waste, sewer, stormwater, water, gas, light, and telecom. And the final piece of our budget is the supplementary enterprise funds. That makes up only 8% of our budget. These are the hybrid type funds. They do charge a fee, kind of like the enterprise funds, but they're also supplemented by federal, state, and local funds. Our general fund revenue for the coming fiscal year is made up of several areas. Particularly of interest is our transfers in. Those are transfers from some of our enterprise funds, those funds that make revenue for the city. Property taxes make up a large segment of that, as well as governmental allocations, other taxes, sales taxes, license and fees, and we do have a significant portion of our budget that is transferred out to make up for deficiencies in other areas. The general fund expenses, naturally public safety is the biggest portion of all of our budgets. Public safety is 57% or $37 million of that $64.9 million. The fire department, well, let's start with the police department actually, because one of the things we went through today was the presentation about the audit, and one of the questions asked was, what are we doing to try and deal with some of the issues that was brought? Naturally, we can't react on all of them, but we did try to act on some of them, and the police chief has already talked about several of those things that he's done to move people around within the department to actually bolster that uniform division, because it appears that that's where the bulk of the calls or work of that police department, where it interacts with our community, is done. The uniform division is shifted so that it has an additional 3 police officers. They talked also about the community safety officers. I think 2 was added to the budget, and I think another one was shifted so that at the end of the day, you end up with 3 additional community safety officers and 3 additional police officers in the uniform division. There's also $200,000 in direct personal wages in the uniform division. Again, obviously we can't address all those issues that are listed, but we will work to try and move forward and work through some of those. But it does provide a foundation for us to discuss other things that can be done to address issues within the, as far as retention in the police department. The fire department makes up 42% of that public safety budget at $15.7 million. Code enforcement, which is another hot button item for our community, makes up 4.7% of that at $1.7 million. And the marshal's office is the final portion of that public safety budget at right about $300,000. Our special revenue funds makes up $46 million of our budget. Here are some of those items that make up that. Naturally, the T-SPLOST and SPLOST are the biggest revenue generators in those areas. But we also have some capital improvement, community development, some grant and motel, hotel tax is round out those areas. Supplemented enterprise funds make up $22.3 million of our budget. Those are the transit area, the airport, and the Flint River Entertainment Complex makes up where we get the revenues for those areas. Those also make up the expenses for those areas. As you can see, our transit operating revenues is right around $900K, the airport at $895K, and the Flint River Entertainment Complex at $2.2 million. The expenses for those transit is right at $400,000. Also scheduled for transit this year is the delivery of 5 new buses for $2.1 million. A large capital process we just talked about going on at the airport, so we understand where a lot of those dollars are. Our utility enterprise funds. Again, by far, the utility makes up a large segment of our revenue. This shows you where that revenue has come from. The light department makes up the bulk of that, 54.8%. We're looking at estimating $96.6 million in revenue from the light department this year. $26.7 million at 15.2% for our sewer department. Gas comes in at $17 million, right at 9.7%. Water, stormwater, solid waste, and telecom rounds out the rest of that. Our utility expenses makes up quite a bit of that also. One of the things that we're looking at this year different than previous years is the cost of goods sold. That makes up about $75 million of our utility budget. That is down just a little bit as we're entering into a period where our revenue for our light department is on a steady decrease also. One of the things that we have to make sure that we do is make sure that as we move forward, we're looking at the cost of doing business in the utility as well as what it's going to take to keep that utility funded. Our capital improvement plan this year, we're looking at spending right at $20 million. Of course, the biggest portion of that is that sewer budget. We're looking at about 44% of our capital improvement this year going into our sewer. I know that's not a sexy thing that's above ground and everybody can see, but it's one of those things that we've kind of backed ourselves into a corner, and now we've got to deal with it. So with that, been a lot of discussion about that CSO project around the desk already, so we won't go into a whole lot of detail about that. One thing we'll talk about, though, is the rolling stock for fiscal year 22. We're looking at spending about $11 million in rolling stock. 3.5 million of that is in the general fund, and 6.7 million of that will be in our enterprise departments. Now, this was a quick look at what we're doing, but you'll get a book that will provide some greater detail. And again, if you have some specific questions about some historical data or some statistical data that we need to do some research on, please let us know. We'll provide that information to you as quickly as we can. The budget proposal is what we're doing today. We're scheduled for a public hearing that has already been advertised in the newspaper for June 1st. We'll also have opportunity to have a budget discussion with you guys at that time. June 15th is another opportunity to have a different budget discussion. We'll be bringing the department heads in so that if you have some specific questions about specific things inside departments, we'll have those answers available to you at that time. And then we're asking for budget adoption on June 22nd. And we're looking forward to your input as we adjust and make the budget what it needs to be to support the city of Albany. I'm subject to your questions at this time.
Mr. Howard?
Mr. Carter, in reference of the process of the budget.
Yes, sir.
And you said we would start June the 1st, 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I think that what we probably need to do is to just do probably just a revision of that and to discuss that a little more in the details with department heads that I think we have between 18 and 19, and we certainly need to be in tune of some changes and making some change and recommendations. So I think this commission, we got that scheduled, but we probably need to add another schedule for budget discussion.
You're looking at another call meeting or something? Because those are all the meetings that's scheduled right now.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Howard was saying we probably need a lengthy workshop just to dedicate to the budget. Is that correct?
Absolutely. It's after 2 we here today, so I think in those next budget meetings, we certainly need to chime in, ask questions, and ask pertinent questions that, and the reason why I say it, because we're in the process of, got Mr. Carter as interim, but whoever we do hire for the city manager in the years to come, we as a commissioner need to be informed and engaged in to make sure that if the new person come in, that we are aware and to give a clear understanding of this digestion of this budget.
Mayor Pro Tem?
That's for this time.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Nothing.
Commissioner Warburton?
Yeah, a couple things, Mr. Carter. So on this sheet that we have here, you're basically saying the budget proposed is a 1.2 surplus?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's my first question. That's good answer. So the 2.5% is across the board for every employee.
Yes, sir.
That you're proposing, and then doing some work to try to fix the supervisor versus subordinate.
Yes, sir.
Across the board, and then nothing special for police department.
Well,
in addition to the 2.5.
Well, that's subordinate supervisor relationship came out of conversations with the fire department like I said, because it was, as we looked at that, it's prevalent across the city and not just the fire department. I thought it would be better suited if we did it for everybody and not just the fire department. I do plan on meeting with the fire department in general next week to get some information and have discussions with their body in general about some things that they have brought to light that they want to talk about. We'll be better positioned to give you some more information on that after that meeting. But we're also looking at completing a pay study at the fire department. Do want to make sure that we don't get ahead of that because my experience with pay studies and other places that I've been is that it's never going to be just a, hey, give everybody a certain percentage. It's going to be based on the different roles in the fire department. You know, some will be where we needed to be, some will be below where we needed to be, some will actually be above where we need to be. We're not looking at trying to reduce anybody's pay, but we want to make sure that we target those raises so that they make a more significant impact on our entire fire department.
Okay, but for the police department, there's nothing additional like
Yes,
we did last year?
No, it's nothing additional for the police department.
That's in your proposed?
Yes, sir.
I think Mr., wasn't that our retreat? Where Derek gave us some of the additional amounts if we did 1%, 2%?
Right, we went from 1% to, I think it was 2.5%, and then we had like a 6% for the fire department. I don't think there was any special incentive this year for the police department. If I'm not mistaken, I have to go back and look at the notes on that.
Okay. Well, maybe if Mr. Brown can resend that. I think he verbally gave it to us at the retreat, but that might be some items.
Okay, yeah,
And he might have
I
already.
think he shared that, but we'll make sure you get it again.
Okay.
We'll make sure you get it in. That way you have the numbers to work from.
All right, and then in the police budget, I know we're voting and considering the gunfire detection. Is there adequate funding in the, I guess, the technology or whatever section of the police department if we approve the gunfire detection? Is that funding allocated?
It's not allocated in this budget because we didn't know which way you was going to go, but we can make room for it if you choose to go that route.
Okay. All right. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. This, I guess, what you have here today, as far as proposal, does it take into account any of the CARES Act funding and the new funding that we've gotten due to the pandemic?
Yes, sir. It takes into account those CARES Act and other funding and grant funding that we have been allocated. We're applied for several other things, but we can't count that money until we actually get some notification that we've been approved for it. That $10 million that we talked about earlier, matter of fact, that's something that we need to bring up in the closing because we need to get the commission to accept that $10 million. That is included in this. And so those things that have been allocated to us, absolutely we included in this.
And do you project, or Mr. Brown project, any cost savings or areas that we can, beef up because of the CARES Act funding? And what I'm getting at here is that, I know we're talking about using a lot of different funding coming from other places other than, I guess, what was budgeted in previous years. So we should either see some opportunities to use money in other places or see a cost saving in some areas because of this increased funding. Is that what we're seeing from this particular budget that you're proposing?
It is, and also realize too that a lot of the funding that we're receiving, we're allocating to that CSO project. That CSO project is going to eat up a lot of money over the next 4 years. And so as we're allocating money to that, what that does is gives us an opportunity not to use money that's been previously allocated to that project in other ways. So it's not, it's kind of a redistribution of funds.
Sir. Yes, sir. I get what you're saying. And probably, I know not now, but I would like to, and I can get back with Mr. Brown on this. I would like to kind of see, because I assume other budgets took into consideration the CSO project before we got the funds. So I'm wondering what was projected or where we were going to get the money from before, and see if those were going to be areas where we can still receive that money that was allocated or proposed before, whether it was SPLOST funds or whatever, to do something about the sewer system. That if it hadn't been for this pandemic money, we would have been looking for that money coming from elsewhere.
Yes, sir, that's exactly what I was talking about.
Confusing where to put it.
As a result of the funding that we're receiving, we're reallocating. We did have a funding plan. We do have a funding plan for that $105 million. But every time we get money allocated that was not previously allocated, we get to reallocate how we're trying to come up with those funds. And at the end of the day, if we do have the option for a GFA loan, if that becomes a requirement. However, we're encouraged that with the monies that we've gotten so far and the money that we would hope and anticipate to get in the future, that won't become an option. But again, as we get new money, we'll just reallocate the old money.
Yes, sir. And for the mayor and the commissioners, the reason I'm bringing this up, and I alluded to it on our other discussions concerning the airport project, when we're thinking about where this money is coming from, this is coming from whitehouse.gov, the Biden administration stated that COVID-19 pandemic and the corresponding economic crisis are devastating families across the country. And I won't read all of it, but if you go to whitehouse.gov, it does give a focus on, the families and places. Of course, we know Albany being the hardest hit, that this money is focused on families, communities, things like that. We're taking the money and using it for infrastructure. I know that's what, was decided and what we talked about, but we do need to try to make up that gap in terms of, making our community whole, making our community resilient from what has happened during COVID. And that's what we need to be thinking about in this budget as well, and not just kind of, thinking everything is returned to normal and that we're not going to have issues that we're going to need to put more funding for. Recreation and healthcare being healthcare opportunities being one of them. Thank you, sir.
It's not a problem. And we are allocating $4 million in recreation this year. And I like to say that this is our 9th year where we have not had to increase the employee contribution to healthcare. So there's some areas in that budget that has kind of worked on both those areas that you talked about, sir. Thank you.
Well, I just want to say I kind of take issue with my colleague, Commissioner Young. I mean, if this $20 million we're allocating from the rescue plan funds, that actually is providing relief to families, particularly families living at or below the poverty level, because the amount of the rate increase we're going to have to impose on our customers is going to be reduced by the amount of that funding. And secondly, it will free up additional funds from our next SPLOST cycle.
Correct.
I mean, I was just aghast when I saw one of those proposals that Mr. Brown made, because I mean, basically it showed the lion's share of the whole SPLOST referendum going to the CSO project. So, but now I got several observations. One, Ms. Carter, you said we'd be getting a book. We saw the utility revenue, but we didn't see the utility expense. That'll all be coming in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I understand that was an overview, but there are certain concerns I have. First, is this 2.5%? Does it apply to everybody, including employees making over $90,000?
Yes, sir. That's across the board.
Okay. Well, I certainly, I take issue with that. I think we have many employees, higher level employees that are basically over market, and I think we need to correct that over time. We're not talking about reducing anybody's pay, but I think we need to look at that.
Okay.
I want to do right by the firefighters, but this issue, and Chief Scott mentioned it at the retreat, subordinates making more than superiors. Again, it's a little more complicated than it sounds the first time. I mean, if I'm a lieutenant and I've been there 12 years and Commissioner Warbington's been there 8 years, and he's been going to continuing education and getting certifications, and he's got a college degree, you know, it's not as simple as just being paid for longevity.
Understood.
I mean, and these are policies that were implemented by the commission that created this situation, and that is why I think through the pay study we need to look at it with a great deal more introspection than what we're talking about just first appearance. Oh, if I'm a lieutenant, I should make more than somebody who's been here. I should for less time than I have. That's why I think we probably need to consider.
Can I say one thing in that, sir? This is what we're proposing is a direct relationship between the person you supervises and you. It's not based on rank and time in rank and all that. So if you're not supervising Commissioner Warburton, you didn't fall into.
I understand, but clearly rank has something to do with it, and I'm maybe misunderstanding Chief Scott, but I mean I thought he was almost talking about different clads of payment.
That's a different problem that they.
Okay.
So it's two different things.
All right. Okay. This issue, I think, you know, I've asked that we have city staff run these recycling centers. I don't know if
we've already staffed those.
Sir?
Yeah, we've already staffed.
Okay. With city employees?
Yes, sir.
I mean, we just got to have a better system working at the recycling center. I was down there Saturday and I spent 2 hours working because the two gentlemen didn't have any help. And but one thing, Mr. Carter, we as a commission need to understand this. Obviously, the CARES funding for the airport, you've let us know it won't be available this year, but the transit funds, I mean, we need to know, is it 2 more years or 1 more year?
That we're going to get
Yes,
those?
yes, sir.
Oh, yes, sir.
I mean, we just need, I mean, I commend you for, you know, we not increasing the budget, but we also absorbing that additional cost this next year.
We'll have to. Once those funds run out, we will have to start supplementing again.
Yeah, I was apprehensive that, you know, we had a $3 million basically subsidy, and we were going to go forward and had, now, one issue, I wrote a very lengthy letter to the commission about the pension plan, and it was my proposal.
Yeah, you. Wait a minute, right.
Sir?
I'm sorry, I wasn't on mute.
Okay. I think a ratio of the city contribution 2 to 1 to employees is across the board. Of course, the public safety and all other employees have a different, I mean, I've learned this since I've been on the pension board. But one thing we all need to be aware of, and not just a presentation at the retreat and we forget about it for 2 years, our pension fund is underfunded. And they have other words for that. Mr. Brown can educate us if he wants, but basically we're around 60%. We need to be up around 80%.
Correct.
And the pension fund has performed remarkably well in recent months, but that's a function of the market. And so what, I mean, the consultants didn't exactly say, but they alluded to, is this volatility of the market can go the other way.
Absolutely. Anytime you're in the market, those
Yes,
things can happen.
and one thing we can control are our contributions to the plan. And I have proposed that whatever pay increase that the commission votes on, that 0.5% for all employees, other than public safety, and public safety we only 0.5%, I believe, off of that 2-to-1 ratio. I've talked to employees. Some of the employees on the pension plan said, I'm opposed to that. I understand that for employees, if 0.5% of that pay raise is going to the pension plan, that they don't see that as a raise.
Right.
But in reality, it is a raise, just like when the city has to pay more for health insurance, because that's an employee cost. But it's a raise in the sense that we're protecting the retirement of our employees. And I think that needs to be addressed.
So is that that's one of the scenarios that you'd like us to bring, whatever raise?
Yes, sir.
Includes 0.5% toward the pension fund?
Let's look at my letter, because I'm no expert by any stretch of the imagination, but I do have concerns about the pension plan. Is some of us will recall when the stock market spiraled downward in 2007, 2008, it had an impact. And I don't know, at that time, the fund balance was up around 120 and it went down to 75. Those are the numbers that stick with me. I'm not saying they're right, but that just is a consequence of the volatility of the market.
I remember that. I personally lost in that area. So
okay. Well, I mean, those are matters. And the other thing that I was just catching this, the Flint River Complex, it looked to me like it's costing us $2.2 million, and we have income of only $900,000. That's a 1.3 deficit. But I mean, let's look at that in ways. And I understand that Spectra couldn't have concerts, couldn't have events, and so. But this is a budget going forward, as I understand it.
Yes.
Is that right, Mr. Carter?
that is.
Yeah.
And they're also, and I don't know if we're going to qualify for it, but there's also an opportunity for us to look at revenue replacement for venues, and we're hoping that we can get our venues inside that qualification. So that may help us on that
Okay,
area also.
I apologize. I thought Spectra was aware of that. I mean, a conference call I was on with Congressman Bishop's staff, his field representative, Mr. Cutts, said he was mentioning the Harriet Tubman Museum, the Sports Hall of Fame in Macon, some of their venues, and the River Center and Springer Opera House in Columbus. I would have thought that, but so I should have.
Yeah, we
Okay.
don't have an allocation yet, and we don't have a no yet. We're hopeful.
Okay, but I mean, we know that there are funds available. Is what I'm.
Yes, but
Okay.
we don't know that we qualify.
All right. I'm like I say, this is something, and we mentioned this yesterday, Mr. Carter, when we met with Commissioner Young. It's what he said. It's unpacking the CARES Act and the rescue plan. Local governments need to know what funds are available. We got to operate the city. So I mean, I recognize staff can't do this, but we need to, in conjunction with our consultants, make sure we access whatever funds are available.
Absolutely.
Okay. But any further questions, Commissioner Howard?
Mr. Carter, and to Mr. Brown, the Finance Director, can we get in our next package, before we get into this long budget discussion, of the long-term debt that different vendors owe with the city and the city owe with the city to come? Like I know we got that loan. I know we got that big GFA loan, and then we got a lot of Section 081 loan.
And bond debt.
Right. Can we get a list of all of the bond and revenue bonds that are long-term debt in the city?
Oh yes, we can give you.
And also that job reinvestment money that we did on these different Pine Avenue also.
Okay, so you're just looking for what we owe. You're looking for what owe us also.
Right, absolutely right, okay. And what we owe out also.
Okay.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
And that would include any like FEMA funds that are due from past disasters?
Everything, because at the same time, they went through so many disasters. I got confused of which one, or what the damage done whatever. But it would be for our own edification, just in case when we get into the budget and we can make a educated and intelligent guess to our constituents that, you know, the funds that are still out there, the funds that we owe these long-term debt things, because I think some of them go to almost 2037.
Not a problem. I will say the finance department has been tremendous helping me through this process. I've asked them for all kind of numbers, such as what you're talking about now, and they've been able to quickly pull that information together, so I'm confident that we'll be able to do whatever you need.
Mayor Pro Tem? Commissioner Fletcher?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Warburton?
Yeah, just to clarify, so June 1st, that's not a required public hearing because we're not increasing anything. We're just doing a public hearing just to ask for public comment, because
Correct.
There's a part of public hearings if you're increasing the millage rate or whatever.
We're not asking for a millage rate increase. Actually, we're asking to remain where it is, but because of some of the valuations in the property may go up, that may seem like an increase. So what we have to do is do a public hearing for a decrease so that it remains the same. Kind of complicated, but that's the process. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a required by law public hearing, June 1st.
Yeah, Nathan, do we have to have a public hearing on the budget?
Yes, sir, on the budget, and you're correct on the other matters. It only depends if there's a actual millage rate increase, and then there's a requirement of more notice and more hearings. But there is a statutory requirement for a public hearing on the budget. That's correct.
Okay, just a general public hearing.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Then I guess I would ask too, maybe you already had these plans, but when we leave here, is to have this posted on our website, or is that the plans? So the general public could start to disseminate it and send us their questions and feedback.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Young?
Yeah, did we talk about, I heard we talked about a special hearing for budget matters? Is that still up for a possibility?
Yeah, I think we agree we probably need to have a day set aside just for budget. What day of the week is June 1st?
Tuesday.
Okay, so we got a meeting on.
That's Tuesday.
Yeah.
That's our next
Tuesday after
work
Memorial
session.
Day.
Oh, okay, go ahead, I'll talk later.
No, I was just saying that's the Tuesday after Memorial Day.
Yes, sir.
No, Memorial Day is the Monday before that.
Right. So it's Tuesday after.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yes, sir, yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Well, can we just kind of get the city clerk to poll the commissioners and set aside a day we can start at 8:30, and would it be okay, Commissioner Howard? And have department heads make the presentations?
Absolutely. We probably need to be here from lunch, dinner, and then a brunch that evening.
Yeah, I mean, I just, or whatever the commission wants to do. If you'd rather set aside 2 mornings, or instead of 1 day, or just 1 day, but can we get Ms. Talbert to sort of get the pulse of the commission, and we'll go that way?
So we're trying to do this before that June 1st meeting?
Oh, no, sir, I didn't think so. I mean, you know.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah. Anything else, Commissioner Young?
That was it. Is it also a possibility of more, if we're gonna do it on that first, just to throw it out there, maybe a morning, and then a break, and then do the evening session the same day?
Okay, all right. Your vote's for 1 day, okay.
Also, Mr. Mayor.
Sir?
Also, Mr. Mayor, we're gonna talk about that CARES Act, because I really need to understand how the CSO project is supposed to help pandemic families. So I'm looking forward to that discussion.
Yeah, well, that's the Rescue Act, Commissioner Young, that the funds.
I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it. I I get it, but we'll talk about it, because I do understand too, as you met with the congressional representatives, that there may be some other funding coming specifically for infrastructure. The CARES Act funding that we have now, at least in the language that the Biden administration put out, was for, to restore, citizens and families who suffered from the pandemic. So, like I said, I already know what we agreed to, and that's fine, but we need to have that discussion to make sure that the money that's being used is going to be supplemented with those things that are going to make our community whole again. But that's the discussion I want to have, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda, I think, is the city manager's report, update.
I will be brief. A couple things I need your discussion on. First one, though, is just to let you know that our PIO, Monique Knighton, is leaving us. She has accepted a position in Atlanta, and she'll be departing at the end of the week. She's done a great job for us while she's been here. I just wanted to acknowledge her, and her relationship with the media has been something that is going to be hard to replace, because that's about relationships. And she's done a great job for us. The second thing is the American Rescue Act grant. We've been notified of a $20 million award, $10 million this year and $10 million next year. But we're going to need the Commission's approval to accept that. We'd like to put that on the agenda for the 25th regular meeting for vote, if that's agreeable to the Commission.
Commissioner Howard? I think Mr. Carter wanted to know if we were willing to accept the $20 million. I don't think that's a hard.
It's a requirement.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. That would put that on that meeting.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Yes.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yes.
Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I certainly agree.
Okay. And the final thing is the Hotel Gordon. That's has come back around again. They're wanting to make some modifications to the previous agreement. I've asked Ms. Gaskins to send a copy of the revised agreement to everybody, so you can take a look at that. What we're really asking today is directions on how to proceed. If you want have further information, if you want the developers for Hotel Gordon to make a presentation to you, maybe we could do a special call meeting before that 25th, so that they can make a presentation to you if that's what you need. But they are asking that be put on the 25th agenda also as a conditional item for your vote. And I will say that one of the key factors here, as the mayor alluded to earlier, is the ongoing increase in construction costs. Any delay in what we do naturally have a significant impact on their funding. So what they're asking again is your permission to put this on the 25th for a decision. But also I need to ask you if you need any further information to be ready to make that decision.
Oh. Commissioner Howard?
Absolutely. It's on the agenda.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. I'm good with it being on the agenda.
Okay. Commissioner Fletcher?
Yes.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, and I don't think we need necessarily a large presentation again, unless I don't think anything's changed with the scope of work.
No, that's really just work. Mostly just the timeline.
Timing, yeah. I think that'd be fine as a small item for next week.
Okay.
Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir.
What Commissioner Warburton said, I did point out in that letter that actually the scope of the work has expanded. It's a project that went up from 14 million to about 19.5 million. So that is the request, and I'm summarizing it here. Mr. Davis, the first agreement called for the city to have the priority loan, and of course, what they're asking now is us to take a subordinate position, which is only understandable insofar as they're getting $11 million in other funding. That's one of the issues. The other issue was there's a provision in there that said the $3 million loan from the city would be reduced by any tax credits they received.
Yes.
And of course, they're asking that we eliminate that provision, and that's going to be some of the difference in the 14 and the 19.5 million.
Correct.
The tax credits they're looking to get. And then finally, the thing that they emphasized, not only is it going to be a 19.5 million project, but there's a provision in there that says they don't get the loan from the city until they have a certificate of occupancy.
That still stands.
And that's not changed. But
Yeah, so that's significant that that stays in place. They
Right.
have to have
Yeah.
a certificate of occupancy and meet the in-service date.
So-
That's good protection for the city, and you did a good job. Of the present document calls for a first lien security deed, and now will be subordinate.
So to expedite things, Mr. Davis, could you give us like a layman's memo prior to the meeting on, special call meeting on Tuesday, so that we all understand those provisions, the changes?
Yes, sir, will do, and I'll send out again the documents I sent, but the bright yellow to show what's being deleted, so everybody would know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but also, Nathan, I mean, if we can kind of explain it to a client, as, that's that'd help us, I think. Anything else, Mr. Carter?
That's it, sir.
Okay. Appreciate it, Mr. Carter. Any items for the next agenda or other business? Commissioner Howard?
Mr. Mayor, and to my colleague, I'm gonna do something a little different that I have not done in 28 years being a commissioner, and I have not done in 50-some years of being a resident of East Albany. And I certainly hoping that Mr. Allen of the Albany Herald is still listening, in which I'm going to do a call of service that I have noticed in this pandemic and before this pandemic, that 37,000 some residents in East Albany in the 31705 area code. We as citizens will never, it would be going to be almost impossible. If you see something, you say something. If you see your neighbor with junk cars, sofas on the street, shed, tree mechanics working in the backyard, see something, say something, call 311. I have been doing a walk in the community for the last 12 plus months, and if the citizens of East Albany don't speak up, don't change their way of life, trying to improve the community, I believe that East Albany could be coming to look like a third world country. So to the 37,000 residents that stay in 31705, you must take pride in your community, you must take pride in your area, you must take pride in your house. So I'm challenging you, if you see any of these violations, especially these shared tree mechanics and sofas and mattress in the alley, do something, say something by calling 311, and let's try to make sure that we continue to keep East Albany to look like a livable place. So all those in 31705, I emphasize, see something, say something, because riding through East Albany is becoming a third world country, and we certainly don't want that to be for the next generation.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing else?
Commissioner Fletcher?
Nothing else.
Commissioner Warburton?
Yeah, if the chief still has his soft shoes on, I had a question for him. So the school zone cameras and ticketing, I know the media put some things out, misstated some different things, but so right now we're in the warning phase. And so one of the confusions that I've been asking, people have been asking me about is this whole, is it all day? Or is it just for the 1 or 2 hours in the morning, 1 or 2 hours in the afternoon? If you could just elaborate on some of the confusion that's been out there.
According to state law, 1 hour before school and 1 hour after school is when the 25-mile-per-hour zone is enforced. During the school day, it's the posted speed limit. So if you're speeding above the posted speed limit during the school day, then you got a warning. Now, when school starts back, that'll be a citation. So 25 miles an hour before, an hour after, but during the school day, it's the posted speed limit. So if you're out doing 60 on Westover and it's a 45 and it's around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, then the cameras will catch you and you'll get a citation.
Okay, so the citations are all day. I was thinking that citation was only for the school zone hours.
The only time that the cameras are in effect for the citation purposes from like 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So, but the only time you'll get the you'll get a citation either way, but either it'll be for violating the school zone during the 25-mile-hour time or for speeding during the day if you're over the posted speed limit.
Okay, so if it's weekends or a holiday, I guess the cameras know when school's in, when school's out.
Based on the schedule that we got from the Dougherty County school system, that's what we gave the company, and that's how they have their cameras adjusted.
Okay, and then I guess the other confusion is the citation will always go to the registered owner of the vehicle. So if you're a business that owns multiple vehicles, it would be up to you what you do with the citation if somebody's driving your company vehicle, but it's going to come to the owner, the registered owner of the vehicle.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Those are the couple of questions that I have gotten. So anyway, thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
Chief.
Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to recognize the facility staff. I think there was some kind of recognition on the county side yesterday for, I think it's Facility Maintenance Week now, and I just want to just acknowledge specifically Mr. Stacy Rowe and his staff. They're always very responsive when giving them a call. So everybody is working. I think it's all staff that work to keep our buildings and streets and all of our facilities running. Hats off to you, and please continue to do a good job and make us look good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, I've been, at the end of the meeting, I've been just adjourning the meeting. Do you have to have a motion to adjourn? Is that?
No, sir. It's within your prerogative as the chair to announce an adjournment.
Okay. Well, if nobody objects, I guess we'll adjourn without a motion. Thank you.